Alright. Best intro in gaming, in my opinion. So let's get this over with. 3, 2, 1. Let's roll. Welcome to there it is. Welcome to Suikothon. No I, because it doesn't fit. Gonna jump right in here. Godot Chapter 1 is first. Now, if you're wondering why I took a break before I even started the run, it's because Suikoden 3 is arguably the worst speed game in the entire series for one very specific reason. There are no breaks. The one good break you get is about a minute and a half, less than halfway through the entire run. And there's only a handful of other breaks outside of that. Usually around 45, 50 seconds. There's another one around a minute. That's really all you get. So, to prepare for a Suikoden 3 speedrun, here's what I do. I don't eat for 4 days. I sip water minimally. And then I set up one of those, those water feeders that you put in a gerbil or hamster cage where you kind of depress the valve to get water. And that's what I'm drinking out of today. So you really have to take this seriously to avoid permanent kidney damage. It's not for the weak of heart. I would not recommend it to anyone. And quite frankly, I'm sorry I ever started this project. But everything looks good on my end. I hope it's all good for you guys. Got my webcam up and running. Looks good. So the first break that we have isn't about till 2.5 hours in. So you gotta make sure you come prepared. Yes. Gerbil strats. I'm sitting in a pile of cedar wood as well. There's also no automatic mashing in this game. And no cutscenes. So, 12 hours of mashing. Get ready for tendinitis in your hands at a later date. Coming soon. To my life. But we're going to get started right now. Change our message speed to fast. And adjust my formation because I'm in the menu right now. And the most important thing, Joker's magic stat. We got a 90. That's huge, actually. That means that is my heart rate just dropped in half because the starting magic stat for Joker is the reason why you do Godot Chapter 1 first. It's kind of non-negotiable because it's very important in this game that you reach the level that you need to be at before you fight the first boss, which is Twin Snake. And what you need is you really need Joker to have his level 4 magic spell, Explosion. He starts with a fire rune. To get that, you have to get his magic stat to 101. And to get that, you have to fight, hopefully, only one encounter on the mountain path. Now, if we play things right and we get lucky, it should be no problem because 90 is a very high starting stat. It's probably 95% sure that we're going to get it. So, we're off to a really good start already. Yeah, he has a very large range that he can start at. And if it's anything below like 83, honestly, you should just reset. And even with 83, that really limits the encounters that you can take at the mountain path. So you got to be really careful. And again, because of the starting magic stat may be causing you to automatically reset, that's why you always do Gedo's chapter first. After that, you don't necessarily have to go in any particular order. If you wanted to run this game and limit the amount of resets that you were going to do, you would probably do Gedo chapter 1, Chris 1, Chris 2, Hugo 1, and then all the rest doesn't really matter. But those are the ones that will most likely end your run more often than not. So, welcome to Suikoden 3. A speedrun full of non-stop action, frame-perfect tricks, intense battles, sequence breaking all the time, hot movement tech, and if you believed anything I just said, you're going to be in for a massive disappointment over the next 12 hours of your life. The only thing that's non-stop for the next 12 hours is me mashing L1 and triangle. Suikoden 3 is also the most treacherous game in the series to speedrun, because you can die to bunnies, beetles, a tree with glasses who you can't run away from sometimes, and there's just nothing you can do about it. You know, failed runs in this game, if you're going to run this game, the one thing you need to be prepared for are the failed runs and how much that is going to impact your run. It doesn't matter who you choose as flame champion, that's going to have a minimal effect. The thing that's going to be most detrimental to your time loss are not just the number of failed runs, but the quality of those failed runs, because sometimes failed runs in this game can take 1 second. Sometimes they can take over a minute. So you could do one run, finish it with 50 failed runs, and then you can do another run, finish it with 100 failed runs, and there's definitely a chance that your run with 100 fails can be better than your previous run. Yes, this is the voice of a man broken by RNG, that's correct. Just a defeated man. So failed runs are going to be the biggest source of time variance. Second biggest source of time variance is the war battles and the luck that you'll get when you're doing those. 2 in particular, the one in Chris's chapter 2, where you're attacking Great Hollow. You really want that to go well. And then the final war battle, which is one where you have to take down Uber. Now the problem with that battle is it's about 11 hours into your speedrun, and it doesn't matter if you go in there flying. You know, you could be 15 minutes ahead. You get to that final war battle, Uber can just say, nope, and you can lose all that time. Now, it's one thing if that was in the first chapter of the game, but to have it be at the very end is really just soul-crushing. So that's a quick failed run. The boars come up, attack, and you're out of there. You dare me to click Gedo for my flame champion? Well, I did not make it clear who I was choosing today. You'll have to tune in for the 8-hour mark. What about a gray boar? Our boy Peckles. Yes, Peckles is in this game. We can talk about Flame Champion choice. Gedo is the strongest character. He also has everything pretty much streamlined. And nothing really bad happens when you pick Godot as your flame champion. Hugo is also streamlined, but Hugo is a weaker character, and he has the longest ending. So we do time the endings in this game, and there is a difference between all three characters. When I started this project, I just went with Hugo because that's what I did when I played the game casually. And the more I do it, the less impressed I am with choosing him. You know, you got to do a lot of extra prep time for stuff with Hugo as well. Yeah, the Chapter 2 battle, what you really want to happen, and we'll talk about it more when we get there, is you want to draw the enemy in so you can surround them and then attack with cover support with all units. And hopefully end the battle in under 10 minutes. The problem is, since I don't do any prep work beforehand, you kind of come in there really underpowered. And the all-world dodger, that is Lucia, I mean, she just jumps around and it's hard to kill her. And so you got to take out 5 units in that battle. She's usually one of them. You know, if you get unlucky and Dupa attacks you, his unit is really strong. Same with Shiba's unit, so it's very easy for things to go horribly wrong in that battle. As far as Chris as a flame champion, she's a good choice. She gets to ride on a horse, so she's faster movement in most screens. But she does have a 2-minute time loss at the end of Chapter 4. She's got an extra scene at the water rune. And there's some stuff where she continues on in a war battle where other people would go and fight Sarah. Anyway, first thing, Great Hollow. Shiba walks really slow, so what we're going to do is just exit and re-enter. And that's going to push him to his next stop, which is right here. Then we're going to talk to him again. Race up this hill. Go in the trading shop. Back out. And Shiba's right here for us. And we're going to do that again. Now we're going to trigger this scene out here. Yeah, most people will go with Hugo as the flame champion choice casually. I think the game kind of steers you in that direction. Godot already has the True Lightning rune, so it's not like, you know, you want to replace that. Augustine is your vote for most underrated character in the game in the series. So you're a fan of the rose brooch hoarding narcissists. He is a good character in this game if you bump him up. He's got a lot of swings. Yeah, the other argument for Chris not being the flame champion is she gets a B+ in water. So that kind of steers you towards giving her the water rune as well. And we will be using her. So this game is also kind of unique if you've never played it before. It has what's called the Trinity Sight system, where you get to play through the same first 80% of the game as 3 different characters. They overlap a bit and you interact with each other. I like the idea, I'm just not so sure on the execution because there's a lot of backtracking, and generally up until you get your castle, the story moves pretty slowly. There's a lot of build-up. Contrast that with Suikoden 2, where you're jumping off a waterfall, on a cliff a few minutes in. It's a very slow build-up. Very slow. Yes. And of course, you can play as Thomas, if you'd like, though Thomas's chapters are completely optional. We will not be doing that today. Alright, first battle. Gonna roll in with Strong Magic, Soaring Bolt, attack with the rest. You want them to come up and take damage. That's good. Gonna continue the chant from the first turn. Let it rip. Okay. So that's good. Now we'll talk about skill points here, and as soon as I'm done with this menu, we'll talk about experience points as well. So they think that you're the intruders, and Shiba comes over and says, "Okay, man, those are our guests. Let me join your party." So he's going to join. I'm going to make a quick adjustment here for later. Now, we're going to strip everyone of their equipment. Next battle, the objective is to die as quickly as possible. So this is going to help with that. We're also going to sell all that later and make a bunch of cash that we'll need to buy Jizos. Yeah, about the backtracking, I mean, sometimes it just gets ridiculous. You know, in Chris's chapter 3, you go through the same forest 5 times in one chapter. It's like, come on, was that really necessary? Yeah, and you go through Brass Castle countless times. Zexen Forest is also very unforgiving at certain points, but we'll make sure to avoid all the potential pitfalls there. Okay, so we got Chris. Chris is in quotes, by the way. That's not really Chris. They're going to test our battle prowess right here, and all we're going to do is auto battle, because we want to lose as quickly as possible. Alright. Give me a breath of ice. Yeah. That's what you want. Don't miss. Come on. Okay, so an 18-minute clear time is actually really good. Yeah, thanks, Hio. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in. So in that battle, Fake Chris can open up with 3 different moves. She can attack, she can use Breath of Ice, and she can also use Kindness Rain. You know, there's nothing worse than that first turn, first move, full party heal when they've taken no damage. That, of course, slows things down, especially when she uses it 3 turns in a row. But to end that battle in 1 turn is legit, so that's really good. But one thing about Suikoden 3 is you never get excited about the pace you're on, because again, it can all end in a huge flaming dumpster at the 11-hour mark. So we'll talk about skill points real quick while we got some free time. Each enemy in this game offers a set amount of skill points. And you defeat those enemies, you get a skill point total at the end of the battle. And that number is split evenly among party members that are still alive. So there's a lot of instances early on where you really want the rest of your party to be dead, because that's going to push more skill points to the people that you want them for, specifically Godot, Joker, and Isla to a lesser extent, who we'll be getting shortly. I don't care about Jacques, Ace, or Queen. They're not important to me. So the more they're eating dirt after every battle, the better off I am. Now that's different than experience points. And the experience level, the leveling system in Suikoden is consistent. It's based on levels and the difference of levels between you and the enemy, which is really cool. It prevents you from over leveling, and it allows members that are behind to get caught up very quickly. So yeah. So it doesn't matter if you finish a battle with one party member alive. He's going to get the same experience as he would have if all 6 members were alive. So that's how it differs from skill points. Yes, we start with Godot first because Joker's starting magic stat is very important. It can instantly mean a reset 4 minutes in. We got very lucky today though, so that's not the case. If you don't want to reset, then you're going to be stuck on Mountain Path for quite some time, fighting numerous encounters, and you might not ever get out of there if it's that low. Okay, forgot I failed to run. I didn't make sure my party is at full health here for this upcoming battle. What's up, Sugar Bear? Yeah, we got the Samurai Showdown people showing up today. The true legends. Let me tell you something about Samurai Showdown. It's the greatest fighting game out there today. Play it, pick it up, join the community. PS4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, Google Stadia, and now Epic Game Store. And there is a tie-in for Suikoden 3. Samurai Showdown, all about patience. All right, let me finish this real quick. Soaring Bolt, Blazing Wall, attack with Ace. Queen's gonna run up, attack. Ace is gonna run up, attack. They're gonna attack Ace. They're missing Queen, which isn't good, but it's not really that bad either. Normally you want that to be the kill shot. 2-turn spell, this is gonna go off. This is gonna kill everyone but Isla. And Godot is gonna finish her off. Now that's overkill for sure. But what can happen in this battle is the formation of the soldiers can get really messed up where the Blazing Wall only hits the soldiers and not Isla. And if that happens, then you're going to need that Soaring Bolt to take out Isla. If you're lucky enough to hit the entire group with Blazing Wall, then she's only got a handful of HP left, and you can go up and slash her, and that'll take care of the battle. Anyway, as I was saying, Samurai Showdown is all about patience. And there's nothing that trains you better in the art of patience than doing a Suikoden 3 speedrun. Because if you don't have patience for this game, you're not going to finish a run. So the real reason I started doing this is because I wanted to get better at Samurai Showdown. And I said, how do I improve my patience? And I said, let's pick up the Suikoden speedrun that no one else wanted to do, and I can train myself. And now, no one plays more lame than I do. I'll sit there, I'll just wait you out the entire round. I'll get one hit in the last second and win. Alright, item shop, we're gonna sell everything because we need money. And then, if you know anything about Suikoden, you know how overpowered the sacrificial Jizo item is. It's the instant auto life. And this speedrun is going to be full of Jizos. You get a nice discount because Ace is in your party. He gets the shop discount. And we need to buy enough to load up Gedo, Joker, and Isla for the first boss, and a few extra. So I usually go with 14 here. Yes, 12 hours. 12-hour speed run. I'm not sure you can call it a speed run at that point, but you know. Yeah, so again, a lot of the next battles we want to lose as quickly as possible, or have certain party members die off so I can harvest their skill points and push them towards other people. Specifically, Gedo, Joker, and Isla. So this did take a long time to actually do. You know, I chip away at it an hour or so a weekend. I don't have a lot of free time, unfortunately. But I'm glad I saw it through. And I did go in hard, you know, I did time all the dialogue options, so everything's been optimized. Unfortunately, 99% of the dialogue options save no time. In fact, it can be argued that they actually lose time because they save one text box. So by the time you select option 2, you're already behind. Yeah, so this is any percent. Geez, 30-hour speedrun? No thanks. I did expand this to all the other categories as well. I've done speedruns of Thomas's chapters only, Luke's chapter only, from an optimized setting. I've done 108. You know, I've done each category for all 3 Flame Champions. And I even did an all chapter speedrun, which took almost 17 hours. That was the biggest mistake in my life. You know, we're talking permanent kidney damage, post-traumatic stress disorder. Like, I'm sweating right now. I'm not doing anything, I'm sweating. Probably gonna need to change my shirt soon. Yes, Sarah. I'm a big Sarah fan myself. If there's one quality Sarah has, it's loyalty. It's a great quality. You gotta love Sarah for that. Yeah, 12:15. It's a fresh estimate. Really hope I don't go over that. But we're going to play it a bit safer than I normally would today. Anyway, back to the lore. Isla's pissed because Sarah just came in and said, "Hey, you guys all better leave or you're going to get torched." So Isla's like, "No, not on my watch, teleporting lady." And then she hunts her down. Since Gedo is off in a secret meeting with Jimba, we're killing some time and chasing her down. Yeah, no, the problem is there's not currently any really glitches that you can do. And the way Suikoden games are coded, it's very hard to get sequence breaks. This one especially because of the world map situation. You literally have to talk to someone to open up world map locations. So it's not like I can just skip places and go to the next destination. It literally says, nope, you're not going anywhere unless you talk to this person. So it's a bit rough in that regard, where there's a lot of text mashing, a lot of dialogue options, and a lot of things that you have to do to open the path forward. And I looked, man, I looked for sequence breaks. There's one in particular in Chris Chapter 2 at the Great Hollow, where after the war battle, but before the 3-battle gauntlet, you can leave to the world map. You know, I presume they did that so you can go back to Brass Castle and restock and train and level up if you needed to, which is a good idea. But I said, well, we're going to end up back at VDZ anyway, so let's just go there. So you walk all the way there. You get to the very, very last step in Zexen Forest before going back to the world map. And your good assistant, Lewis, will stop you and say, excuse me, there's people fighting. We need to go back. And it's like, Lewis, you dick. You couldn't have said that when we first started walking this forest. You had to wait till the very end. I got very excited, and then my hopes were crushed immediately. Also, there's our boy Uber. You may not recognize him with his smooth criminal outfit on. Yes, that's correct. I'll get the blinking mirror early because I like to teleport all over the place, even though you do lose some time getting it. By the way, there will be spoilers. I know that's, at this point in the game, he's just called the Man in Black, but we all know it's Uber. Yeah, you can't skip. I mean, there really are no cutscenes in the game. There's massive chunks of forced dialogue that you can't skip. And there's no auto mash in this game either, so you're literally mashing your controller for the better part of 12 hours. Fun fact, you can get an encounter right here, and because of the last battle, you're probably at very low health and you can die. So watch out for that. Speaking of dialogue choices, this game has a handful that you better choose the right one or you will have to reset. And this is one of them right here. Boris is here, wreaking havoc. Option 2, you know it, you love it. It's necessary. If you choose option 1, you're going to fight Boris, and you're probably going to get shredded. Arthritis at age 25, that's right. Walking around with that claw grip on my hand permanently. So that skips the battle there, and we're out of here. There's Karai Village. You can come back to Karai Village later, but you only come back to this little plateau right here. And now, probably the biggest reset point in this run is coming up soon. We're going to go on the mountain path. Again, like I mentioned earlier, we really need Joker to level up to where he has a magic stat of 101, which will give him access to Explosion, which you most definitely need for the boss battle. Yes. Yeah, the waterfalls on Mountain Path are something else. They're on their own, gravitational pull, I guess. Jacques is like the Andy Kaufman of Suikoden 3. He's got a very weird personality. I like to think he's just messing with you the entire time. Alright, we ended the scene at Karai Village. Just kidding, we're still here. What are you talking about? That's my webcam. I take speedrunning very seriously and literally. And yes, I do have a now loading text below me wherever I go at all times. Yeah, they did do a good job with the, dialogue choices, matching the people who say that. All right, everyone joins our group again. I'm going to adjust my formation again. That looks good. You can go to Lake Castle if you want right now. Don't know why you would. Alright, Mountain Path. Now what we need, I have a list in front of me of what encounters I can take and which encounters I can't take. With a starting magic stat of 90, there's only 2 that I can't take. If I get any other encounter, I should be good to go. What's also very odd about the Mountain Path is that sometimes you can walk the entire map of this without getting any encounters at all. Like exactly what's happening right now. Okay, there's one full screen. I mean, you do want an encounter. I don't want to get all the way to the boss and have to run around in circles. All right, here we go. Yeah, that'll work. Let's see. Blazing wall. All right. Optic blast. Let's see. I wish that guy didn't. Let's hang back there and attack him now. Alright. Another interesting part about this game is that it does have friendly fire, but your team also has an affinity towards each other, where most of the times, if it's possible, your team will move out of the way if they have good affinity with each other for a spell that would normally kill him. Ace tried to move out of the way, but he failed miserably. Isla also doesn't have good affinity with you because she just joined, so she did not move and she died as a result. Ideally, you'd want to finish this battle with Ghetto. Wow, jeez, we barely got 101. Ideally, you want to finish your battle with Ghetto, Joker, and Isla alive and no one else. So, when Joker gets a level up in this game, at this level range, he has a chance to get either a +2 or a +3 to his magic stat. Now, he gained 5 levels from when we started the game. I started at 90. So, you know, you do the math. By the way, look at that waterfall. Amazing. Reverse arc. So you figure it's a 40-60 chance to get +2 and +3. All I needed was... Oh, come on. Alright. All I needed was just 1 +3. And that's exactly what happened. I got all +2s and 1 +3. Which if you do the math on that, it's really rare, especially since you're favored towards getting a +3. So we barely made it to 101. Suikoden 3 was your favorite? You remember when you played it and you know who the antagonist was? Yeah? What's crazy is the instruction manual spoiled that for you. In case you didn't know that. Alright. Twin Snake. We put the Jizos on right now. We didn't put them on before because if you fail a run, you don't want to waste your Jizos on failing a run. So you hoard them in your inventory. You equip 3 on Ghetto, Joker, and Isla right now. You do not want to heal before the battle starts. I'll explain why. Now, Twin Snake, by the way, in front of you right now, but he ran around the mountain and he's making this grand entrance right now. Look at that. Alright, first turn, Berserk Blow, Explosion, and Battlefield with Isla. Battlefield, the most underrated spell in a speedrun. Now, he's opening with his triple combo attack. Let's hope this goes well. Oh, man. Okay, so that's good and bad. Battlefield is the most important spell. It sucks that Explosion got canceled, but Battlefield's still gonna go off, so it's fine. This is just for chip damage right here. Okay. So we are going to win this battle. Unless this... Unless this ruins me again right here. Okay, that's fine. So this is going to take out the 2 heads. And Twin Snake cannot move, so he cannot do anything else in this battle. He's just going to sit there and take it. And this is really good because the 3 people who I wanted to be alive at the end of this battle are going to be alive. should do it, maybe? There it is. Alright, 45-minute Twin Snake, that's legit. Alright, so let's talk about that battle and what happened there, and how Jaizo's work in this game. Suikoden 3 has a very interesting battle system. Let's heal real quick. That's good. We're gonna grab this chest. Take the cash. And take the armor so we can sell that later. Alright, we're out of here. So in this game, spells, it has a whole charging system. So you can cast a spell, and it depends on your skill rank of that type of magic and the level it is. That's going to tell you how long it's going to take to cast. Now, what you saw there is Explosion is not a one-turn spell. It's a two-turn spell. It makes things very frustrating and interesting playing this game. You got to be a lot more strategic in your battles than you would in any other Suikoden game. This game also has a unique mechanic that allows the enemy to stop your chant. That's what that says on screen if you caught it. And that cancels out your spell entirely. So there's two things you learn when you're doing a speedrun of this game. One, you never want that to happen, because that really messes up your battle. And two, the reason I didn't heal before that battle is because I wanted my party to have low HP. And the reason I want them to have low HP is because I want my Jaizos to activate if I get attacked. In this game, if you're wearing a Jaizo and you take more damage than health that you have, your Jaizo will activate and there is a 0% chance of your magic spell being stopped. So you see him load up with that triple combo attack and you start to freak out a bit because it does a lot of damage. But it's actually a preferred method of attack for him, because hopefully you come in here with low HP to where that attack activates a Jaizo for all of your 3 back row party members, which is going to have no chance of them stopping their chance. And then turn 2, all their magic spells will go off and you're going to win the battle. Which is also why I put 3 Jaizos on each party member for safety. I mean, if you really wanted to YOLO it, you would just put 1 Jaizo or maybe 2. But, you know, at that point, you'd probably just reset if you didn't get a bad Twin Snake if you're really going for it. So here at Caleria, the first thing we need to do is go back and stay at the inn. Not talk to that guy. Not going to save. Yeah, it is a loophole, and KF Crispy, you're right, I don't think it was intentional. But that's the way the game works, so we're going to exploit that as often as we can. Also, legendary Suikosource lead admin guy, KF Crispy. We're all a big fan of your website. Thank you for all the hard work. I recognize that name anywhere. Also, what's up, Gugino? There, the Samurai Show guys are showing up today. I'm honored. Welcome to this 12-hour speed run. Alright, so anyway, we stayed at the inn there because we need to refill our magic stocks. Oddly enough, even though you spend the next 10 minutes at the inn here, when you leave, it doesn't refill your health, it doesn't refill your magic stocks, and once you get to the inn, the game kind of auto takes over for you until you actually leave the village. So if you don't do it now, or before, you actually have to come back in and stay at the inn again, and it just loses time. So you just make a quick U-turn right there. Now see, this would be the best Suikoden game to speedrun if these were scenes that were voice acted and not skippable, because for the next 10 minutes we're going to sit here and just mash text. And this will be the end of chapter 1. No, that's a good question. The run takes 12 hours because you can't skip anything, unfortunately. This game is hard-coded where you cannot advance unless you trigger certain, plot devices or you talk to someone. Because the world map is so unique in this game that it doesn't allow you any movement whatsoever. So for new locations to open up, you literally cannot circumvent anything that you have to do. There's always a person you need to talk to or a battle that you need to win. And, it just sucks. Duke, we're not going to duel you right now, but we'll duel you later. Now, what's up, Wonderland? Wonderland 65. How's it going? Yeah, Suikoden is a great series. I recommend. It's my favorite series. Edges out Wild Arms. Also a great series. I definitely recommend it to everyone. I would also recommend to play them in order. There's little Easter eggs that you get in each game. It has continuity. It's got an overarching theme to it. Good stories. Kind of political, kind of mystical. A little bit of both. Each one you get a headquarters. You recruit a bunch of friends. There's bonuses for doing that. Good stories. A lot of good stuff. I really don't have anything bad to say about the series. There's a few entries that are weak. This one in particular, honestly. A lot of people are also not fans of 4. And if you want to count Tier Chris as a Suikoden game, then you should just forget that ever existed. But in my opinion, 1, 2, and 5 are must-plays for anyone out there looking to get into the series. They were localized, but it was just never marketed correctly. In the name Suikoden, probably a lot of people just wrote it off immediately. Like, I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't care what that is. There's no advertising for it. There was a commercial in China for it. That's about it. Equivocal Gamer, this is your favorite one out of the series? Okay. Well, you might enjoy this speedrun then. How quick would a 100% run would be in this game? Depends on how you define 100%. I did do an all chapters run, which include getting all characters and doing all chapters all the way through the end of Luke's chapter. And that took just under 17 hours. But if you're talking about 100%, getting all items, all old books, all medal sets, all scripts, all recipes, all that stuff, then that's going to take a while. Alright, that's the end of chapter 1, 54 minutes. Not bad time. Not bad at all. Yeah, there's also a 108% run, which adds a couple hours onto an 8% run. I've done runs of every category for every Flame Champion. So they're up for anyone to look at if they want to check out some highlights. Current best time for 80%, I have the world record is 11 hours 41 minutes, and for 108% it's 13 hours 30 minutes, I think. And all chapters is like 16 hours 48 minutes or something. Yeah, if you never played 3, it's worth a casual. It's just different. You gotta make adjustments. You know, most people are kind of immediately put off by the battle system. Which is understandable. You only get 3 actions per turn. It really pushes you towards a front row of fighters and a back row of mages tactic. So that way you can kind of control the outcome of your turns. Otherwise, the party that, or the member in your buddy pair that you don't act with will do whatever he wants. And sometimes he won't listen to you at all. Certain characters like Fred, for example, will always attack, even if you choose defend. Yeah, Gino, they're up on PSN if you have a PS3. They're not on the PSN if you have a PS4, unfortunately. It's only like $5 for the first one. But this game really took it up a notch in terms of battle mechanics, the skill system, even the amount of swings you get. They added factors like weapon weights and weapon types, and you can max out your swing skill all you want, but sometimes you're just gonna only get 1, maybe 2 swings because you're using a giant axe, for example. And sometimes you might get 8 swings though. But it's pretty cool. I think everyone would most likely agree that the skill system in this game is the best in the series. Yeah, that would be great if they were all on the PS5 for sure. Make things a lot easier for everyone. Yeah, and making it easier to stream is a huge plus as well. It took me a long time to put the Suikoden 3 speedrun together to where I felt it was worth showing. See Isla slamming on the table? That's how I feel right now. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Come on. We've spent 8 minutes at this inn. It's time to leave. But it's no secret that I know nothing about technology. And I probably watch more YouTube videos about how to stream than I did creating the speedrun. I mean, you know, you want to stream from a PS3. I mean, it looks like a giant squid of cables over here. Got HDMI splitters, all sorts of weird stuff that, if you asked me how to explain it to you, I couldn't. But yeah, it's a good series. Highly recommend it. 2 is everyone's favorite, generally speaking. And you find 2 on a lot of critics, you know, best games of all time lists. And I agree, it is one of the best. Yeah, I think it could have been the next, you know, never as popular as Final Fantasy, but it could have been great. They had stuck with it. They kind of threw everyone off with 3, and then 4 left a real sour taste in everyone's mouth. 5 was great, but I think by that time the damage had already been done, and Konami is more concerned about making slot machines than Suikoden games. So will we ever see a Suikoden 6? That would be great, but not sure it's going to happen. All right, we're going to make another formation adjustment, switch it back to what we just had. And now we're finally outside of the village. Now, again, if you forgot to stay at the inn earlier, you'd have to go back in and stay at it now. But we mashed dialogue for 10 minutes, and now we can move on with our lives. Yes. Yeah, Sugar Bear, I'll be there for you streaming Suikoden 2. You can count on that. Five was easy, that's a good point. Very easy to get overpowered in that game. Talking about failed runs earlier, that's not a good one. Anytime you see a dragon like that, they take their sweet time attacking you. Since we're running away from random encounters, I should really point out that really the only random encounter that you're going to fight in the entire 12-hour run is the one that we did on the mountain path in Chapter 1 about 30 minutes ago. Now this is important. There's a rock golem to your left. You can't see it, and if you hug this wall, you can run right past it. But if you're not careful or you're being lazy, you can trigger the boss battle even though you can't see it on screen. So always hug that wall there, just in case. In terms of RNG, how bad is it in this game for combat? Well, the battles are usually pretty consistent. There's a few that kind of throw you off. You know, that Twin Snake fight can be one of them. It can really get nasty there if he stops your magic chance, and it could be a run over. It's not likely to happen. For the most part, the battles usually go okay. You just gotta know the backups. I mean, you have the ideal strats, but you gotta know what happens if things go wrong. As far as RNG goes overall, though, it's all about failed runs, the quality of those failed runs, and war battle luck is what's gonna be the biggest impactors of your run. RC4000, we will get to see Twin Snake again much later, and yes, he will have the same grand entrance. Yeah, Seaglance runs this game as well. He knows what's up. He knows what can happen in the final war battle. You could be 15 minutes ahead and lose it all. There's nothing you can do about it. Okay. Yeah, we'll throw a Jaizo on Isla just for safety. We go to Labuk here. We got a battle right away. We want to make sure you're healed up before you come in here. It's a battle with Franz. Franz and his giant bug that he rides on. Why does Godot look like George? Great question. Popular theory. Eye patches on the different eye, though. Alright, this battle usually goes as planned. Again, we're going to throw out Soaring Bolt. Blazing Wall. Attack Franz. Franz can use lightning magic, and if he does use lightning magic, you want to attack him to stop his chant, because it works both ways. This is all good. You want the enemy to come up and attack you to take out your 3 frontline party members. Again, that means more skill points for everyone else. No stop chance there. That's also good. What's not good, though, is that 2 of the Manters stayed back. Let's see how this plays out. Ideally, you want this to hit everyone, but when the Mantras stay back and use their Optic Blast attack, they kind of mess things up. I think this should be okay. Yeah, we're in there. Okay, now I also just took a quick look at Joker's skill points there. So at this point, you really need to keep an eye on that, because what we need to do next in Chapter 3 is be able to upgrade his Fire Magic skill to A. He's also going to have a Wizard hat on, which is going to bump it up to A+. And that's going to be necessary to act first with Fire Magic in some of the upcoming battles. So if you don't have 510, which is how many skill points you need, that's okay, because you can forget skills in this game and those skill points get added on to your total. But if you have less than 445, then you are going to need to fight a random battle to bump it up to at least 445. That's the bare minimum. So if you do that and you forget his other two skills, then he'll have 510. That'll allow you to upgrade his Fire Magic skill to A, get a Wizard hat, which is going to up his rank one more, and then he'll be able to essentially act first with his Fire Magic. Yes, the eye patch that George wears is fake. He uses it so he doesn't get cocky in battle. What a guy. Yeah, Optic Blast, baby. You see it a lot in this run. The Manters use it. Those one-eyed demon-looking things use it. I'm sure we'll see it again. You never played Suikoden before? Well, welcome. Welcome to Suikothon, a marathon of every Suikoden game in the series, except for Tierkris. We actually got a really good cast of runners here. It's global. You know, we got, we start off with. We got France. We got the United Kingdom. We got the Ukraine. We got Indonesia. We're in the Dutch block right now. Welcome to the Dutch block. And of course we got America too. Wide variety of runners. So far so good. We're ahead of schedule actually. Alex Aster was before me. He just set a new world record for Suikoden 4 108. That was awesome. Nice work. Yeah, the DS Suikoden game, I would just pretend that you never saw it. Just delete it from your memory. Just spot dodge SSM Suikoden Tierkris. That's what it deserves. Also, what's up, Wily Bird? Recognize that name. How do you world record a pachinko machine? Great question. Suikoden community member Dreamy Warrior actually has a Suikoden pachinko machine in his house, which is legendary. So stay tuned for runs of that someday, hopefully. Yes, there will be plenty more Samurai Showdown analogies throughout the next 11 hours. And if you don't understand it, that's your fault. You should go buy the game. Yeah, Packy Slot. I was in Japan last year, and that was one of my goals, to find the to find the Suikoden machine. I went to 5 different parlors in 5 different cities, and I came up empty. To no surprise, of course, because it's, what, 15 years old now? Alright, so after that battle with friends, it's basically just a text mashing adventure here in Labouk until we can leave. Unfortunately, one of the main reasons this game takes so long is because of just, it's very story heavy. You know, they really got to drill it into you. And then when you're done viewing it from one character's perspective, you get to do it again. And then when you're done with that, you get to do it again. And then you'll fight some more battles, you'll pick your flame champion, you'll get a castle, and then the story. The story doesn't start until like the 9-hour mark, honestly. Well, Gugino, I suggest you go to that classic game store. Buy them all up. You know, if anything else, you might get lucky. You might find a disc of Suikoden 2 for real cheap. You could turn around and flip it on eBay, because those copies still going for a lot of money, I believe. Yeah, so again, the unique thing about this game is that you go through the same story from 3 different people's perspectives. And you kind of cross paths a few times, and it's a really cool idea. Not really that fond of the execution, but I do like the idea. I do like the story of this game. I like the characters. The other unique thing is, of course, you do get to pick your main character around the 8-hour mark. You get to choose between the 3 choices you have. And depending on who you choose, the game's story, it ends the same, but you get to see some different stuff. So it is worth playing through all different viewpoints. Just adds to the lore, I guess. Specifically Chris. She's probably the least picked flame champion, but arguably the most interesting one. Chris also has the fastest ending. And like I mentioned before, she can travel on horse at some points, which means she moves much faster. But she does have the penalties of an extra cutscene and a part where Hugo and Geto would fight battles, which gets levels and skill points, and instead she's stuck on the war battlefield and has to carry it out to the end, which is a pretty huge deterrent. Yeah, the combat is it's very divisive. You know, it's meant to be more strategic, I think, but it is annoying that you can't pick an action for each one of your characters. It makes you have to be more strategic, but it also gives you less strategic options at the end of the day. You're only making 3 commands, not 6. Yes, that's correct. Chris is unable to climb ladders in this game when she's wearing her armor. Luke can also not climb ladders. Fun fact, if you play his chapter, can't do it. Cannon Flame Champion, most people say it's Hugo. The game kind of steers you in that direction. But, you know, you can pick whoever you want. Yeah, I forget what Luke says when you try to climb a ladder. I forget what his rejection message is. But that is a pretty cool bonus. If you do recruit all 108 characters in this game, the bonus is you get to play the story from the villain's point of view. You know, it's much more condensed It's done in about an hour, but it's pretty cool. So you really get to see the viewpoint of the story from 5 different characters. Again, Thomas is a character that I guess technically is the main character of the game because of his star, but his chapters are completely optional. You don't have to do them, and we are not doing them today. So here we are at Mount Sinai, doing some recon work and investigating. This is another part in the game where you better be careful of picking the right dialogue option, otherwise you will have just wasted an hour and 20 minutes of your life. If you're going to mash in this game, what I do is I always mash with the triangle button. If you're doing that, triangle will never select an option. I'm going to heal real quick because your characters are still in the state they were after the Battle of France. But yeah, if you're mashing, just use triangle button because it's never going to pick an option for you. Yeah, that's not good. So that's what I'm talking about. Failed runs. Is all go one at a time, and then that jester in the back is gonna do this. Very slow animation. Okay, only one. That's lucky. Make sure that doesn't happen again. How many controls have suffered in this mashing run? 0. And I'll tell you why. My controller is so defeated. Oh, come on. Jeez. Welcome to Suikoden 3. The double. Oh my god. Oh, it's gonna be like that today, huh? Oh my goodness. Come on. Come on. Don't do this to me today, please. We gotta go for it. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh god. Oh man. What was that, 4? Yeah, Chrono's right. This is kind of a normal occurrence, honestly. Whew. Anyway, going back to the original question before that happened. My controller is so defeated that it doesn't even make, you know, the clicking sound when you mash buttons. They've been so depressed, literally, that they don't make sound anymore. They still work, but it just doesn't, you know, you don't hear that click, 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 click. Alright, so we see Luke and Sarah walking off there. Spoiler alert, that's Luke. You may know him as the Masked Bishop, but let's be real here. That costume ain't fooling anyone. Or if you read the instruction manual before the game, it was automatically spoiled for you. Casual run of this game is over 100 hours. Yeah, that's not uncommon. You can do a lot of stuff in this game. Okay, so 4 failed runs. We're not even an hour and a half in. Well, let's hope it doesn't do that again at a more serious point. I wasn't that worried because I still had my Geisels on. So I probably would have had to fail 3 more. But still annoying nonetheless. When do we read the instruction manual? During the credits, of course. Yes, that's correct. It did spoil the game, you know, or not really the game. It spoiled his identity in the instruction manual. Very important right here. You see Gedo shake his head. Don't do anything. Option 3. Alright, we did it. You pick any of the other options, you're going to fight Duke and his team, and then you're going to go back and fight Luke and Sarah. And you might survive the battle with Duke. You know, you just threw out an explosion with Joker. That's fine, but you're not going to survive the second one. And they are both must-win fights. You don't have to fight Duke. You will have to duel him later, but at the end of chapter 5, which is when you come back here, you don't fight him. He saves you from dying, and then he joins your team. So what you have to do is you have to fight a handful of battles until you just give up and he comes in and saves you. And at that point, you recruit him. Yes, there's a dog. Much later, there's also a dog that wears overalls, who for some reason is in charge of your entire inventory. Suikoden world, of course, featuring various half-animal, half-human beings. We got cats, we got beavers, we got ducks, we got dogs, and all the rest. Yeah, you can win the fight casually. You know, you come in here prepared, well rested. It's not a big deal. Honestly, a lot of these battles that you skip, a lot of people who do this casually, they never knew that you can skip them. The battles in Ancient Highway in Hugo's Chapter 2 against Uber, you can skip that battle. You don't have to fight it. It's not very intuitive because the options, the dialogue options you have to select to skip the battle, they kind of insinuate that you want to fight the battle. Well, we'll talk about that when we get there. What's really annoying about Mount Sinai is that we walked all the way to the back, made a dialogue choice, only to walk all the way out. Now, this game does have escape scrolls, and this would have been the perfect chance to use one, but unfortunately you can't. It's grayed out if you try to use one, and that's because you have to trigger this scene right here. Now we're going to go to Mountain Path, walk back to that intersection, and that'll be the end of Gedo Chapter 2. Yeah, honestly, the beavers are my favorite race just because of the variety of beavers. The beavers are in Suikoden 5. You got one beaver who's got a mohawk, shades, a leather jacket, and a guitar, if you can imagine that. Guy's all metal, dude. He's legit. And there's another guy who wears a Cyclops visor. which I swear they were going to give him Optic Blast. And if that was the case, he'd be the greatest character in the series. But sadly, that's not the case. Still a cool visor, though. Yeah, you recruit all those beavers. But dude, the beaver with the leather jacket and the mohawk and the guitar is the best. I don't know why they wanted you to walk through the mountain path again. They really could have just ended this chapter at Mount Sinai. There's really no point to walking back here. It's not like you fight anything. Couldn't find anything if you wanted to. This is where the boss would be, the rock golem that you just avoided. But here we are. Story-wise, basically, Gedo's point of view is like the investigative point of view. Gedo knows more than he's letting on, and he's kind of following up on some leads that maybe his old friend is back in action. But what he doesn't realize yet is this is all just being manipulated by the Harmonium Bishop that's been walking around that we've been following. He's up to no good. But you don't know exactly what he's planning so far. So that's what we're doing right now. This game fakes you out, you know, fade to black, you're like, alright, chapter's over. Well, psych, flashback. Alright, on to chapter 3, a sub 130, chapter 2, that's pretty good, I'm happy with that. How much work is it to optimize the route in this game this long? A lot of work. You kind of attack it from a minimalist point of view originally, like alright, what do I have to do to move the story forward? What's absolutely necessary? And then you just do a casual playthrough doing that, and you're seeing what the stopping points are, or where you're getting your butt kicked. Then you think about, well, how am I going to attack this problem? And you also got to worry about making it safe so you don't lose a run. Because, you know, this isn't Mega Man 2 where your attempt is over 30, 40 minutes. This is 12 hours. And, man, you got to really have it in you to just YOLO the entire game and not worry about dying at any point. That's too much for me. So I made this route consistently finishable and fast. That was the main goal. It does have some safety stuff in there that really doesn't take a whole lot of time, but what took the longest was timing all the dialogue options and war battle strats, trying to come up with something definitive, and then just reducing all the amount of prep work that you need to do in the game. So right now, the blacksmith is literally right here. I'm gonna upgrade Gedo's weapon for a duel that we'll be doing shortly. And yeah, in this Suikoden series, weapon sharpening is always a thing. That's kind of how you upgrade your attack power. Your weapon can be sharpened, and it has different levels. At certain points, it gets huge boosts. But the thing about sharpening your weapon in Suikoden is that it always takes a lot of money. So we'll be maxed out with cash at the end of the run, but we'll use it all. We'll spend $1 million, no problem. All on sharpening weapons, because in this game, to do damage to your opponent, you need to be able to out-damage their defense level. So the equation involves having a weapon that can do a lot of damage. If you attack with a level 1 weapon, it doesn't matter if you're high-leveled or not, it's not going to do damage against a high-level monster. So sharpening your weapons in Suikoden is very important to doing a decent amount of physical damage. And we'll be doing that a lot before the final war battle specifically. So am I doing the strats where I was using Pale Gate? I will not do the double Vicky strat, but I will do the single Vicky strat. And we'll talk about that in Chapter 4. How long is a 108-star run of this? It adds a couple hours on average. 11:41 is my best time for this, and 13:31 is my best 108 time. Alright, so story trigger scenes, you're kind of farther ahead than you need to be. You can go back to the magic tutor, and we're going to talk about what I really talked about at the beginning of the game. You've got skill points that are awarded at the end of every battle. They allow you to upgrade your magic skills or any other skills. Gedo isn't that important. B+ is fine for him. It's very, very rare that you'll have enough to get to A. Not surprisingly, we don't, but that's fine. This is the important one, though. Joker, you have to get his fire magic up to A. And we have just enough without forgetting other skills. So you see in the menu on the top left, you got lesson forget. You can forget some skills to add to your skill point total, and that's what you have to do with Joker if you come in here with under 445. I'm gonna bump up Isla's Earth Magic because that'll be a backup strat much later. We don't want to upgrade her shield magic because I want Battlefield to take 2 turns. The thing about Battlefield is it's a spell that improves magic damage, and it lasts for 3 turns. But one of the turns includes the turn that you cast it on. So if you bump up shield magic all the way, she casts it always at the very end of turn 1, so it's kind of a waste, unless you know your battle is going to take only a few turns. Yeah, the names of the weapons are all pretty crazy, and they change. They change when you upgrade them as well. Yeah, there's the schedule for Suikothon. It started yesterday. Come on. It's gonna be one of those days, isn't it? Alright. Yeah, we've already seen Suikoden 2, Suikoden 1, Suikoden 4 twice. Exit Fate, which is the fan-made tribute to Suikoden. We've got Suikoden 3. After this is Card Stories by SRD. And then we've got Suikoden 5 from Close to War. And then Zero bringing it home with Suikoden 2 again. So finish on a strong note. One of those laser crab days, exactly. How do you determine which main character to give the rune to? Well, I've got strats and routes for all 3. Only personal preference, what you're comfortable with. Flame Champion choice. It will affect the time of your run, but not nearly as much as other things. I haven't decided who I'm going to do today. We'll decide at the 8-hour mark. Ah, yes. Yeah, Seaglance is running Suikoden 1, of course. Now we're back here where we started the game. Which again, if I'm going to criticize this game, it's about the amount of backtracking that you do and the amount of places that you visit more than once. Given that there's not really a whole lot of places to visit in this game, you see a lot of familiar scenery. Way too much for my taste. So what we're going to do here is go down to the riverfront. Nice music. Go to the armor shop. I'm gonna buy a few wizard hats here. One for Godot, one for Joker, and one just for fun. Now what that does, aside from improving your defense, this particular item, it upgrades your lightning and fire magic by an entire rank. So when we were just upgrading skills earlier, we got Godot to B+ with his lightning. Now that he's wearing that equipment, he's now at A. Joker was at A, now he's at A+. It's definitely one of the best pieces of equipment in the game. So again, more scenes here. Ace is going out to, meet a friend. There are equipment sets in Suikoden 3. Pale Moon, I think, is one. The mole set is one. What else? They'll have different effects, like giving you more money at the end of battle. It's the prosperity set. Forgetting something. Isla with a bold move, trying to take revenge for Boris slaughtering all her friends and family. Not tonight, though. Yeah, that's not an uncommon response to this game. It did up the difficulty, mostly because it just changed the mechanics so much. You didn't really know what to do. I remember when I first played too, I got stuck at that Twin Snake boss for a while. I was like, God dang, dude, this guy isn't messing around. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to Jizos or where I'd buy them or anything like that, so probably grinded for 3 hours like an idiot. So, back to the story. Godot got a visit from a secret friend. He says, hey man, you want more info on what's going on? You go to this cave for some reason. So we've come all the way back to the point where we started the game, and now we're going to leave again. Yeah. Guillemot, my least favorite Star of Destiny in the entire series by far. That guy's something. Ace almost gets left behind. Do a quick swap there. I'm putting Ghetto in the back because if I fail any runs here, I don't want him to take damage before the upcoming duel. I'd have to really think about what boss I've been stuck on for the longest amount of time in my gaming history. I'll tell you what though, recently it was the top secret boss battle fight gauntlet in the combat simulator in the FF7 remake. Man, I just couldn't get it. And I refused to watch videos for hints or anything like that. I'd get to Bahamut and just get wiped out. I finally did it. Alright, so we're at the North Cave. We're going to go up this spiral dirt mound right here. Oh, these guys again. Alright, good. Gotta kind of hug the wall here because there's a ramp that you can use to go down as a shortcut. Come on. Or if you're not paying attention, you can just kind of run right down it by accident. Man, those guys are following me. Those jesters and those skeletons. You guys better chill out. Yeah, right there. You can fall right down if you're not paying attention. Oops, sorry. It was only a matter of time. Please don't do this again. Thank you. Now we're gonna go down. Very similar spiral dirt mound. Make sure we're all healed up, or at least Ghetto is, because now we're gonna duel. First duel in the game, I'll talk about duels. Duels are a staple of the Suikoden series. Really kind of a rock, paper, scissors type of game against you and a singular opponent. You've got options of attacking, defending, and death blow. Attack beats defend, defend beats death blow, and death blow beats attack. What's unique about the Suikoden 3 duels is they have a very, very visible, HP bar where it's kind of different ticks instead of one solid bar. And also it's got a priority gauge. So if you're doing well in the duel, you get to act first even if you make a wrong decision. Fun fact about this duel against Duke, this is the only duel in the entire game that you have to win. Come at me. So we know all the options beforehand, so we know how to react. That little gauge in the middle that just moved right, that's the priority gauge. He attacks, enemy will go first, even if you make the right choice. But after turn 1, the priority is on my And now it's even further on my side. So I can make a few wrong moves and still act first. Oops. Well, I messed that up. Okay. Okay. So we did it. Interesting thing about that duel, and a few others actually, is that sometimes your opponent can get stuck in this loop where he's constantly defending. And because you're at such a low level, and you've only sharpened your weapon to level 8, you might have noticed that when I was attacking, when he was defending, I only did 2 ticks of damage. So this duel can last a very long time if he gets stuck in this loop where he just defends every turn, and you're just doing chip damage for the entire duel. Yeah, so when you're talking about duels and you have to win, like I just did, if you lose, it's a game over. You don't just restart the duel or move on with the story. I mean, if you lose the duel, it's literally game over. So this is the only duel in the entire game that you have to actually win. Other duels you can lose, and there's one in Hugo's Chapter 3. Oh, come on. Jeez. There's a duel in Hugo's Chapter 3 where you don't have to win it, but you also can't lose it, where if you lose, it's a game over. If you win, you proceed. And after 10 rounds, if the duel is still going on, you proceed, and the duel just ends. So yeah, you can lose versus Jimba. Yeah, this screen. You shouldn't get a battle on that screen, ever. So the secret source that you're meeting back here is Salome. We'll be seeing Salome and his dumb haircut much more in Chris's chapters, because he's part of that story arc. And also Lewis back there. Lewis with eyes that are way too big for his head. Look at that. Look at those eyes. You used to have that haircut? I stand by my statement. Sorry. Yes, the haircut is part of the story arc. You can't escape it. So for some reason we needed to walk through this entire cave just to get to this nice viewpoint of Lake Castle off in the distance. Couldn't have just done this any other way. Fun fact, if you come back here later in the game, that's where an optional treasure boss is at the very end. And this is also where you would recruit Ayame in a 108 run. Though a rookie mistake is not triggering Watari's dream sequence before coming here to recruit Ayame, because you have to do that. So you can walk all the way here, and instead of Ayame, there's going to be that treasure boss. And you'll have wasted 10 minutes of your time, probably. Yeah, you know, it is a nice view. You're right. Stop talking trash. Yeah, most of the treasure bosses in the game have one really good item. They're always hoarding something really good. Champion's Rune. I would consider getting that in a route if it were viable, but it's not. Am I sure it's not? Yes, because you're never really at a high enough level to have that let go option anyway. All right, now that you made it here, that unlocks Thomas's chapters. Thomas has the small flame to denote that he is horrible. No, I'm just kidding. It denotes that you do not have to do his chapters at all. Completely optional. It is nice, though, that it brings you right to the entrance, so you don't have to walk all the way back through it again. Now, Ace mentions that we should go back to VDZ there and stock up, but we're not going to do that. Going right in. Yeah, the Mount Hightower boss, the giant blue crab, he's got good stuff, too. Mount Hightower is a place we will never visit in this run. You have to visit it in Thomas chapters and in a 108 run, because that's where you recruit your dog. Yeah, Usha is all grown up. She's gotten even better at dodging attacks, I can tell you that. So here's a trivia question. Where is the one location on the map that you never have to go, regardless of what category or what type of playthrough that you do? Yeah, that's correct. Tablet of Stars. Never have to go there. It never even tells you that it's really there. The map expands in chapter 4, and the route opens up there, but you're never told to go there. It's never even really insinuated that you should go there. Leknot doesn't appear. It's just a tablet of stars on the world map that you can go to if you want. There's Peckles. Alright. Come on, guys. All right. Yeah, I'm not saying I disagree with you. If I'm going to rank the games, it's 2, 1, 5, 3, 4. But hey, you learned something new today. That exit fate exists. It's worth a casual. I'd say it's worth a casual playthrough. Just don't speedrun it, and you won't hate the game as much as I do. No, it's definitely worth it going through all the chapters and getting the 108 bonus. You get to play as Luke at the end. That's a pretty cool bonus. Really delves into his character and closes up the story nicely. How long does a 108 run take? About 2 hours more than an any percent run. On average. My best time for 108 is like 13:30. My best time for any percent is 11:40. Yes, masochism confirmed. There's no other reason anyone would ever do this. So 108 is different than all chapters because in a 108 run, you still don't need to do Thomas's chapters. They're always optional, and they just take a lot of time. So for fun, I just did for fun. For fun is the wrong phrase, but for whatever reason, I did it all chapters speedrun, which is basically all chapters is. Oh come on, nice movement. All chapters by default gets all characters because Luke's chapter requires you to get all 108. It just also plays through Thomas's chapters 1 and 2 and Luke's chapter, so that adds, 3 hours to the overall time. Yes, Hio, you can do sub 12, no problem. I believe in you. As long as you don't run it on emulator. So I kind of made a checklist of where I want to be at the hour marks, since I don't have my splits open or anything like that. And on my list at 2 hours was the library. So we're ahead right now. Look at that duck right there, just staring at an empty wall. Guy's awesome. So they kind of just signal that you're ready to go here. We're going to fight 3 battles in a row. And all that work we did for Joker's Magic set is going to become apparent right now. This is also where we find out in the story that Gedo has had the true lightning rune all along. And he's been sandbagging my team until now. Really would have been helpful in some previous battles. So he reveals it right now, which means we have access to use it right now. You also learn Joker's real name, Wang. There it is. Yeah, if you haven't noticed, Giddo's team is basically a deck of cards. With the exception of Jacques, which probably should have just been Jack. Queen, Ace, Joker, you know. Anyway, I'm going to run to the entrance of the town here. And fight a few battles. There's the dog wearing overalls, the cutout for his tail, classic. So all we're going to do is defend, cast Blazing Wall. It's going to hit everyone. And because we upgraded his magic skill, it's also going to go first. And do enough damage to one-shot this entire enemy group. Wow, the 666 damage. Creepy. That's it. Which card is Muto? Muto is the card that does the butt scoot on your carpet that you have to discipline later. Second battle. Oh, the 7 of diamonds, yes. Alright, battle 2, same thing. You just have to adjust the target to Marshal A so it hits everyone. Alright, same damage. This is very weird now. If I have one weakness in this run, it's inventory management. Because it drops like that, it's going to overload my inventory and probably at some point get me frazzled. You don't really have a lot of inventory space in this game, so you don't want rare drops. Time to play the lotto and see if you can get infinite money. Funny enough, that was my original strat when routing this game. Because I said, man, there's no way I'm going to have enough money to do everything I want. But as it turns out, you have plenty of money. We'll finish the end of the game before the final war battle with the maximum amount of money. And then we'll just spend it all. So no lotto manip necessary. Mark of the Beast. Whenever I see that, it's a half-baked reference to me. You've seen that movie. And their friends in jail. He's Xing off the calendar. Anyway. So we're out of Blazing Walls, so we're just going to roll with Thunderstorm. See, True Lightning Rune spell, which again we just unlocked. It's a little bit slower, but it's going to do the same thing, just wipe everyone out. It's a good battle theme, by the way. My favorite in this game. Alright, great, more drops. That's not what I want. That's way too much. Jeez. So anyway, those 3 battles are over. Now we're just going to mash through more story text for a while. And then we're going to the Flame Champion Hideaway and end this chapter. And we'll move on to Hugo. Lottery odds, yeah, they're not in your favor. Well, some people do that soft reset thing. You know, you wait the amount of time for your lottery ticket to be valid, you save, and then if you don't win, you just reset until you get it. There's also something you can do with rare finds in this game and in this series. It's a big problem in the 108 run when you're looking for a rose brooch and you don't get it at Ixay. You got to do a safety save and before you check the item shop, and then if it's not there, you just got to soft reset until it is. One of the downsides of 108, the other one being Mike. And if you thought Tai-Ho was bad in terms of randomness, then you haven't seen anything yet, because Mike is another thing in this game that you can lose 10 minutes on. And in fact, I have lost 10 minutes on Mike in his crooked card game, Kabu, where all you have to do is win 2 hands in a row. You wouldn't think it would take that long. But one of the runs I did, I think it was Ghetto Flame Champion 108, where I lost 10 minutes and 100,000. What's the failed run count at? Too many. There's already a few that I've failed 4 runs for each battle at. That's too many for me. SRD, your request is denied. I will not showcase Mike. Kabu percent is its own category. We'll do that some other time. I did highlight my experience with Mike. I think that exact example I was talking about. Because I was so appalled by the fact that I lost 10 minutes to a card game. And all that money. And when I finally won, I didn't even realize I won, because apparently I don't even know how to play. And no one knows how to play, because I got 3 10s, which is a 0 in that game, because it's your second digit. But I guess if you get 3 10s, you just win. At that point, I think Mike just said, all right, this is the mercy rule. I'm going to let you go now because I have stuff to do. So here. At least I've never lost to Billy. All right, fun story about Billy. Billy is another guy you recruit here at Lake Castle. He's Melville's dad. He's also a grifter who loves card games. And to recruit him, you have to beat him at his own game. Was it Guppo, I think it's called? So anyway, I'm doing a 108 run. And to recruit him, you have to have an S-class statue, which are insanely rare to get. But you do get one after the Twin Snake battle. If you take the question mark item that's in the treasure chest, it's always going to be a Hextall S. So you get here, and you place the Hextall S in your treasure room. You exit, re-enter, and then Billy will be there, and he'll play you for the statue, essentially. Now, if you lose, that means to get him again, you'd have to find another S statue. And there's not very many of them out there, and it's such an insane time loss that your run might as well be over. So, because of that, I would always safety save in the castle lobby, because it's a quick reset if you lose the game. But I'd never lost the game before. I was like 9,000-0 against him. So I think it was a run with Chris as Flame Champion on a 108 star. So I go down there and I'm safety saving in the lobby. and I'm just talking out loud, which is the biggest mistake. Talking about how this safety save wasn't necessary and I was going to cut it out because I've never ever lost to Billy. And what happens? I go upstairs and Billy just shreds me. Like it wasn't even fair. So I immediately ate a live crow on stream. And we'll keep that safety save in forever. Well, Chrono would know the lore of all the bath scenes. Alright, so when you're going through Yaza Plain, you want to take the north exit. This allows you to go right into the Amur Plains. If you take the south exit, you gotta walk all the way through Brass Castle. What's interesting about that little route that we just took is it will no longer be available at some point in the run, which just means more time walking through Brass Castle for no reason. Oh no. These bunnies are deadly, don't let their appearance fool you. Guys. Yes, these are the killer rabbits. The lightning wielding bunnies. Thank you. Come on. What's up, LCC? Welcome to Suikothon. If anyone doesn't know, LCC did the legendary run of Suikoden 5 way back in the day. That's my personal backstory of how I found Twitch in the first place. Press 1 in chat if you want me to recruit Kathy. Oh, come on. This guy... we didn't get enough votes, guys. Sorry. To recruit Kathy, you have to stop, talk to her twice, and then count all the horses on the field. And then talk to her again, and then answer 3 questions. And if you get it wrong, she walks away, and you have to come back later. Anyway. So, I didn't even know Twitch existed. I didn't know about speedruns. I didn't know what any of this was. I was playing Suikoden 5 one day, and I was Googling something about character recruitment or something. And one of my search results said, Suikoden 3 Speedrun by LCC. And I thought, what the heck is that? So I clicked on it, and it took me to this website called Twitch I never heard of. And I see... and I see this guy playing Suikoden 3, and it says, and I see a timer and everything. And the immediate first thought in my head was, this guy is out of his mind. This is going to take like 40 hours. But for some reason, and I can't explain why, I kept watching it. And I kept watching it. And I watched it. And then I watched it some more. And then I got sucked into this speedrunning abyss. So that's how it happened. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't for LCC. it's inspirational and sad. And if you ever want to go back and watch that speedrun, which is legendary for a few reasons. One, the castle name. But two, he's got a disk read error at one point where where George Prime is sitting there and the voice just keeps skipping over where Ferret is talking to George. And he just says, George, 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 George. And he had to reset and reload the game because he got stuck in the infinite combo. And that's what my now loading screen / webcam is all about. George just running forever. He's stuck. I laugh every time I see it. George, 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 George. Nice, clean walk through here. This is another place in the game where you can get a really deadly and just a savage time loss for failed runs. You've got copper suns and these little brain orb things. These other demon ladies. It's one of those runs in the game where if you fail it, it can cost you a minute. Will I ever do a Suikoden 5 speedrun? Yeah, I will. See, here's the plan. I started with the worst possible speedrun to get it out of the way. And then from there, it's uphill. Or downhill, I guess, wherever you want to. Yeah, uphill. Because we're doing a speedrun with no breaks, longer than a minute and a half. 5 hours in. Tech smashing. Failed runs, stop chance, war battles. Very little redeeming qualities here. Alright, you want to make sure you're at full health. And we'll throw some armor on them. Whoops. Am I good here? Yeah. Okay. Just for safety, I'm going to throw 3 Geisels on. You do not get a chance to heal or re-equip after this chapter is over. You do, but it costs you some time to do so. And that is the end of Ghetto's chapters. So now we switch to Hugo, and I got a minute to take a break, so I'll be right back. All right. What a long break, right? Welcome to this game. Yeah, there are glitches in this game. Oops. But none of them would be useful in a speedrun. Yeah, you know, I don't know if you want to call Chris 99 a glitch or a trick or whatever. Sweet. True, any percent coming soon. That kind of implies that you're going to move on from this game at some point. Yes, I will. I can only take so much. I don't hate myself enough to keep doing this game forever. That's a good way of putting it. And yeah, the Chris 99 glitch would take literally hours. It's not worth it. We do use Fubar a lot in this run. He is very powerful. Ladders are definitely glitchy for Luke and Chris. They're so glitchy they can't even climb them. Oh yeah, Sergeant Joe. Everyone introduce yourself to Sergeant Joe. Yes, Sergeant Joe has been known to teleport around the battlefield. We might see it today, who knows? Fat duck with no pants. Sergeant Joe has my favorite line of dialogue in this game. I won't spoil it, but I will point it out when it's about to happen. As far as ducks go, there's a side quest in this game which allows you to recruit Kid, the investigative reporter. And if you want to see a duck, you do that side quest, because the duck in that side quest, he does the most twisted form of yoga you've ever seen in your entire life. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. You watch that skeleton move, it's nuts. Three dialogue options here. Gotta pick them all. Yeah, he makes Dalsum from Street Fighter look like an amateur, dude. Like, his neck is twisted 360 degrees, his leg is over his head, his torso. I don't even know. I don't know how to explain it. This is not on emulator. If you run this, the emulator game, the version of this is something else, man. It's so slow. When you cast a magic spell on emulator, it takes like 10 minutes. It's disgusting. And the like flashback sequences are like cut in half, and the top half has like all these pixelated bars on it. Dude, it's nuts. If you want to torture yourself, then play this game on emulator. Hio did a run of this on emulator recently, and I almost couldn't take it. There's Lulu. General theme of Suikoden games is that your friend will die at some point, or someone close to you will die at some point. Fun fact, Lulu is actually not a Star of Destiny. A great fact is that we will get to watch him die. Twice in slow motion. And then again in a flashback. Yeah, no one comes back to life in this game if you recruit all 108. Jimbo will be a great party member for the 2 times that you actually get to use him. And those windows are very short as well. So, do not use him. Useless to us. So Hugo Chapter 1 is all about running errands. We're going to go all the way to VDZ. There's a difficult set of 2 battles there. But nothing bad's ever happened. We'll be fine. So I switched the formation there at the village because if you run into an encounter there with 2 bunnies and 2 purple creepers, it is actually worth fighting. It doesn't take that long and it really boosts your levels up for the next upcoming battle, which can be difficult. And here we're at Brass Castle. Place that we will be going through many, many times over the next 10 hours. Oops. Out of the way, duck. It's going to be your first encounter with one of the other main characters. Boom. Lulu just being a pain already. Doesn't get out of the way. Please step aside and make way for Salome's haircut. Surprised Lewis walked right into Lulu with those giant eyeballs. How could you miss anything? There's Chris, the real Chris this time. The Suikoden, I like that. Yeah, that's good. Alright, gonna make a quick stop here. Let's bump up a wind magic. This is gonna allow us to manipulate the turn order and have our magic go first before the enemies. Gonna bump up Sergeant Joe's water magic as well. Sergeant Joe may have 1 or 2 casts of Breath of Ice, depending on his starting magic stat, but it isn't as important as Joker's starting magic stat. It just makes things a little bit easier in the second battle in the upcoming town that we're going to. Well, I mean, it makes it better. It makes it absolutely free. But you don't want to plan on them having to, because you never know. You won't know until after the first battle. Did I just forget to remove that rune from Lulu? That's fine. There's a rune shop in the upcoming town. Oops. Yeah, it's fine. Forgot about Lulu again. Big surprise. I should have made a separate timer. It's the countdown till Lulu dies timer. We can all look forward to that one. Yeah, there's some extra stuff. You know, what you're supposed to do, what the story is kind of telling you to go do, is take that pentacle that Jimba gave you and deliver it to the Wyatt household. You can actually do that, even though it's completely optional and we don't do it. But if you're worried about money, then it's a good option because you can make a quick 10 grand doing so. But it takes 5 minutes to do that, so we just skip it entirely. I like that category. It's a good one, Gabe. All we do is play Hugo Chapter 1, Chris Chapter 1, and then the run ends in Chris Chapter 2 during the flashback. Dude, Mel is no joke. If you're doing Thomas's chapters only, or even if you're doing Thomas's chapters all together with everything else, Mel is the savior of that scenario. She is very strong. And in fact, I think she is arguably the strongest character in the game when you're exploiting weaknesses, fully powered up with her Devil Doll rune. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Yeah, she's actually very strong. For some reason, no griffins allowed in this town, which is a shame because that would have made the upcoming battles completely free. Instead, now we have to rely on Wind of Sleep hitting its targets. Switch our formation a bit, separate each unit. The reason you want to do that is because you only get to use one move per buddy pair in this game. So in the upcoming battles, what the strategy is going to be is to put the enemies to sleep. And if you use a rune with Hugo and Sergeant Joe was paired with him, he'd use the rune, but then Sergeant Joe would go and attack. Now what you don't want to do is use Wind of Sleep, have it hit the targets. Let's say it hits 1 out of 3 targets, and then Sergeant Joe goes up and attacks that one unit that got put to sleep. That's not going to be good, because it's just going to wake them up, and then they're going to be able to attack you. What's up, Luca Blight? Fubar will make a grand entrance before we leave. Anyway, we're here, and this is part of one of the only times in the game where you can really sequence break. If you even want to call it a sequence break. I'll describe it when we get to the inn. Yeah, right here. So because I forgot to take the rune off in Brass Castle, I gotta come here and do it now. We're gonna sell that rune for a lot of money. There's Augustine, yep. Just chilling, staring out the water. So we're gonna sell that. Sells for a lot of money. We're also gonna sell Lulu's equipment. We'll keep the lunchbox though, because who doesn't like lunchboxes? Now we're gonna go to the blacksmith, sharpen some weapons, which is gonna be a huge help in the upcoming battles. Take Sergeant Joe up to max. And Hugo as far as we can. It actually works out almost perfectly because you just need enough money to stay at the inn 3 nights in a row, which I think is 300 each night. So we got 1100. Now we'll see if we can get the game to skip over itself here. Watch Hugo's movement. Yep, there it is. There it is again. Got it twice. For whatever reason, and I wish I could describe how it happens, but that's just, it triggered sometimes when you're like holding down the analog stick coming out of that screen transition. I've seen it happen at Brass Castle too, and also Mountain Path. It's kind of weird. So we're trying to deliver the message from Karai Village. But this knight is like, no, get out of here. This game is comfy. As long as you never need to use the bathroom. Good suggestion. I don't know what my neighbors might think about that. The classic red herring of a black cat. All right, so now we're gonna go to the inn. Oh, there it is again. So the game wants you to stay at the inn, go back to the council building, stay at the inn, go back to the council building, and then stay at the inn again, and finally go back to the council building. But you can just stay at the inn 3 times and save 1 billion years. So that's what we do here. Yeah, one of the very few things that we can skip in this game. I wish. I go right into the Sindar ruins, no problem. This is like the doctor's office, right? We wait all day just to get inside. Now we're in the waiting room. Now the doctor's office. And we gotta wait some more. That's right. That's exactly right. So all that was for nothing. Now I gotta go back to the inn. And then the story will proceed. All right. Yes, 12 hours, 15 minutes, a good estimate here. How many breaks? 0. Literally 0 breaks of 1 minute, 31 seconds or greater. We get a 1 minute, 30-second break at the beginning of Chris's chapters. We had a little over a minute at the beginning of Hugo's chapters. And we've got a handful of 45-second breaks here and there. So yeah, you really got to be prepared if you ever want to run this game. It's not very friendly. Speaking of not friendly, we got sold out by the council members. Now Leo and Percival are gonna chase us out of town. Thank you. Well, I've got snacks. Don't worry about it. I got cashews. I got sliced apples. At some point, I'm just going to stop carrying and chew directly into the microphone. All right. Here's another potential run ender right here. You are weak, underpowered, you have no griffin, and some soldiers are going to try and take us out. But that's not going to happen. Not on my watch. Unless Wind of Sleep misses, and then it will be on my watch. Alright. Cross your fingers for Wind of Sleep. Okay, that'll work. Although I wish it wasn't the knight. Yikes. Okay. Alright, we win. Oh, come on. Really? Jeez. So the bad things that can happen there are as if Wind of Sleep misses all 3 targets, in which case you better cast it again on turn 2. You do have 4 uses of Wind of Sleep, 2 in that battle and 2 for this battle. But if it misses all the targets again on turn 2, your run's over. So heal up. You're going to walk up this ramp. We're going to get ambushed again. Same strategy, except for Sergeant Joe is going to use Breath of Ice. And I did not pay attention to see if he had 1 or 2 casts of it. We'll find out. Yeah, Lulu isn't going to do any damage, so I'm not really wasting time even attacking with him. Okay, so he's got 2, which means this battle is free. That's fine. Come on. I went from being fine to not fine. I hope my team gets out of the way of this. Yikes. Okay, well, we're still alive. So, that's over. Alright. Crisis averted. See ya. See ya, knight. How many casts he has is not consistent, that's correct. It's either 1 or 2. It'll depend on his magic stat. And right after a potential run ender, we have another potential run ender. This time in the form of a dialogue option choice. Option 2. We love option 2 here. There's our boy. Option 1 means you fight that battle, and because you've depleted all of your resources in the last 2 fights, you will not win. I can guarantee you that. Make Hugo and Fubar there. You auto walk to Zexen Forest here. Oh, don't worry, we'll be visiting a village full of ducks. Shortly, actually. Right in the next 20 minutes. Ducks everywhere. None of them wear pants. So we get Fubar back for Zexen Forest, but we're gonna go to Brass Castle and he's gonna get kicked out of our party again. Which sucks because we're gonna somehow end up in a stove, which for some reason is the secret passageway under Brass Castle. Which there are, of course, monsters, which means you can fail runs. Which means you gotta be prepared. So we're gonna use these tasty lunch boxes right here. Those beetles with the orange shells are pretty much harmless. Though if you fail a run against them, it's a very, very slow failed run. Is Suikoden 3 or 5 better? The answer is 5. Five you can watch tomorrow. Being run by Close to War. An actual good speedrunner. Three is just very different from the first two. It really rubbed people the wrong way. And then they went along with that with 4, which corrected some problems, but then created some new ones. And they finally listened to all the fans and they gave us what everyone wanted in 5. 5 is made to be reminiscent of 2, really. But the story in this game is good, the characters are good. It's just the battle system that rubbed people the wrong way. You know, you've got 6 characters, up to 6 characters in a battle party, but you can only make 3 decisions per turn. It's it's like a buddy pair system. So you have 3 columns basically, and you can only make 1 command per buddy pair. So if you want to cast 6 magic spells, that's impossible in this game. What happens is you cast 1 magic spell and you leave the other member of your buddy pair to, you know, you leave him to his own devices. And sometimes he does stuff that you don't want him to do. So it added a lot of strategy to the battle system, but it also took away a lot of freedom. That's what a lot of people don't like about it. And I agree, I mean, it's a fair criticism. The Trinity Sight system in this game is also... Like, I love the idea. It's the idea that you play through the story through 3 different viewpoints. But the implementation I'm not fond of, because you do so much retreading and backtracking, and it just, as a result, the story takes a really long time to get moving. It's kind of a turnoff for most people. That and the camera, like this camera angle, no one likes it really. The classic Suikoden camera angle is much better, kind of a top-down view. Yeah, those are the main complaints, I'd say. Yeah, exactly. You know, you feel like I want to be in control of the situation, not left to randomness. And some people don't even follow the orders. You know, if you defend on a turn and you have certain party members in a buddy pair that you defended with, they won't listen to you. They're just going to go and attack anyway. They have that berserker stat attached to them. So it's kind of annoying. And then some people like Nash won't do anything. Like if I use a magic spell and I'm paired with Nash, Nash just stands there and does nothing. Could just attack. He doesn't. He doesn't even defend. He just literally does nothing. Yeah, Berserker AI is for certain people, like Steve Lance mentioned, Halleck and Fred. Landis does it as well. But yeah, I mean, the continuity of Suikoden is what a lot of people like. You know, all the little Easter eggs, the returning characters, the overarching theme, the true runes. And yeah, you can argue that the graphics of this were kind of gross. The war battles are a lot different. They got some good things about them and bad things about them. They used your real party stats and life and equipment stats and your skills and everything. That's all taken into account. But it's on a grid-based system and you don't really have a whole lot of control. What I think would have helped a lot is if anyone played Ogre Battle for the Super Nintendo system. You know, it's kind of the same thing in theory. You've got one group going against the other group and, you know, you attack and you don't really have any control over that. But in Ogre Battle, you can at least select your strategy for your group. Like you can choose your party to attack. What were the 4 options? Leader, weak, strong, and something else? I think that would have been really cool to add that element to this war battle system. Because you kind of just engage in battle and you just watch it play out. You don't really have any say in what happens. Anyway, we're hiding out in a furnace. Which again, yeah, the 4th option was best. Yeah, thank you. They're chasing you because they just chased you out of VDZ, and they're trying to capture you. Because the council is kind of behind this overall theme, kind of in cahoots with Harmonia, which is being manipulated by the main villain of this game, and they want their plan to go swimmingly. And Hugo delivering a message of a peace treaty, it does not go along with that. But they don't know they're being manipulated yet. They're just kind of doing their job. Anyway, now we're down here in the basement. Fubar not welcome in this castle. It's kind of a short 3 or 4 screens down here, so it's not too bad. And we're coming up on everyone's favorite part of the game. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff in the series. Kindness glitch is cool. A lot of stuff's been figured out about Suikoden 2 in particular. If you're around Sunday evening, watching Zero do a run of 2 is going to be really entertaining for everyone. I suggest you tune into that for sure. So we made it, which means all we need to do now is make it through the Amur Plains and we get to see the greatest death scene in video game history for the first time. We're almost there. We're almost there. Yes, that's exactly right. We've got our Griffin back. Oddly enough, this will not be the last time that he is kicked from our party when he shouldn't be. So there's a really great example of a fast failed run. If I get 100 of those, I'm fine with it. Almost time, that's right. I'm like Pavlov's dog. I just instinctively start salivating in my mouth when this moment comes up in the run. It's great. I'm drooling right now. Yeah, Linus may show up, you never know. Alright, the auto walk to Cry Village. The best part about this is that it's also a time for a 50-second break, so I'm just gonna not speak and let everyone enjoy the scene as soon as we get to that point. Alright, let's go. Awesome. Is that supposed to make us feel bad? I believe that was the intention, but Konami just had no idea it would have the exact opposite effect. Yeah, no Fs for Lulu allowed in chat, otherwise you'll be banned. The only thing you should post is the generic Twitch guy with the thumbs up emote. Thank you. Don't worry, we'll get to see it again soon. This time from Chris's point of view. You can actually duel Chris right there if you want, but it's going to take some time. Wipe out asking the real questions. If this game had voice acting, I wonder what direction they would have gone with for Sergeant Joe. I mean, would they have just gone full-on Donald Duck? Thrown us a curveball with Mr. T? Or somewhere in between? That's the end of Chapter 1. On to Hugo 2. Hugo 2, where nothing happens. We skip some battles and choose some dialogue options and mash some texts. Yeah, I think Mr. T would have been the right choice for Sergeant Joe. Speaking of ducks, Duck Village. Now, there's one thing this game is known for. It's having a pretty good soundtrack in terms of town themes. This is one of them. So, enjoy Duck Village. Good theme. Pretty cool place too. Yeah, this is a candidate for someplace to live. However, in about 4 hours from now, we're going to visit the true greatest village in RPG history, Almakenon. A village in the forest with nothing but chicks. Which also has arguably the best town theme. Maybe in RPG history? I don't know. It's tough to top Almakenon, that's for sure. Yeah, dude, DuckTales. The theme for DuckTales was legit. It was a great show. Kuput Forest, lovely theme. No, wrong. No one gives Hod Village enough credit. I agree with that. I mean, if you're going to talk about unique town themes, Hod Village in Suikoden 5 is definitely at the top of the list. Anyway, here's Lily. Lily from Suikoden 2, who's all grown up and has a real attitude problem. I was watching Sugar Bear play Phantasy Star 4 last night, and I forget the girl's name. Alice? Yeah, Lily is like Alice. No BS. Yeah, Almakinon is great. Unfortunately, we only go there one time in the entire game. And if you didn't know, there are rules to speedrunning Suikoden 3. Rule number 1, no talking over Almakinon. So when we get there, I'm just going to shut up. I'm not going to say anything. Just let everyone enjoy the music. Probably about 4 hours from now, if I'm guessing correctly. Yeah, the problem with Lily is she's a little bit aloof. She needs to balance that out. A little less aloof, a little less demanding. Although Sergeant Joe has a quick zinger. I don't know if we already passed it or not. Actually, I think it's coming up in this room right here. Right before you leave, you see that text box come up. He says, hope she was an only child. So for some reason, she's came all the way from Tinto to search out Flame Champion. She's got her 2 bodyguards with her. And she hires us to be her guide. Oh yeah, we just picked up a cool 2 Gs. Now instead of resting, despite the fact that we've all been traveling for a while, she's like, alright, let's go right now. No resting. Yeah, here it is. Sergeant Joe. Hope she was an only child. We'll get to see more of Lily's attitude later. After we pick the Flame Champion. She's gonna scream so loud that the screen is gonna shake. Coming up, we're gonna go through the Ancient Highway here. And we're gonna meet up with I believe, I don't know if it's the lore or actually in-game. Anyway, call them the Destroyers. Luke, Uber, Sarah, and Albert. And when you're playing through this game casually, you usually end up fighting Uber. What most people didn't know is you can actually skip the battle entirely. It's weird though, because to skip the battle, you have to choose the option that says, yeah, let's go in for a frontal assault. So, a little counterintuitive. But it is possible, and we are going to do it, because it saves time. I forget what if you do choose to fight the battle and you do win, you do get something. Some sort of badge accessory, I believe. Yeah, what's interesting about Luke's chapter at the very end of the game, if you recruit all 108 stars, it's not just static every time. It actually plays out depending on the choices you made through the actual game. It's kind of cool. Yeah, no refund on those frames. Gotta save them. Somehow she found the secret button to move that rock. Really, the only time variance in this chapter is going to be going through this ancient highway right here and seeing if we get out unscathed without any failed runs. Well, Luke's still going to lose regardless, but each time you do that chapter, it'll probably play out differently. Come on. Alright, that's not bad. What we don't want to see is the Death Knights here, who have a very long, slow animation of attack. Spider is fine. Alright, here we are. This is another location we'll be coming back to much later in the game. We'll get through that door eventually. And when we do, it's going to be the world's most complex maze that can be solved by just taking 2 very quick right turns. I mean, you think they would have designed it so it would be at least somewhat complicated, no matter what route you took. But to get through the Sindar ruins in Chapter 4, all you do is make a right turn, and then make another right turn. And then you fight Sarah. But they're going to try and open this door and be unsuccessful. Luke's plan to destroy the grasslands, not as foolproof as he thought. But yeah, you gotta check the right dialogue choices here. If you do so, it skips the upcoming battle with Ewer. Ah, yes, I forgot Albert's alias. Man in Coat. Well, SRD, you're too late. We read the instruction book before we started the game, and we spoiled it for everyone already. Sorry. It's not a duel with Uber, it's an actual full-on battle with him. The duel comes up in Chapter 3 at Shisha, and that's the one you cannot win no matter what you do. I think some people have game sharked it to actually win the fight, and even if you win, the story plays out like you lost. Where am I? Yeah. Yeah, this one's not too bad. Yeah, you got Hugo mounted on Fubar. Pretty solid. So what we just did is say, yeah, we're going to go for a frontal assault. And this is Lily's version of a frontal assault right here. There you go. Nice frontal assault. Yeah, Wiley, that's right. The game just continues on. Yeah, like I mentioned, a lot of people don't even know that option exists. Honestly, I didn't until I started timing dialogue choices and I realized it and I said, I never knew you could skip that battle. Yeah, that's not a battle you want to fail a run to. Come on. Alright. I'll take that. They also have this attack where they can split into 6 different versions of themselves and slash all your party members. Yeah, we've already skipped a handful of battles. We skipped the battle with Boris in Godot Chapter 1. We skipped the battle with Duke and his team, and then Luke and Sarah in Godot Chapter 2. We skipped the duel with Chris in Hugo Chapter 1. We skipped that battle right there. And we'll skip maybe a few more and lose to a few more on purpose. And this is another battle you can skip right here. Actually, a set of battles. You can go enter the fray down there and beat up on some soldiers, or you can just chill up here, which is what we're going to do. Option 2. My favorite option. Is Exit Fate intended to be played with the controller? Great question. SRD can answer that if he's here. I don't know. Another fun fact, if you do Chris's chapters before Hugo's chapters, you will meet up with the same scene in Chris's chapters, obviously, but you have the opportunity to duel Lucia right here. But if you do Hugo before Chris, then that option goes away. So we made it from Duck Village to Great Hollow, where all the lizards hang out. This is the lizard village. And after Cry Village got burned down, everyone kind of retreated here. So this is the hideout for the time being. If this isn't elevator music, I don't know what is. This is just classic elevator music. That's Lulu's mom, in case anyone wasn't aware. And now we get to tell her that her son died. And the rest of this chapter is really just mashing through dialogue and dialogue options. And then we're going to meet up with Jimba. Then we're going to come back inside. Hugo, or Fubar, is going to be kicked out of our party for some reason. I think it's the game's way of trying to make it harder for you. But what they didn't consider is this time you can go right back to the southwest corner of this Great Hollow area and just add them right back in, which is exactly what we're going to do. I forgot the Great Hollow theme was interrupted by all the sad music too. It's a shame. I'm sure it'll kick back on soon enough though. And they've all left the party. Oops. Nice, dude. Thanks for that tier 2 subscription. Awesome. Now we gotta make sure we hunt down Lily because she still owes us another 2 Gs. Alright, music's back on. Little quick detour here. We gotta come in and grab a hammer from this guy. Iron hammer. We need that to recruit Peggy, the blacksmith, which we'll be doing next chapter. And then he'll be sharpening all our weapons before the final battle. Now we get some background lore about the Flame Champion here. Anyone remember the rumor of the Flame Champion? After you pick him, you get to take over his outfit and weapon as well. Count me in as a sucker who believed that one. I'm not falling for that one again. Trust me, I think that was one of the suggestions, actually. Dude, my uncle's cousin has a dog, and the owner of that dog works for Konami, and he told me. It's legit. Now, see, here you're asking for your 2 Gs. And they're like, by the way, we're broke and have no money. So Lily, trying to be a hustler, tries to pull a fast one on you. Says, yeah, we're going to, yeah, don't worry. Trust us, we'll get it. We'll get it, don't worry about it. Spoilers. We're never getting that $2,000. Got fleeced. And just when you think you were gonna move on with the story, you're wrong. We're gonna try and leave. Our boy Jimba is gonna be there to stop us. What's really cool is in Suikoden 5 to see the prince in the Queen's Knight outfit at the end of the game. But speaking about Suikoden games character deaths, the 1 in 5 is probably the actual saddest, at least in my opinion. Gremio dies in Suikoden 1, and it's amazing because he narrates his own death as it's happening. He's locked on the other side of that door, and he's telling you how the flesh-eating virus or whatever it is, the spores are eating away. It's like, yeah, man, I already feel bad. You don't need to tell me exactly how you're dying right now. Yeah, you know, and it's one of those RPG deaths that means nothing because he just comes back to life later. That mechanic made just a classic from Final Fantasy IV, where everyone dies, except that no one dies, except Tella. Alright, now we can finally move on with the story. But first, like I mentioned earlier, Fubar got kicked out of our party for no reason. So we're going to go to the inn. Talk to Anne. It's all about being in charge of your party. And we've got an open spot down there, so who gets it? This guy. And that's going to make things much easier in Hugo Chapter 3. Now we can leave. Yes. Lulu is Tella. And yes, this really is Lily's chapter. When you're around Lily, it's all about her. That's the end of Hugo's Chapter 2. On to Chapter 3. Come on, guys. All right. Yeah, these running animations are pretty goofy, but yeah, you're right. 4s are much goofier. Tactics. I'm working on tactics. Was not ready for Suikothon though. Maybe next year at Suikothon 2021. Where I can pass this game off to some other poor fool. And I can move on to better things. Oops. Yeah. So we're going to mount Hugo on Fubar again. Because we will be fighting some battles later. And they're all going to be very easy. But for now, we're at Lake Castle. We're going to spend some time here. And another classic thing about Suikoden is the complete lack of direction at certain points in the game. Every game has this issue where sometimes you're just following the plot and you just don't know where to go. And most of the time it's not even that you have to go somewhere, it's just that you have to talk to someone. And that moment in this game is in this chapter. And I'll talk about it when it happens, but it's a little ridiculous. It's such a great question about how long a tactics run would be. I really don't know. Tactics games are never as long as you think they are because, you know, lack of random battles for the most part. Lack of a movement of any kind, right? It's all just menus. Some battles are fast, some battles are slow. Some battles you need to do some grinding in. All that stuff. Yeah, you guys are right. The text is very slow. Heck yeah, that duck's on my team. That's Sergeant Joe. The duck who doesn't wear pants. Looks like he needs to lose some weight too. Oh yeah. We've already been to Duck Village. Village full of ducks. Well, we'll be back there later. Ducks versus beavers. I mean, I go beavers on that one. For the sole reason, like I mentioned before, there's a beaver in Suikoden 5 that has a mohawk, wears a leather jacket, and carries around a guitar. That guy's awesome. This is just sad. He's like, we'll let you stay for free, but we could really use the cash. And we're gonna go up and say, yeah, we're staying for free. And then Fat Mozart walks away defeated. Lily already in a crabby mood. Well, Sebastian was very rude when we walked in, so he kind of opened the door for being mistreated. That's my excuse anyway. What's up, super dude? Hello and welcome to Suikothon. Weekend-long marathon for Suikoden speedruns. We're smack in the middle of the awful block, aka Suikoden 3. A speedrun that takes 12 hours. At which point we can arguably not even call this a speedrun anymore. But we're here. I appreciate the support from my fellow Samurai Showdown players. If this run dies, I'm just going to boot up Sam Show and show you guys a bunch of stuff in training mode. So I hope you're all ready for that. Is the duck playable? Of course he's playable. You got other ducks that are playable too. Yes, yes, Gugino the Suikoden. Nice, dude. Thank you for the sub, super dude. Nice. Thank you all for sticking around again. If I could say one good thing about this speedrun, arguably the best part about it is that it starts slow, but it ends with a lot of action. Which is, I think, better than if it were the opposite. Hugo for Flame Champion? Maybe. The good thing about this route that I'm using today is that it leaves it completely open-ended, where I can choose whatever Flame Champion I want. Yeah, the Suikoden world has many animal races. We've got ducks, we've got beavers, lizards, dogs, cats. Yeah, elves and dwarves, of course. Yeah, if you love animals, you love Suikoden. Plenty of animals. Suikoden 5, you can actually even recruit a giant snake. In Suikoden 2, there's octopus that you can recruit. What else? What else I got? I got a griffin, just like this game. You got a unicorn. No weasels. Yeah, there's a turtle, a giant turtle. Flying squirrels, of course. Yeah, this game has a dragon as well. And a giant... I don't know how to describe it. It looks like a giant mosquito, honestly. Yeah, dragon horses. There's a werewolf, that's correct. Hey, what's up, Andy? How's it going? Dang, dude. I really appreciate all the Samurai Showdown players showing up today. Thank you. Sun Zero Ken too? Dang. What's up, Ken? Sun Zero Ken, by the way, has one of my favorite emotes on Twitch. And there it is. Sugar Bear just dropped it. Mina, my girl Mina from Samurai Showdown. Just firing an arrow. Everyone subscribe to him immediately. It's useful for all occasions. Oh yeah, and of course, how did we even forget vampire bats? Bats in general? Yeah, this the Suikoden universe is stock full of different animals and races. Will there be restroom breaks? Honestly, Andy, that's a great question. In this game, the answer is essentially no. Which is why no one speedruns this game, except me. a few others. But when we're talking about breaks, the longest break that you get is 1 minute and 30 seconds. And that's about at the 5-hour mark out of a 12-hour run. Aside from that, you get a minute here, a minute there, and a handful of 40-second breaks. But that's it. So, I described the strategy for speedrunning this game when I first started. But essentially for me, it's the same every time. You don't eat for 4 days. And then you get a one of those water bottles that's in like a hamster cage, you know? Where you have to depress the valve with your tongue to get water. And you just casually sip on water. Barely enough to stay hydrated. Otherwise, you risk permanent kidney damage. And for a game that no one cares about, it's just not worth it. RGB gaming catheter. Oof. Is Suikoden 3 World connected to 1 and 2? Kind of. There's some overlap in familiar locations. Anyway, this is the war battle system in this game. Although this is a fake war battle because nothing actually happens here. Yeah, I'm also sitting a giant pile of cedar chips as well. Just to make it legit. So this is one of those war battles that nothing happens when you play it from this perspective, but if you do Thomas's chapters, which again are optional in the speedrun, you do actually play out that battle. And from a speedrun setting, it's actually kind of a huge point of possible failure because normally going through this game, all your characters are underleveled anyway. I mean, that's the truth for most speedruns for RPGs. But I mean, Thomas is just at level 1. He's more unprepared than any other situation in any speedrun RPG ever. So that's a big point of contention, but we're not doing that today. So anyway, so while we're running away, these guys are going to try and chase us down, but all we're going to do is shred them because we went back and got our griffin. There's everyone's favorite duck, attacking with a giant axe. There's 1 of 3. Like I said, you just auto battle through these. That's how easy it is. Shout outs to Cedar Chips. There we go. You're not worried about anyone else, only Hugo and Fubar, because again, you're going to want skill points for them going forward. If all the other party members die off in those battles, it doesn't mean anything. And one more, though. Alright. That'll do it. So if you didn't add Fubar back into your party at the Great Hollow, those battles actually become kind of tough. That's how much of a difference he makes. And it's just odd that they kick him out of your party for no reason. It's almost like they wanted to make this part harder. But again, you can just go back and add him back in before you leave Great Hollow and you're all good. Yeah, Gugino, the Griffin's name is Fubar. And this, you know, I think this was released before that became an acronym, right? What is this, 2000 something? Or maybe it was around the same time. Either way, that's the name. Has it been an acronym for that long? Yeah, well, maybe they did it on purpose then. Does anyone know the Japanese name for the Griffin? That's not good. That sound effect, which is different than the normal lightning magic sound effect, means that lightning is going to hit all your party members. Interesting. You learn something new every day. I guess that's just when I first heard it, way back in the day. I guess he could have been named after a vacuum cleaner, though. Cool. Alright, back here. We're actually closing in on the end of chapter 3. And then we get to move on to Chris's chapters. And depending on how Chris chapter 2 goes, that's really going to define how this run is going to end up. Enjoy elevator music in the meantime. Now at this point, Lily and her bodyguards say, "All right, we're gonna go grab that extra $2,000 that we owe you. But you're gonna sit around here like an idiot and do nothing." Realize that you're getting fleeced, so you say, "Hey, we gotta head over to Brass Castle and hunt him down." This $2,000 is a lot of money. We need to cash in on that. So this path is going to open up. We're going to run right over here. And for some reason, there's going to be this giant, I don't know what you call him, tribal warrior here, along with a randomly, stereotypical knight. And they're going to just join up and hang out for us, join the party. Because they're looking for the Flame Champion too. Yeah, Halak and Mua. This is another situation in the game where you got to make sure you check the right dialogue option. Because if you don't, you're going to get into a battle that you are not prepared to fight in. These two. Fun fact, you can actually walk around the detection box for these guys. Go through Brass Castle and recruit Jean right now if you wanted to. Unfortunately, there's no real reason to do that. We get her later for free anyway. Well, now, every time I walk through Brass Castle, I'm going to think of that Ricky Martin song. That's interesting. So yeah, you gotta make sure. This time it's option 1. Usually it's option 2. But you can check out, this time what's gonna be different and fight these guys. Make a small adjustment here. There we go. Yeah, I remember that jam back in the day, man. MTV Total Request Live, that was always at the top. What? Dang. Every day you learn something new is a good day. Ricky Martin trading cards. Yeah, I agree with Sugar Bear. Anyway, these two guys join you out of the blue. Speaking of trading cards, there's also Suikoden trading cards, apparently. I've never seen them myself, but one of the guys in here has them. Oh, man. All right, on to the blacksmith. We got the hammer earlier, which we're going to use to recruit this guy. Since we're here, we're just going to upgrade Hugo's weapon real quick. Might as well. It's going to make things a bit easier in the upcoming battles. And also right before we get the True Fire Rune. And then we're going to meet up with Apple. Apple from Suikoden 1 and 2. Also in 3. One of the few characters that's been in all 3 games, the first 3. Futch is the other one. Yeah, that's correct. Good question. The animals don't have weapons they use sharpen. They just have a really, really high base attack power, which is why they're so powerful in a speedrun. Unfortunately, we only get one of the 3 in this game, which is the one that, you know, comes with us by default. But there's also a dragon and a giant insect slash mosquito thing, which has optic blast, which is pretty awesome. But that one takes the longest to get, so it's not worth it. Rookie mistake, though, for anyone running this game. You do have to talk to this lady. If you don't, you will not be allowed to progress the story. She's the one that actually opens up the map location for our next destination. Very easy thing to miss. Sorry, Chrono. Not an option. Nice, dude. Thanks for hanging out, super dude. By the way, for all the Samurai Showdown players here today, I'm working on something. Well, I'm working on 2 things. One, it's a gift for all you guys. So stay tuned for that. And 2, something more tangible that we can all enjoy. I'll try and do my part. It's not ready yet, but I'll let you guys know when it is. Alright, so on to the end of this chapter. You got 2 options. You can go through the ancient highway there. If you do, it's a little bit faster. However, if you run into even 1 encounter and fail 1 run, it's slower. So I like taking the scenic route through the plains for one very specific reason, and that's you can let go all the encounters. So there's 0 chance of failing a run going through the plains. Honestly, I thought it would be done by now, but we're getting close. We're getting close. It's specifically for the people who stream Samurai Showdown, which is all of you guys. Yeah, the one exception to that is the area boss. You cannot run from the area boss, but it's a rare encounter. Not likely to happen. press 1 if you want me to recruit Kathy. No, it's too late. Sorry. Not enough votes. Jeez. Plenty of encounters, though. So again, I just let go all these. I don't have to worry about failing a run, taking any damage, or anything like that. Alright, Kuput Forest. We've been to Lake Castle, which opens up recruitment for all characters, and we have an empty slot in our party, which may mean we may get Landis here. We're not going to try to, though. If you want Landis, you go right here on that intersection on the second screen, and you just run around in circles. And he may randomly show up in your party. And speaking of area bosses, jinxed myself there. Hey Angela, how's it going? That's not good. So again, you can see the Berserker effect though that Halleck has. I'm running away, and he's still attacking. Jeez. I'm doing good. I hope you are as well. Both of you guys. Okay, so that was a little scary. You can tell it's an area boss by the animation that appears before the encounter, and of course the music as well. So we got bodied there, but it's okay. Still alive. We are poisoned though. Well, it doesn't really matter that much. Oh, and also Zero's awake. Wow. It's almost 4 p.m. We were betting on the over-under on when you would wake up and show your face around here. Everyone bet after 4 p.m. Oh, you've been lurking, okay. Yeah, honestly, guys, all these Sam Show guys that are here, dude, thanks a lot. That, pretty cool for you guys to check this out. I know it's really not, you know, it's the exact opposite of Samurai Showdown, but cool to see familiar names in the chat. Appreciate it. And these beetles, they're not threatening at all to fail runs from, but they do take a lot of time. I mean, this attack just is just, it's too much. It's doing 1 damage, but it takes 20 seconds. Alright, thank you. I agree, Chrono. I've never seen Zero in a chat before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Ever. Alright, so we do have another quick 3 battle gauntlet here that we're just going to roll through. Because again, we're overpowered thanks to having our Griffin. Just an auto battle is fine here. This is also where you might see Sergeant Joe do his teleport thing. Every time I see it, it's always here. So keep an eye on the duck to see if he fades out and back in real quick. Yeah, Mua is an absolute beast in this game. Heavy armor and shield have a lot to do with that. One of the original final war battle strategies I had was to recruit Estelle and Rhodey and Almakenon, remove the wall and Firefly rune from Rhodey, and equip them both to Mua, and just put him in the lead position and just watch him take 1 or 0 damage throughout the entire war battle. Which is legit. It's a legit strat, it just takes too long to make it worth its while. Yeah, it's very slow. It's cool. It's a cool strat, but it's slow. Yeah, exactly. Alright. I'm gonna heal Hugo just to be safe. He's the only one we really care about. Now we got my boy, Sergeant Joe, with one of the corniest lines in the entire game. He's got these insects flying in. They're gonna come down and he's gonna hit him with this gem. Permission to land denied. Doesn't get much more corny than that. So once Hugo reaches a certain level, you notice that after he attacks with the Griffin, he also adds an additional slice. That's a huge hit though, almost 1,000 there. Halleck's dead, that's fine. Sergeant Joe with the trash talk, following up with a huge miss. So that's the 3 battles. Coming up right after this, we're going to duel Uber. Don't know if there's an HP gap because I don't think you ever get even close to that. It's a probably a Game Shark question. What happens when you get to level 99 in Suikoden 3? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the damage cap is 9999. Although you're not likely to get that in one hit. I think Mel can come close, fully powered up against a enemy that's weak to fire with her Devil Doll. So we're gonna come down here, we're gonna recognize the girl who killed my best friend. Yeah. Wily Bird is, I'll just give him the authority on all questions like that. I trust what he says. You say you want to strike, and then Nash steps in front of you and pulls out the tiniest sword I've ever seen in my entire life. Anyway, they leave. We're going to go back up and do a duel real quick. I think maybe, yeah, it would have to be Unite Attack. I am in Landis with Violence runes that are both activated. That would probably do it. Because we use IMA and Landis in 108%, and they do 5k no problem on the final boss. But they got double strikes on with maxed out sharpened weapons and damage skill. So, yeah, that's something to try, actually. I'll play around with that later. Yeah, yeah, the Fusoya that looks like the bottom of a mop emote. That's a good one. Alright, duel with Uber. Let's see if we can win. Opening move, death blow. Nah, we're dead. Bodied. Yeah, that would definitely do it, the Jongler rune. Probably just have to have the right setup. Have violence activated. Definitely not feasible or something they're actually trying to do. That means they gotta take damage as well. Yeah, we were so close. We did one chip damage and then we lost. Chrono, how dare you say that? The guide that just shredded us will be the ultimate real barrier at the very end of this run to see how this run goes. That's the joke about him. At the 11-hour mark, we're going to get into a war battle against him and a bunch of other people, and depending on what he does is going to depend on how good this run is or isn't. Yes, dual stats are based on your real stats, which is why I sharpened Ghetto's weapon at the beginning of this chapter, so he did more damage in the duel with Duke. And that's also why I sharpened Hugo's weapon for the duel that we're about to do right now. If you want to win this next one. And I'll talk about that in a second. There's Wan Fu right there for all you Samurai Showdown guys. There's a Star of Destiny, and his name is Wan Fu. And he's a bum that lives in the bottom of this item shop right here. And to get him on your team, you have to pay his food bill. Anyway, we're buying more Jizos here. We're going to need them for later. We're also going to check this out. We got a Chief's hat. This is completely optional, but it is nice to have. Since Hugo has a natural stat in heavy damage, Chief's hat ups that by 1 rank, so he'll critical more often. Yeah, classic Wan Fu. Do skill improvement items do anything if you don't have that skill? That's a good question. So some skills are very unique to certain characters, and they only appear when you reach certain levels. So in this case, the answer is yes, because he does have heavy damage, but otherwise, I think it's not the case. Very few people have heavy damage in this game. Nash is another one. And now we got a duel, back-to-back duels. This one, you don't have to win, but you also can't lose. So what that means is you have a 10-turn limit. If either one of you isn't dead at the end of 10 turns, the battle just ends. It's a very unique duel, the only one in the game that's like that. So you've got two strats that you can go with. One, you can try and beat him, which is fast most often than not. Or two, you can just sit here and mash the defense button, which can be faster depending on what his actions are. The benefits of mashing defend is your cursor stays on your last input, so you don't have to, you can just mindlessly mash through this battle, not read anything, not bother to react to anything, and it'll just end in 10 turns. And in the event that he gets stuck in kind of a defensive loop, if you're actually trying to beat him, then in some cases mashing through defend is faster than actually trying to win this battle. But again, it's going to depend on what he would have done. Yeah, lizards do not have that skill, you're right. Heavy damage, of course, is a skill that's unique that allows you to do double and triple damage. Alright. Good battle theme. The unfortunate thing about him doing Death Blow is the appropriate response is to use Defend, but since he's back there firing Hadoukens at you, it's not a dodge and attack, it's just a dodge. And now he's getting into this defensive stance, where all he's going to do is defend. And again. Okay. That's better. He's back in this defensive stance right now. Again. 1 HP. Alright, so that was pretty bad. We didn't do anything wrong, but he just stood there and defended it all, except I wasn't counting how many turns that was. I don't know if anyone else was, but if it was 8 or 9, it probably would have been faster to mash through defend in that case. So if you're not familiar, the duels in this game are a rock, paper, scissors type of event. It's a one-on-one. You got 3 options: attack, defend, and death blow. Attack beats defend, defend beats death blow, and death blow beats attack. and they indicate what their move is going to be based on what their dialogue is. So you've got a sheet in front of you with all the answers, basically, so you're kind of cheating already. So I know exactly how to respond. Sometimes it takes a second to find the dialogue option that I'm looking for, but so you can see that it in some instances it may be faster just to mash through defend on that one. Yeah, he calls the flame chump comment. That's another good one. You can't use death blow if he's defending. He'll just dodge you. And yeah, so at the bottom of the screen, you have your HP bars, and you also have that little cursor that flies back and forth above the HP bars, and that's the priority gauge. So depending on the decisions that you make, it affects the priority. And at the start of the battle, it's even. So you both choose an action, they both are completed. But if you choose the right action, the priority moves in your favor, and when it comes down to it, you will attack first if you both make a decision that isn't counterintuitive to each one. And that's also another good question. It's arguable to choose the wrong decision on purpose to get him out of a defensive stance, because he may or may not do it. And then you lose priority, and it can slow things down. It's basically just this duel in particular that's kind of a problem. But, you know, we made it, so it's all good. Sergeant Joe is drunk. He's hungover. Literally. And we're going to see a part in the game much later where Lewis, the child with the gigantic eyeballs, is also drunk. Yeah. Underage drinking. So this brings Hugo's chapters to an end. We just got to walk through the Flame Champion Hideaway real quick. And we're just going to fill some party slots while we can. Because again, you can never be too safe in this game when it comes to failed runs. Especially if you bring Mua along where he just tanks everything. That's probably the only person you really need to bring. No, here we are. Yeah, you can avoid a 0 damage round. And yeah, Chris 1 incoming. The thing about speedrunning Suikoden 3 is that Chris 1 is the most dangerous chapter in the game. For one very specific reason. There are random encounters when we're going through Zexen Forest called spark beetles. They're like those beetle enemies we've already seen previously, except they're green. And for whatever reason, they have access to some of the strongest lightning magic in the entire game, which does 900 damage split between party members. And that's really not good for a chapter 1. And failing this run is also not good. Alright. So the way around that is just to take a small detour to buy more of these sacrificial Jizos, which are an auto-revive item that you can have up to 3 of per person at any given time. So you really negate that entire risk of walking through Zexen Forest, getting into an encounter with a bunch of spark beetles, failing the run, and having them use Soaring Bolt, and just ending your run and wasting 5 hours of your life. So instead of risking that, what we're going to do is, again, just take a small detour to buy a bunch of Jizos early on, equip them before we make that walk, and negate all, chance of that happening. Although if that did happen, if we ran into that encounter and we failed you know, 6 runs in a row, and they did that to me every turn, that would be very impressive. We'll probably make it onto one of those biggest speedrunning fails of all time video montages. So your party's inventory is all separate at this point. Ghetto has his own inventory. Hugo has his own inventory. Chris has her own inventory. We're going to buy a bunch of Jizos with Chris, specifically because she starts with 200 grand, which is a lot of money, and we're going to just use half of that on Jizos. So again, end of the chapter, we're going to heal here, and we're going to throw on these Jizos to Hugo, so he'll be ready to go at the beginning of chapter 4. So 2 out of 3 characters are done. Yeah, so resources aren't shared until really you get access to your castle vault. At the start of chapter 4, all your money is merged together, but your inventories aren't merged together. You will carry on the inventory of whoever you picked as your flame champion, and the rest of the items in your party's inventory will all be put into the castle vault that you can retrieve later. And you don't get that until you get your actual castle. Anyway, time for the longest break in this game. I'll be right back. Just in time. Yeah, so Ghetto was first because of Joker's magic stat. That's really non-negotiable because you can reset on that every 4 minutes for, you know, however knows how long. Hugo is second because of the battles at VDZ that we did in town against the 3 soldiers where we needed Wind of Sleep to kick off. And Chris, and yeah, it does skip some options for Chris's chapters, so it's more efficient to do it that way. But like I said, this would be the most dangerous chapter, but we're going to negate all of that by making a detour to buy all these Jizos early. So essentially, it's something to be worried about only if you don't do what I'm about to do. Yeah, it used to be scary. It does cost you about 1.5 minutes, but I mean, you know, that's worth it. Good question. You can ask C Glance why we're not doing Tier Chris. he was going to run it. And then he said, nope. Chris's chapters are definitely the most interesting from a gameplay perspective. Although my least favorite part is where we are going to go through that Kuput Forest location 5 times in one chapter. And you know, that just gets annoying real quick. I mean, it's just literally one after another. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But on the plus side, we do get to visit Almakinon and listen to the best town theme in the series. And maybe in RPG history, arguably, it's that good. But we're still, I don't know, 2 hours, 20 minutes maybe? She definitely has the most action. And her chapter 2, like I mentioned before, there's going to be a war battle in chapter 2, and how that goes is going to have a big impact on the overall time of this run. So we'll see how it goes. But at this point, I'm really not worried about anything ending the run at this point. You know, a lot of the options where something really bad could happen, we've all gone past most of those. There's still a few though. Exactly, until the 11-hour mark. And if I try and describe that right now, it won't make any sense, so I'll just complain about it 6 hours from now. And honestly, it's not likely that it's actually going to end the run. It's just going to be just such a massive variance in what the time's going to be, depending on what Uber does in that battle specifically. Okay, so instead of going back into Chris's house and resting and moving on with the story, we're going to go walk back to the council building, which we were just at. This is all just time loss right here, so you can add it all up. Go into this door here for the shops that are kind of somewhat hidden. The game never directs you to go here, but they are here. Now we've got 200 grand. Jazzos are 5 grand each, so we're just gonna load up. All right, just dropped a quick 90 grand right there, no problem. So essentially that's activating easy mode. So nothing can stop us now. We're just gonna get auto revived at every turn. Good question, Kev Crispy. We have sharpened weapons a few times. I did it for Ghetto in his chapter 3. I did it for Hugo in his chapter 3. But other than that, we are just gonna wait till the very end, right before the final war battle, to do all the menuing. That was the kind of strategy and direction I wanted to go with. You don't see a lot of shopping. You don't see a lot of menuing. You don't see a lot of anything that I do. But right before the final battle is where I defer every single thing that I do, so we're going to spend a lot of time at all our Lake Castle shops. There's going to be 4 stops that we're going to make. The Rune Shop, get all the double strikes and violences that we need. We're going to stop at the item shop. You know, stock up on Jizos. We're going to go to the blacksmith, get everyone's weapon sharpened, and then go to the dojo, Wuhuan, and upgrade some skills. And that's going to prepare us for the rest of the game. Who's the Flame Champion going to be? I haven't decided yet. It's open-ended. I can pick whoever I want. Yeah, the problem is that even if you do prep time with Chris and upgrade her weapon and skills and all that stuff, it may or may not pay off for you. The war battles in particular, the one in Chapter 2, you may not even use Chris, because this is a situation where if Chris dies in battle, it's a game over. So you really don't want to use her anyway. Kind of relying on your teammates to do the job, but we'll use her if necessary. But when you start adding up the time it takes to leave out of a menu, go to the blacksmith or the dojo at Brass Castle, spend all that time sharpening the weapons and upgrading your skills, it adds up really quick. I mean, we might do Chris as Flame Champion so we can show off what most people have probably never seen before. She's probably the least picked Flame Champion, I would say. Fubar for Sam Show. Hey, you know, we got Warden, so why not? Yeah, Chris is not known for her magic skills, that's for sure. So she honestly is probably the, I mean, from a skill perspective, giving her the fire rune is, you know, not the best choice. I think she gets a C in fire magic, which isn't that great. Yeah, each option has its own benefits and drawbacks. You know, there's really no one cut, clear and concise answers to who's fastest. You know, speaking of horse movement, Chris does get her horse. No one else gets an animal to ride. That makes her movement quicker through all the plains and stuff like that. That adds up. But she loses time because she gets an extra 2-minute scene when you acquire the True Water Rune. Then again, in Chapter 4, instead of fighting the 3 battles versus Sarah, she remains on the war battlefield and only has to survive for a few turns. Which probably saves time, but then again it also is a downside because that's a big point in the game where you get a lot of levels and skill points that you kind of want. Yeah, dude, Doug Village music is legit. game has a lot of good town themes. All Makina on number 1 though, for sure. And yeah, that's probably how most people play it out. Hugo is Flame Champion. Chris gets water. Godot has lightning because he already has lightning. So why would you give him something else? That's true. Hugo does get his zebra slash antelope slash whatever you want to call it. He gets it for exactly 2 screens in Yaza Plain in Chapter 5 when you go from Lake Castle to Brass Castle, and that's it. And while the horse is actually solid running animation, that is not. Looks backwards to me. Speaking of horse, they actually refer to that thing as a horse in this game. Whatever it is. You make the call in Chapter 5. Yeah, dude. George is going to be tired by the time Close to War gets booted up with 5. He run it for 12 hours. As for what's going on in the actual story, this again goes back to Hugo's chapters when you were just delivering a message of peace to Zexen, which got intercepted and got you chased out of town. This as well is Zexen and the Lizard Clan saying, hey, let's all meet up for a peace summit. But what nobody knows is that the main villain is manipulating everything behind the scenes, and it's all going to blow up on our face. And speaking of blacksmiths, again, we're going to bump up Chris right now. You see that plus 23, which is much more than this plus 10 right here, and that's because at certain intervals, your weapon will actually change names. And whenever it changes names, it gets a big bump to attack power. So that's going to make a big difference. Wow, you started with 4? Well then yeah, 5 was... that was quite an upgrade. Five is great. Everyone should play 5. Though the fairly common critique of 5 is the same thing with this game. That it just takes so long to get started. You know, from a story perspective, you're just kind of doing monotonous tasks for quite some time. And, yeah. That's true for this game. It's true for 5 as well. One of the only bad things I'll say about it. Yeah, and 2 is a very common answer for best game in the series. And honestly, you find it on a lot of best games of all time lists. You know, usually in the top 5. It's in my top 5. I'll put Suikoden 2 in top 5. Yeah, lack of a world map really held back the exploration in this one. Though you do have options to go over different places. It's just not the same when you're walking through the same 4 screens of Zexen Forest all the time. Well, that's an opinion you don't see every day. Listing 5 after 4? Dang. Other than that, that list looks alright to me. Oops. Yeah, the creator left kind of during 3, didn't he? And yeah, Gun Leon, the tree with glasses that you can never run away from. That guy's the best. Not only can you not run away from a tree, he's rooted in the ground. He's wearing glasses, so he can't even see you anyway. Explain that. What is my top 5 game list? Ooh. Well, we've got 6.5 more hours, 7 more hours to debate this. I'll answer that question right after this war battle. So, this is the first real war battle in the game, even though then it's still a tutorial. To speed it up, what we're going to do is retreat with number 4, retreat with Roland, end the turn. The enemy is going to advance, but they can't do anything because they're not adjacent to me. Unit 12 is going to appear, and our objective is going to change to escape to the right. So all we need to do is take out number 12. And you'll kind of get a taste of how the war battle system in this game works if you don't know already. But I'll go into it much more detail in the next one. Basically, your group engages into an enemy group, and you just click fight, defend, or run away, and then you just watch what happens. I'm not controlling anything right now. This is just up to the computer. If you kill the leader of an enemy group, then you win the battle. That's what you want to do. And we did it. Sometimes Roland will not complete the kill on that, and you gotta do cleanup with a second attack unit. So we're just gonna move right. Everyone gets 1 action per turn. Roland took his when he was attacking, so he's stuck there. He's probably going to get attacked by one of these units. Yeah, number 9. So we're going to intercept, and we're just going to retreat. Normally, when you retreat, you have to take 1 round of damage from the enemy opponent. Sometimes you'll get a successful retreat, though that's pretty rare. You got to be prepared to eat that 1 turn. And when you retreat, your unit moves back. They can't do anything else because they're not adjacent to me. And the first war battle is going to be over because all we need to do is move 1 unit to that exit spot. There we go. Now it's going to bring us out to the Amur Plains, and we're going to exit. We're going to go to Karai Village, and then we're going to see everyone's favorite death scene for the 2nd time. Yeah, you should play them again. They're good games. You know, 1, 2, and 5 are, in my opinion, must-plays. 3 is good for a casual. 4 is good to just experience it. Yeah, I don't have too much to say that's bad about 5, aside from the slow start. And also the villains, I think, are kind of weak. Like, everyone loves the villain in this game. And yeah, of course, the insane load times for every random encounter. And by the way, the village is burning, we're torching it down, and we're just taking a nice leisurely trot. No running allowed, for some reason. Five does do dirty politics very well, you're right. Alright. We get to see Lulu die again. Remember, anyone who puts F in chat will be banned automatically. Instead, please consider using the universal Twitch emote with a generic guy thumbs up. Time for a quick 45-second break for me. Starting right now. Thank you for the triple thumbs up. Well, don't worry. If you want to see that again, we'll see it briefly in terms of a flashback. Yeah, you briefly get to see it a third time when she's, it's like a flashback scene. Alright, how's this for a top 5 list? No particular order. Suikoden 2, Shadow of the Colossus, Final Fantasy Tactics, Okami, and Super Mario RPG. Yeah, Salome haircut too overpowered. Sam Show best fighter. We'll put it in the 5B slot. Oh, Kami's great, man. I'm a sucker for originality. There's nothing more original than playing as a wolf that can use its tail as a paintbrush to manipulate the entire world. Nice crit. So these two battles right here are pretty easy. Just use Breath of Ice with Salome and attack with the rest. One more. Listen, if a guy with Salome's haircut walked up to me and wanted to borrow a horse, I'd tell him to go pound sand, honestly. Alright, to advance the story, all you need to do is walk up to the northeast corner of this village, and that's it. We'll be back at Brass Castle soon. You skipped a lot of freshman year of high school for Okami. Dang. That's impressive. I think you like the game more than I do. But it is good, though. Honestly, it's a must-play in my opinion. Five Suikoden games, a couple spin-offs, top 3 characters in the series? Wow, that's a great question. Whew. Alright, Gun Leon, if you don't like Okami, if you legitimately don't like it, come find me. I'll refund you your money. That's how strongly I believe that you're going to like it. You may have just hated school more than me. Alright, fair enough. That's probably right. That's a really good question. There's so many great characters in the series. What was my top 5? In no particular order. Suikoden 2, Final Fantasy Tactics, Shadow of the Colossus, and Okami. Those are the consensus top 4. Number 5's up for grabs. I said Super Mario RPG, but it might be Samurai Showdown. Super Mario RPG might get bumped down. Oh yeah, I love watching people play that game. It's fun to watch people see how their brain works when they're trying to solve a puzzle, you know? In this case, the puzzle is a gigantic monster. It might be Suikoden 3. No. I don't even think that's top 20. I have not forgotten the top 3 characters in the series question. I'm just thinking about it. There's a lot of characters to go through. Oh, it's definitely a test of tenacity. And it's so, that one in particular, there's really nothing that tells you to go shoot his shoulder with an arrow so that brings his hand closer so you can jump off. It's kind of just that maddening point where you've tried everything else, so you start just randomly firing arrows off everywhere, and then eventually he just moves his hand towards you. And at first you don't even know what you did, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, while on his hand that's constantly waving around. Samurai Showdown RPG, yes. Amazing title. It's a pretty solid list, Scarlet. How many times can I count Lily? Man. Pet Simulator. Okay. So remember all those Jizos we bought? Because we're afraid of some tiny little beetles that can use lightning magic? Well, this is why we did it. This may seem like overkill right now, and it is, but we'll see what happens. So far, so good. One screen. Two screens. See our boy Fred. These two right here will be in the final battle party. Suikoden 5 on your top 5. That's good to see. Nice list. This is actually a battle that I'm going to take. Nice miss, Morris. Nice. So the way levels battle, or the way leveling works in Suikoden, watch the levels. I just jumped 5 levels. In this series, it's actually a really cool mechanic how the experience system works, because it lets you bring your party members that are behind up to speed very quickly, and it also prevents you from over leveling or grinding. It's based on like a difference of levels between you and the enemy, and then how many party members you have in your party, and how many enemies there are total. So we got 2 party members, and we're fighting against 2 enemies that are both 5 levels above us. And those are very easy kills. They got 150 HP, usually go down in one shot. And it's just such an easy battle to get boosted stats with. You know, even 5 levels is going to be something in the next war battle. It will make a difference. So if you get that battle, you should take it. But if not, it means it's not a big deal. We'll be walking through here again shortly for the second chance of finding the beetle, or the beetles that can cast Soaring Bolt. Is there a particular version of each game you should play, Gugino? No, they're all kind of as they were when they were released. It's just more accessible if you have a PlayStation 3 on the PSN network. That's going to be the cheapest, fastest, and easiest way for you to play. Yeah, and there's an exploit here where Kristen gets level 99. It involves you finishing the war battle, dying on purpose, you know, saving before the war battle, finishing it, dying on purpose, going back to your previous save where you keep your stats, and just repeating that over and over again. Of course, that would take 6 hours, and it's just not worth it. Yeah, I really wish everything was on PS4. It's so ridiculous that it's not. Hey, there it is again. Lulu dying. Thank you for the thumbs up. Nice, dude. Legend of Dragoon, that's a great game. Chrono Trigger, of course, no surprise there. So we got another meeting with the council building, and they're basically going to say, all right, Chris, you got to go kill a bunch of lizards. Just like in Shadow of the Colossus, where you also can kill a bunch of lizards. This time it's going to be much harder. And she's very upset about it. But again, Luke's working behind the scenes, pushing his agenda with Harmonia, who's going to push their agenda with these fat cats in this room right here. They're not wise to his schemes yet. Some other good games on these lists. FF6, of course. Chrono Trigger, Suikoden 2. Yes, that's correct. It is one timeline, one world. 1, 2, 3, and 5 are all within the same time frame. Suikoden 4, for some reason, took it back 150 years. So it's very loosely connected to other games. Although if you play 1, you will get the Easter egg / special bonus in 4. It'll be much cooler than if you just played 4 on its own. But yeah, for some reason 4 and then Tactics, which is an offshoot of 4, occur in that, 150 years ago, which is very weird. But I don't know. That's what they decided to do. Mega Man X, Nier Automata. Both great choices. Mega Man X is amazing. Another game that's vying for that top 5 spot for me is Mega Man 2. That's my childhood right there. Alright, so remember early when we walked all the way back to the council building to buy those Gyzos? Normally, you do it right now. You just make a quick U-turn and get those Gyzos anyway. You're going to use them. You're going to need them. It's just wasting that minute and a half to make sure we avoid that first walk through Zexen Forest. We're going to walk through it again right now, and spark beetles are again going to be a possibility. But it's really only that first walk that should ever really give you a game over. Because after this, there's no excuses to not buy the Gyzos while you're right there. Yes, Wild Arms. Wild Arms, my second favorite series after Suikoden. Another series that I think everyone should play. Great series. That's it for Chris Chapter 1. On to Chapter 2. Chris Chapter 2, along with the Final War Battle, this is going to be a very big indicator of how this run is going to go. We're going to be going into a war battle here shortly, where I'm not going to have control over anything. We're just going to see how it plays out. Yeah, thanks for the luck. Thanks for stopping by. Again, yeah, you can check out the vids later. They'll all be up. Yeah, Mega Man 2. Love that game. Love the music. Awesome. Great question. Grim? How did I end up running this game if it's not in my top 5? I mean, it's almost not in my top 5 of Suikoden games, if that makes any sense. No, but when I first found out about Twitch and speedrunning, I've always been a fan of the Suikoden series, but I kind of got stuck in this black hole, which I still haven't gotten out of. You get into speedrunning, you learn which runners do which games. And so at the time, I said, wow, maybe I should do something like this. So I looked at the games list, and Suikoden 3 was empty. No one had done anything on it. So I said, alright, I'd like to be a part of this community, and I'm going to take this on as my project. Little did I know that there was a very good reason why no one ever wanted to do 3. It's for all the reasons we've talked about so far. No breaks, a lot of tech smashing, very straightforward path for the most part. All sorts of stuff. But I stuck with it, and I'm kind of on the tail end of things. Like, I've done speedruns for 80% for all 3 Flame Champions, 108 stars for all 3 Flame Champions. I've done an all chapters run. I've speedrun Thomas's chapters by themselves, Luke's chapter by itself, and maybe I'll do 1 or 2 more after this marathon is over, just while I'm still in the mix of things and I don't want to get rusty again. Okay, clean walk through Zexen Forest, no spark beetles. No failed runs to him anyway. So we're on to the war battle. Yeah, Wild Arms 4 and 5. I love those. That Hex battle system was pretty cool. Cool stuff. I do have notes, Gabe. Yeah, you speedrun a game you love or a game you hate. Well, I used to love this game, now I hate it. No, but I would like to speedrun other Suikoden games as well. Now that I've kind of established that, you know, put my stamp on this one. As far as I'm writing guides to get other people into 3, I need to do that. I don't think I've talked about it so far, but a lot of people have speedrun notes, right? They make their documents, they share it with the community. What I have, and this is not a joke, I'm being dead serious, I have a stack of post-it notes. And you can laugh all you want, it works for me. Because when I'm reading like a big document, and I'm trying to run a game, and I'm looking back and forth, it's very easy to get lost in whatever place you're in, for me. So you kind of spend too much time looking at the document that you got loaded up. And so I said, you know what? I'm just going to write all this down by hand on a stack of post-it notes. And so I've got that in front of me, and every time I do something, I rip off that post-it note, and I put it down, and I keep doing that until I'm out. And then when I want to do a new run, I restack the notes, and I start all over again. And Gugino is absolutely correct. That is the real #1 reason why I did it, aside from not wanting to look at a computer monitor document scrolling up and down. When you write something down, I think that's pretty much a fact, isn't it? And when you write something down, it helps you remember it. And honestly, we've gotten to the point where I've done this, you know, this game, all the categories, all the different Flame Champions, where I've written down notes for each category. I'm at the point where I'm kind of just, you know, glancing over at it. The hardest part is really deciphering my own handwriting, but that keeps my mind fresh too. So my post-it notes work for me, though I do owe it to the people that run this game, even though there's only a few other people, and for people who actually want to come in and run this game to actually make a like a Google Doc for it. So I will do that. I probably won't do it till I'm done with this game completely, maybe in a few months, but I do have plans to do it. Otherwise, I can fax you over my post-it notes or send them over to you on a dinosaur. Yeah, you should, Gugino. Sugar Bear said he's going to do 2. Maybe you guys could, you know, a simultaneous playthrough of 2. But I would suggest playing 1 first, because the connection between 1 and 2 is pretty strong. Got a lot of story scenes here where the group of knights is talking about what's right and what's wrong. Why are they subjugating the Lizard Clan? At that council meeting, Chris was officially appointed the captain of the Knights. Before this game starts, her commander was killed in battle, and the position was left vacant until just now. Now they're having a little meeting here, and we're going to wake up the next morning. And our boy Lewis is hungover. There it is right there, in case you were wondering. Last night's wine that Percival gave him. Underage drinking. Let's go. So right now you have the choice to do a lot of war battle prep. Sharpen your weapons. Upgrade your skills. All that kind of stuff. Or you can just go right in, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to roll the dice, see how it plays out. The hype music. Does your save file transfer over to 2? Yes, it does. And your save file from 2 transfers over to 3. Although, arguably, it's not worth it. But the save file from 1 to 2 is definitely worth it. Alright. One of the top 3 moments of the game right here. This battle isn't necessarily difficult, we just need to get lucky. We need things to go our way. I'm going to move Chris up. I'm going to move Leo down. I'm going to move Roland up. Now we want, in the turn, we want those units 1 and 2 to attack us. Backup arrives. Them advancing is also good. We want them all to advance. Him attacking Leo is good. Leo's our strongest unit. I'm going to counter with an attack of my own. Again, I can't control anything that's happening right now. It's just the computer doing its thing. You really want to finish off this enemy group. That's not what you want to see. So the enemy retreated. That's not good. Not off to a good start. Each battle consists of 3 separate turns. And at any point, you can attack, you can retreat the next time. And they got more backup, and Lucia's moving back. That's also not good. Dupa healing the unit number 2 is also not good. Bazba attacking is a strong unit. That's also not ideal. But we have to counterattack. There's no... You have to stay on offense here. So we're really off to a horrible start, to be honest. But again, this is just how the war battles in this game work, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's also terrible because it does 9 damage. And I'm getting shredded right now. And they're retreating. That's... So far, this is going horribly. Yeah, Suikoden 3 comes at you very fast. Now, I don't like using Chris, but I've got no choice, because Roland just took a beating. Again, if Chris dies, it's a game over. She's going to use her command rune, which again, I have no control over. I just hope it hits. That's kind of a low hit. Again, the main objective is just to kill the leader of the enemy group. I wish you could somehow guide your team to do that. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the job done because they retreated again. So if you're wondering what a horrible Chapter 2 war battle looks like, you're looking at it right now. Let me think about this. I really want this position that Beecham is in. Jeez. Man, these guys today. The attack followed by the retreat is the worst. Now, ideally, number 7 and 6 up there would be in the mix with the rest of the enemy groups. Man, I gotta think about this, because this is not good. So look at those 2 arrows that come in with the word cover underneath them. In this battle, when you're on offense and you have a unit that's adjacent to the unit that you're attacking, you get what's called cover support. And what that does is increase the damage you deal to the opponent. So the ideal strategy in this battle is for all the enemy units to come forward, for you to surround them all, and then just kind of shred them on offense with cover support. It doesn't work when you're on defense when it's the enemy's turn and you're counterattacking, unfortunately. It's only on offense. And there's another enemy unit that we did not kill. But we gotta keep at it. Unfortunately, they're gonna intercept with Dupa, the strongest unit on the field. Jeez. The dodges, the guards. Oh, come on. No. To end this battle, you have to defeat 5 enemy units fully. And we've defeated 0. Okay, I'll take that. There's 1. Again, I'm gonna have to use Chris here. Roland, too weak. Please don't retreat. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Huge critical hit though. Take out Dupa in 1 shot. I'll take that. I'll take what I can get here. Speaking of cover support, it works both ways, so the enemy gets it when they're on offense against you, unfortunately. Now, this guy decided to attack me with 1 unit, so if I can't finish this guy off, it's going to be pretty embarrassing. Okay, so that's 3 down. Unfortunately, this is not going to end well, probably. Yeah, I gotta, there's no way. I'm just going to get destroyed. Lucia's unit attacking with 2 cover support. Yeah, see, look at that. That's going to just, yeah, no thanks. Okay, this guy's going to come at me right there. That's fine. I'm just going to counterattack again. It'd be really nice if I could finish this unit off. I really think I should be able to. Unless he keeps doing that. And retreats. Oh my. That's ridiculous right there. I really don't want to give up that position, but it's fine. Now we get to see what Leo can do. Who would have thought a lizard was so good at dodging? That was beyond ridiculous. Okay, one more. Yeah, Roland using his hit all arrow attack is a disgrace. It does no damage. Oh my gosh. Nice. Was that exact damage? I needed it. Okay, so the war battle is finally over. Again, the likelihood that you're gonna lose that battle and get a game over is it's very rare. But what's not rare is what you just saw, where it gets drawn out forever because the enemy just attacks and retreats and then dodges a million times. And there's just the thing about war battles in this game is there's nothing you can do about it. You just gotta sit there and watch. So I'm gonna adjust my formation here. Percival, put him in the back because he does have Breath of Ice. I'm gonna throw the evasion ring on Chris and give everyone at least 1 Jizo. These battles can be kind of difficult as well. You're under-prepared. Rolling in here real quick. Since the first battle we're most underleveled, I'm going to use Percival's Breath of Ice here. Also going to use Chris's Command Rune. It's good that it one-shots that guy. It's kind of a gamble. Jeez. Man. Lizard's dodging. What a time to be alive. Whew. Okay. Now we've got our team up to level, so we're going to heal everyone. And Did we lose any Jizos? Yeah, that one right there. Battle 2 of 3 coming up. Similar strategy, just no Breath of Ice. We're going to save the last one for the Battle of Shiba, which is coming up next. Dang. Oh, they really don't like Boris. Still one left, huh? Alright. That was alright. Those drops are gonna come back to haunt me. I know they will. Again, re-heal. You're losing any Jizos? Yeah, Boris lost some. That's fine. Now we got the boss battle with Shiba. Similar strategy to the first battle. Yeah, that can. Okay. Nope. Come on. There we go. Nice kill from Leo right there. Nice critical. All right. That's a huge critical right there. Nice. Nice. That was a good battle. These drops are going to crush me. My inventory management skills are weak. Alright. Is this a PS2 game? Yes, it is. And yes, cameras in battle are amazing. Got that close-up of that lizard thigh. So the Shiba battle in Chris Chapter 2, it's basically the halfway point of a run. That's usually how I look at it anyway. Though the second half takes less time than the first half. It's just, generally speaking, we're about halfway through. A good Shiba time is around 6 hours or below it. So we're not really that far off. Yeah, man, thanks for stopping by, Sugar Bear. I'll catch you next time. Appreciate you checking this out. Chris, I can't get upstairs, Lightfellow. That's the name. So overall, it's going okay. That war battle was really bad, but we're still alive, so that's fine. Again, it's useless and futile to get mad about something like that because you got no control over it. Just gotta take what the game gives you. So really, there's only one more instance in the next 5 hours that's kind of stressful. That'll be the fight with Sarah and then the water dragon at the end of chapter 4. And that's around the, geez, I don't even know, 9.5 hour mark or something like that. And then we'll get to the 11-hour mark, the final war battle. Those are pretty much the only 2 stumbling blocks left. Still gotta, you know, keep both eyes open here, but can't get lazy. Can't get caught slipping. But that war battle and the 3 battles after it, it's probably, you know, it's the last main stopping point for quite some time. That is the strategy, actually. We are getting the setup to do open gate. I just hope it works. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be rough. Now, what just happened is Salome was like, hey, man, he just got word that the council knew about all that beforehand and they planned it. So Chris is very upset right now. She's storming off alone to the council building. Meanwhile, the world map opens up and we can go back to Great Hollow, the place we just attacked, by ourselves if we want. I'm sure you might want to do that, but okay. But it's just Chris and Lewis, and Chris isn't feeling very well. Now, you've only got to make it through a few screens here, but the beetles are still, they're still in play. We can still run into them. We can still fail runs. We can still get wiped out. There it is right there. That's what they look like. Alright, we escaped though. It's all good. Make it a few more steps here. Oh, come on. That's the worst, man. Like, you make it a few steps before. Alright, we're gonna pass out here. Bug-eyed Lewis is gonna drag us back to Brass Castle. Yeah, I think everyone dislikes Salome. Like, if that's the haircut you go with in life, then, you know, you brought it upon yourself. Let's be honest here. Everyone's worried about you. They're all checking in. Percival, definitely a ladies' man. So now we're gonna, speaking of Percival, we're gonna hang out with him for a while. Go to Iksei. There he is. The story kind of starts to pick up here. Unfortunately, it comes to a grinding halt at the beginning of chapter 3, where we're going back and forth through the same forest 5 times. And then it starts to pick up at the end of Chris's chapter 3. And then in chapter 4, things really get rolling. At the end of this chapter, we'll have a lot of time to kind of just mash through text. And I'll have some time to really sit down and think about who are the top 3 characters in the Suikoden universe. It's a great question that they asked earlier. I still don't have an answer. Clive, George, and Pilica. Victor, Flick, and Luke. Eiley, Chris, and George. Okay. Definitely want to heal real quick, make sure you're all healed up, because there will be some battles we'll be fighting here. Sierra and Miyake's, I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Miyake's. What a babe. Victor, George, and Kika, yeah. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of great options. A lot of great characters. I'm surprised no one's mentioned the giant snake from Suikoden 5 though. Clearly top tier. Sierra, Nash, Gremio, that's a good answer. Hika, Ted, Sigurd. Yeah, bias for 4, definitely. Tengar, Sagiri, and Clive, or Cathari. The octopus. Alright, walk up to this windmill. I'm going to take advantage of a quick 45 seconds. And that's how long a break in Suikoden 3 lasts, right there. Cosplayed Cathari, nice. And Vicky, also nice. And Julia, man. Top tier cosplay right there. Young Vicky, and Jean. I always end up using Ulan in Suikoden 2. I love her command rune. Shoryuken. There's our boy Nash right here. My favorite Lorelei moment is in Suikoden 5 when she duels the hero. She uses a whip, right? And if you counterattack her one of her commands accurately, she like throws the whip down. It's such a gangster move for your hero to stomp on the whip and then counter the attack. All right, another break right here, back to back. All right, good break. See, that actually would have been great if it was back to back with no text interruption, but no dice. On 5, Lorelei is just really salty that you get to explore the Sindar ruins. And Zweig doesn't want her to come along. She kind of forces her way in, demands that she duel the hero to test his strength, and then just kind of follows along for the ride after that. Necklord, best theme, hard to argue with that. One of the greatest RPG battle themes ever. Anyway, speaking of battles, we got a few right here. Nash, Breath of Ice. They're gonna come up and yikes. Okay. Critical, guard, miss. I'll take that. Just auto attack the rest. They should all be close to dead by now. She's still got her jazzles on from before, so that's fine. One down. Percival's gonna come in. We're gonna fight another one. Same strategy, except you got one more player here. Attack, Breath of Ice with Nash. Nice critical right there, dang. Nice. Yeah, that's a pretty cool part in 5 where you actually go visit the island nation. It's kind of a nod to 4. It uses the, like a remixed battle theme for 4 when you fight some pirates. Bernadette's there. Good character. But here we are, yet again, at another point in the run where you better choose the right dialogue option or you're toast. Option 2. Skips the battle with Sheba and his friends. If you want to fight this battle at this point in a speedrun, I would bet money that you will not win. And coming up after this, we got a duel. I'm surprised no one said Joey yet for best character. You know, he had the right idea, just went about it in a different way. Luke's a good choice too. Yes, that's correct. You do not have to win this battle. And the reason why I was willing to take damage with Chris in the previous 2 battles and not worry about it is I'd prefer to come in here with this battle with 1 HP. Because your real life stats are reflected in your dual stats. And we got about, what, a third? So we're going to make the wrong choice on purpose. Maybe this will do it? Ah, so close. Alright, what's the play here? Alright. 1 left. Nice miss. See ya. So it's faster to lose this in 1 move. We almost got it. We were 1 tick away. Spoiler alert, that's your dad. Yeah, Joey kind of like Delita from Final Fantasy Tactics. You know, similar mindset, I think. Yeah, the Luca boss fight. I mean, that was amazing. Really well done, and it really made you think like that was the end of the game. Now, when I first played it, I'm like, oh man, this is the last boss. And that's what makes the game great. It just keeps going after that. Everything about that is true. even easily destroy you in that final duel as well. Alright, fires have been extinguished. Detour to Ixay is complete. And we are close to the end of Chris's Chapter 2. Best part of Chris Chapter 3 is Almakenon. We'll be there, I would hope, in less than an hour from now. Everything goes as planned. Why did Luke change sides or have a different mindset? It's probably just salty, you know? Born into this kind of fake clone being just as a vessel to carry your true rune. You put yourself in his position. You might be a little upset about that as well. Having all your choices taken from you. Destined to follow fate. You know, the way that, I guess, Leknot says it's gonna go. Legendary hat. Alright. Geizos are a very rare and valuable commodity. Want to make sure you remove these because we will never see these guys ever again. I told you those. I told you the inventory would mess me up. Come on. Every time, man, I just get frazzled. Inventory overload. The real boss of Suikoden 3. Yeah, Suikoden 6. I mean, who knows? Maybe one day. Not likely, though. Unfortunately. There's no real glitches that we use in a speedrun. It's arguably... well, it's kind of arguable what you want to describe as a glitch. You know, Chris level 99 glitch. Yeah, we don't really use any. I'm looking for some, though. I'd love to find some that were actually useful. But no glitches. Not that they'd help anyway, but just call it a glitchless category because there are no glitches that are used or that are even useful. Yeah, it takes hours. Like, I'd be done with this speedrun by the time I got to level 99. And since you're able to level up so quickly to whatever area you need to be in, it's just for fun only. Nice, dude. You got the 108 color intro. That's legit. I've done that once myself. How many times have I played through all the Suikoden games? Well, 3 is obviously the highest on that list, just because of speedruns alone. I've had to have done 2 probably close to 10 times I've probably done 1 5 times. 4, I'm pretty sure I've only done 4 twice. Same with tactics, you know, once as a casual, once as a 108 run. And tactics the same, you know, once casual, once to get all the characters. Tierkris, unfortunately, twice as well. Although I was very hesitant to do a second playthrough. 5, I've done 3 or 4 times, I think. It's a really good game. You were coolest character in 3? Maybe. Got that smooth criminal outfit. It's got the swords that come out of nowhere. Huge damage. True rune. Nice command rune attack. Lightning magic. Dodges everything. Well, I'm not counting me doing individual levels right now, you know, just kind of playing through. If you count that, then, oh man, I don't want to count that. It's going to be a depressing number. Yeah, getting all the characters and tactics is rough. If you want to, you know, go through that Obel Ruins special dungeon a million different times, that's also rough. Chris is a girl, come on now. She's about to let her hair down. When the creepiest Star of Destiny we've seen in a while, Nash just hanging out behind that bookcase in her room. Nothing creepy about that at all. Just scratching at the back of that bookshelf. There is no speedrun for tactics yet. I am working on it. I promise nothing as to when it's going to be complete. Take my time. Jean for best character? Well, you know, she's been in every game. Very popular character. Miki's, though, fine argument for her. You can see Miki's tomorrow in Close to War. Does his speedrun of Suikoden 5. He's probably the most successful, most well-known, most polished runner out of the Suikoden group, I'd say. Plays a lot of games. He's currently doing Final Fantasy VII Remake runs, which are always fun to watch. Very, very talented speedrunner. Yeah, it's a good outfit. Grasslands outfit. So tomorrow's lineup is pretty good. We got Suikoden 5, and then Seaglance is doing Suikoden 1. Zero's finishing it off with Suikoden 2. So, strong day tomorrow. I suggest everyone tune in for that. And if you're up late, or if you're in Europe, Card Stories coming up after this. SRD gonna do that one. I'm assuming he's sleeping right now because he did Exit Fate last night, which went right into Suikoden 4, right into this. So he's probably getting some rest. our encounters down here. We just got to make it a few screens, and that'll be the end of this chapter. Yeah, everything Chrono said is correct. That's it. Watch some dialogue here and move on. If I remember correctly, current world record, Chris Chapter 2, is 6:36. So we're right there. Things are going pretty well so far. Yeah, Card Stories got the graveyard shift, but the video will be up. People can come check it out later. Since this last 12 hours, and I've been up since before that, just to make sure everything's going smoothly. I'm probably gonna pass out after I'm done. Okay, Chris Chapter 3. This is where things will start to pick up near the end of the chapter. Gugino, you playing Suikoden 1 right now? Nice. Oh, Peter, you're in Japan? That's awesome. Whereabouts, if you don't mind me asking? Also, Duck Village music. Solid. Tokyo. Alright, I was at Tokyo last year. That was awesome. Tokyo was my starting and ending point. I made kind of like a big oval. Up to Kanazawa, over to Kyoto, Hiroshima, Miyajima, Osaka, Hakone, and back to Tokyo. And it was awesome. One of the best trips I've ever taken. That Japan Rail Pass is legit. How hard is it to stream with the PS2? Not hard at all. How hard is it to stream with the PS3? Impossible. And not literally impossible, just very annoying. I can't even explain to you how to do it, because when I learned how to do it, all I did was just mimic everything I saw on all the 5,000 YouTube videos I watched. You've got a cable mess that looks like a squid. You've got, I don't know what this thing is called, HDMI splitter. It's very weird. Currently playing Suikoden 5. Nice. Great game. Hello from Korea. Korea, very high on my list as well. I've not been there, but I really want to go. It's a long list that I want to go to in Korea. Yeah, I like to think I covered a lot in the time I was there. I hustled though, man. It was like a different city every day. I was hustling. Trying to be as efficient as possible while seeing all the things that I wanted to see. Nice. People from Germany in here too? Yeah, that's a very common mistake when you reach the end of this game. You gotta have a few different parties to be able to take on the Uber and Sarah fight. Most people go all in with Uber and then they're stuck with Sarah. And the Sarah fight at the ceremonial site is legitimately kind of a brick wall for a lot of people playing through the game first. It's that kindness rain. She just loves kindness rain. Once you figure her out, though, you figure out about Silent Lake, then it's over. Yeah, there were only a few areas where I stayed, a long amount of time. Kyoto was awesome. I spent an entire day at the main shrine there for Shimi and Ari. That place is really cool, especially at night. Oh yeah, more ducks. Yeah, 5 kind of prepares you better for when they split up your parties. Six hours late, that means you're just in time for the good part. We do not fight any treasure bosses in the speedrun. None of them give anything that's worth the time it takes to get it, if that makes sense. The one thing I thought about the Champion's Rune, but it just takes way too long. And you're never going to be at a part where you can let go all encounters based on the levels that you're going to have in a speedrun anyway. Shisha Village, another good town theme. Yeah, sometimes you got to get on that last train. But my schedule was very strategically laid out. I mean, I probably spent over 1.5 years doing research on everything before I went there. So I had everything kind of lined up, ready to go. There is a leveling trick. Unfortunately, it takes 1 billion years to accomplish, and it's really not worth it. By the way, there's the Schultenheim-Reinbach III reference. You can choose it as option 3 when you want to introduce yourself to Yoon right here. Yoon, who is a Star of Destiny, who will not be with us much longer, despite just meeting her. Contrast that to Lulu, who isn't a Star of Destiny, who also died and spent a lot of time with us. Yeah, it's a cool village. Yeah, you can spend an infinite amount of time in Tokyo. Really cool place, that's for sure. I don't really do repeats, but that I would go back. I went there during Cherry Blossom Season 2, which was awesome. So if I go back, I'd like to go in the fall. And then maybe someday in winter on the north side. North Island. Yeah, you can spend all week in Akihabara. Check out a maid cafe. You know. Yeah. I see pictures of Japan in the fall and it just makes me want to go there so bad. Honestly, it makes me want to go there even more than cherry blossom season. And yeah, I'd love to go on the north side of Japan in winter. It looks awesome. Everything looks awesome. And I would even consider going back in summer just to hike Mount Fuji. Alright, anyway, Franz is going to come at us. Surprise attack. But what he didn't consider is that we have Yumi with us now, who has an Earth Rune. Which means she has access to Earthquake, my favorite spell in the game, because it's super fast and does huge damage. The only thing it doesn't do is hit airborne enemies. Other than that, it's the perfect spell. So what you gotta do here is just bump out one of the ducks who's useless, swap for Yumi, and let her rip. Attack Franz, use Earthquake, attack Franz. You attack Franz because of what he's doing right now. He does have lightning magic and you want to stop his chant if possible. Since Earthquake is a 2-turn spell, you will have to survive the first turn. Not that that's hard in this battle, but, you know, save time by canceling that chant anyway. You can defend with the rest, let Earthquake go. It's going to take them all out. And there it is. It's not very intuitive to swap Yumi in right there, because it's, you know, brings out the battle party, but that's the best way to do it. Yeah, Almakeon in the best village, for sure. And yeah, this is a good outfit for Chris. And yes, my original plan was to hike Mount Fuji. I was not aware that it was a seasonal thing, so kind of had to make a choice there, and I opted for cherry blossoms. But I would like to go back and do it someday. Like you said, I'm sure the sunrise at the top is really cool. Yes, we've done Gedo's chapters. We do Gedo's chapters first in a speed run because his chapter 1 is the biggest reset point in a Suikoden 3 speed run. Because what you're essentially counting on is Joker to have a good starting magic stat. So if you did every other chapter first and you got to Gedo chapter 1 and you didn't get a good starting position with Joker, then you would lose an insane amount of time. So Gedo 1, that's what you start with. It's non-negotiable. Gedo is the strongest character, yes. He's the strongest, arguably the best choice for Flame Champion. I don't trust Franz either, and don't worry, he won't be joining us this time. Did you try to play it as a kid? Do you remember what turned you off about it, or what stopped you from trying to play it? It's a great game, man. Once you get into it, it's legit. And then you're like, all right, Suikoden 1 is a pretty good game, but then you're gonna load your save data and follow it up with 2, and then you're gonna be like, yeah, I'm glad I'm playing this. How big is the starting variance on stats? The only one I really care about is Joker's. And it can be anywhere from high 70s to 90. Though, that seems really rare, honestly. I don't think I've ever gotten between anything lower than an 83. And usually it's in the high 80s, which is fine. It's really below 83 that you're like, yeah, we gotta reset. Is Suikoden included in Suikothon? Unfortunately not. No Suikoden, no Suikoden Tier Chris, and no Suikoden Tactics. Strongest of the three. Yeah, strongest of 108, no way. There's way more stronger people than him. I mean, True Lightning is strong, but once you bump up everyone's weapons and, you know, you optimize everyone, Ghetto is not going to crack the top 10 in damage dealers. This is an amazing game. Well, stay tuned. We got about 5 hours left. 5.5 maybe. It's not... It is hard the first time you play it, because if you're used to playing Suikoden 1 and 2, then you're not used to what this game throws at you, and the battle mechanics, and the skills system, and the war battles. So it's hard the first time you play it. You just got to learn the battle system, and then things get much easier. You remember getting destroyed in some ice cavern against the dragon? Yes. You're referring to the water dragon in the Sindar ruins. And he is definitely a brick wall for most people during their first time playing this game. Hopefully we're going to make short work of him, though. We've got it all planned out. So that'll be in about, I don't know, 2.5 hours maybe? Yeah, it's a good time to play through your games, that's for sure. We're all kind of stuck at home. That's why I started speedrunning back in April. I did it in August of last year. Then, you know, life gets in the way. And the plan really is to do it in the summer months for me. That's the easiest time to do it. But, you know, things change. I was stuck at home, so I bumped up the schedule. I did a bunch of runs in April and de-rusted a bit for this marathon, and here we are. And yeah, the Suikoden 2 loading into 3 doesn't really do anything. It's arguably not even worth it. Loading Suikoden 1 into 2 is definitely worth it, and loading Suikoden 4 into Tactics is also definitely worth it. Oh yeah. Yeah, the classic Suikoden 1 elephant dragon noise, that's the best. No, there's no situation like that where you have to swap out other people based on stats. Really, the only thing you need to be concerned about is Joker's starting magic stat. That's really it. That's the only time I ever look at the stat screen. Is at the very beginning of a run. And yeah, that's a great point about the backtracking. I will back you up on that. First complaint I would make about this game is that the backtracking is pretty gross. Too much of it. Way too much of it. You can load 2 into 3. Yeah, you copy your save data onto the PS2 card, and then you load it from there. So you got 2 choices to compensate for Joker's magic stat. One is you reset. That's my option. I was really, really grateful that we got a good starting stat when I started today, because if I didn't get that, I would have asked chat if it was okay to reset. That's how much time you would lose by not getting a good magic stat. You would be better off just resetting and restarting the timer, even though that's not really a marathon thing to do. Reset your run. You know, it's right at the beginning of a run, and I would just have explained that Listen, guys, we're going to lose 30 minutes right off the bat from grinding out battles to get a good, to get level 4 magic before the first boss, or we can just do a quick reset. What do you get from loading 2 into 3? You get, I think, some equipment and like an extra script for a play or something like that. It's really minimal. Like I said, it's really not even worth it. And speaking of backtracking, we've gone through Kuput Forest twice. Seaglance is right. We only got to do it 3 more times. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you'd reset without resetting the timer. That's right. It's just, I can't see... I don't think I've ever seen in a marathon where someone just immediately resets their game. Yeah, and what Seaglance is talking about is what you would need to happen. There's a group of 5 butterflies that you can get into an encounter with on the mountain path. It's a rare encounter, and you need to fight that multiple times. How long is a casual playthrough of 1? It depends on how much you want to do. That is a terrible run to fail right there. That just like makes me stop right in my tracks. Stops my train of thought. You do not want to fail that run. I don't know, I'd say 15 hours, casual, not doing everything, not recruiting everything, taking your time, exploring. Yeah, 20 hours probably a better estimate. So going through the forest with Chris, you do not have a chance to get Landis because we did not visit Lake Castle. To open up Landis, you do have to visit Lake Castle in Chris's chapter 2. You got to watch a cutscene there. It's a few minutes long, and really it's just not worth it. So there's no chance of getting Landis here with her. With Gedo, your party is full, so there's no chance of getting it with him. You do have the shot with Hugo when you run through Kuput Forest on the way to Flame Champion Hideaway. And you do have a shot later on in the game. Yeah, it doesn't drag on. There's no like, oh man, when's this game gonna end? If anything, it's just the opposite. You're like, oh man, the game's over already? Alright. And at that point you make the decision to recruit the rest of the characters or move on to Suikoden 2. Yeah, I'm just using my mic. You guys and your alien technology, I have no idea how that works. Like, you're talking about setting up a mic through Discord? That doesn't make any sense to me, man. You can hear me right now. That's all I cared about. Alright, so this is another war battle. We're going to use this strategy for most of the remaining war battles, where all you have to do is survive. And the best way to do that is to just retreat. You lose this battle if the enemy overtakes your position at the start of the that square to the right of where Nash is right there. But the fastest way to do this is to just stand there, and when you get engaged in a battle, you just retreat. Gabe, you're probably right, but here's the problem. I literally know nothing about computers. I can barely turn my computer on. I can barely... It's amazing, not that I've accomplished routing this game and completing all the categories. The amazing thing is that I'm actually streaming it. That's amazing. And yes, the classic desert internet, where things just drop to nothing. Which is why I wish I could play fighting games online. But when you have a connection speed of... when you pay for a connection speed of 300 down, 30 up, and what you actually get is 5 down and less than 1 up at random points in the day, that's a big problem. It's very annoying. I'm caught in the infinite combo of internet service providers who have a monopoly on this area, and there's no way out. Anyway, back to the game. The strategy again is just to retreat, advance, retreat, advance, retreat, and the battle will end. Yeah, it's insanely frustrating, and that Chapter 2 war battle with Chris was annoying. That was annoying to me, but talking about my internet service is that times 10 billion. Because my mind just doesn't compute how you can advertise a service and then just not provide it. And when you call and complain and you go, and this has been going on for a year now, and their excuse is they'll come out, they'll do 10 tests, they'll show you the results of 1 good test, and they'll be like, yeah, everything's fine. And there's nothing you can do, man. It's crazy. So every week on Monday, I go to work, and when I get my lunch break, I do my weekly email to both Google Fiber, Verizon, whatever their fiber service is, and Starlink, the space internet. And I write them every week, and I say, please, please come liberate us. Please, please, I beg you. The Comcast Touch of Death combo, exactly. Not Comcast, though. Yeah, man, it's just crazy. It's crazy. Well, we offer the speed up to this point, but we never guarantee that. And you're like, dudes, come on. And they got no one to challenge them on it, so they just keep doing it. All right, that's all that is to that war battle. Just advance, retreat, retreat, over. And we'll be seeing that a lot. Is our boy Nash again? Yeah, man, it's nuts. Like, it's just so... And it's infuriating, you know? Because you're caught in the infinite combo. There's no way out. You're stuck. And you'd be like, I'll show you. I'm going to cancel my service. And they're like, all right, bye. Sometimes I just sit here and like do random internet speed tests, you know, and I take screenshots of all this. I use speedtest.net. I use the ISP's own website, which they tell you to use. Like, I have all the data right there, you know. And I've gone through all the troubleshooting. My PS4 is set up through a DMZ connection. I don't even know what that means, but supposed to make it faster. Does nothing, of course. Wired in. There's no splitters in my house. It's a direct coax cable from the street level right to the router. Ethernet cords. All that. Listen, Super Dude, you want to talk about anxiety? I get anxiety watching you play Warden. I can't believe you're so crazy, man. You just roll in like it's like a bull in a china shop. We have exact opposite play styles. I'll wait you out for 59 seconds and get one hit in. You just storm right in. That was so great, your Wednesday night fight performance against Reynald. It's like, dang, dude, I wouldn't even know how to react to this. It's crazy. Yeah, I know. I need to like capture videos, have video evidence, and then it just gets more ridiculous and infuriating from there, right? I really just need Google Fiber to come through. I think that's the answer. Ah, I see. So you're like me. You lose, you take it personally, and then you come back with a vengeance. Like an elephant, you never forget. That's right. Same here. Yeah. So let's get back to Suikoden 3. We're finally at the point where the story starts picking up. And we got a real fight against Uber. Finally get to go to Almakenon. Yeah, Wells, you're right, my bad. It's a very easy tangent to go off on. So there's this invisible force field here in the forest, which you can only bypass if you got the Almakenon girls with you. Yeah, that's such a hilarious comment. This is where it starts picking up. 7 hours in. So there's a force field here. If you try to come through this area without Yumi in your party, you just repeat the same map screen over and over again. I believe it's this screen, actually. You exit and you're right back at the southeast corner. And then you just keep repeating that. It's like Zelda 1, when you try and go through the forest and you can never get out unless you have the right combination of screen movement. Anyway, now we're right before Uber, which means we gotta load up on all those Geisels, all the Geisels we bought earlier. I'm prioritizing, even though we've got plenty. Sometimes you don't have plenty. Chris, Nash, and Fred. So we want them all to survive for skill points. The other people I'm not worried about. Yeah, there's nothing, it's pretty comfy, you're right. There's nothing too tragic or disastrous that can happen, you know, unless you come in unprepared, in which case you kind of did it to yourself. There's our boy, Man in Black, Uber. Yeah, I mean, the run can die at any time. That's correct. You fail a bunch of runs and all of a sudden it's over. But likelihood of that happening, not so much. All right. So we do need to make a quick formation adjustment here. Rico for Yumi, and that's it. It's going to auto-start the battle, so make sure you do that. Attack with Chris and Nash. Use my favorite spell, Earthquake. And Yuri joins the party, so we're going to use her Wind Magic as well. Funeral Wind. So far, so good. Those magic spells are all 2-turn spells, so they'll kick off right now. You recasting lightning magic in this battle is great because it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, and hopefully we can stop his chant. So you look at how fast that spell is, and look how much damage it did. And it stopped his chant. And he's already in Berserk mode, which means he's pretty close to dying already. And he's casting lightning magic again. Alright, he gets it off this time, that's okay. That spell right there is what the Beatles use that we were so afraid of seeing beforehand. Only it does a lot more damage than what you just saw there. This should do it. There it is. Yeah, Uber, he's never really explained fully. He's got a true rune, kind of a demon. Able to be summoned by high-level strategists. Ditched his armor for that smooth criminal look. I guess it's easier to move around the grasslands with a fly suit like that. Yuri leaves, so that's all you get to see of her, unfortunately. Now, let's see. The next battle is another one that we want to lose as quickly as possible, so we will remove these Jizos, and then we will... Oh, come on. Inventory management got me again, as usual. Then we will adhere to the rules of a Suikoden 3 speedrun. No talking over Almakenon. Enjoy the music. Alright, music break while we're in the cabin here. Never played Suikoden before. What's the best one? I think most people will say that 2 is the best one. Well, you should play them all. They're all great in their own way. I would suggest 1, 2, and 5 if I have to pick 3. And yes, I am not recommending the game that I'm speedrunning. Wow, Gabe. Gabe with the bait right there. Oof. So yeah, I can still talk. Town theme has been switched out for a cabin theme. I can talk. How dare you, Gabe? Also, I agree, Okami better than Breath of the Wild. Okami, one of the best games ever. Alright. Enjoy that music. We don't get much more of it. It's the only time you come here, unfortunately. Also my favorite village. Village deep in the forest. Nothing but girls. I mean, come on. How do you beat that? Great music. But right now we're going to witness a interesting ritual. And then Uber, he found his way across that force field, so he's going back right now to let his friends know what's up. They're going to meet us back there for a battle. This one we can't skip, but we also don't have to win it. We can lose it, it's fine. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Alright. Sorry, Hellcat, no talking over Alma Keenan music. Answer your question, no one's really done a true 100% run. I've done an all chapters run, and that took just shy of 17 hours. But if you want to define 100% as all books, metal sets, you know, plays, recipes, all that stuff, you're probably looking at almost a full day. Not worth it to me. That's not something I'm ever going to do. Back to this though, the battle that we don't have to win. So, auto battle. That's not what you want to see. Sarah with the first turn, first move, full heal opening, completely useless. It's a time waste right there. I can't see what Luke's casting. I hope it's one of his true wind spells. Nope, Pale Gate. So I get the slow water dragon summon. This guy will be fighting shortly, actually. So I'll get my revenge. All chapters include Kuroku the dog. Yes, it does. I did play as Kuroku for a bit. We talked to Jean. Found out something's up with her. Yeah, if you're trying to win, you go after Sarah, because all she's going to do is heal if you don't take her out. And Gugino, the widely accepted name is Tyr, T-I-R. That was way too long. That should have been over in one round, but alright, whatever. Yeah, in Suikoden 5, there's a small nod to Tyr. When you're on the run as fugitives, your main character gets to wear his outfit, basically. It's pretty cool. So these guys came to, unlock that seal, get the true water rune from the cells, but they're too late. That whole ritual was about Yoon sealing it away. So they baited us, and then they just teleported out of here. Masked man is Luke. Yes, that's correct. Spoiled for everyone if you bought this game and read the instruction manual. It's a very blatant oversight on Konami. Alright, no talking. Alright. Hope you enjoyed that music, because we'll never hear it ever again. That was a nice no-talking break for me. 7 hours kind of wear on you. Needed that break. Yeah, about the hero's name, Gugino, I don't want to spoil it for you, but some people already kind of hinted it. Loading your save data from 1 into 2 lets you use the main hero as a character in 2, and he is insanely powerful. And about his name in Suikoden 2 is, it should be McDole, but depending on how you named him in Suikoden 1, when you reload the data, the first letter of his name will be the first letter of his name in Suikoden 2. So if you named your main character Tyr in Suikoden 1 with a capital T, when you get to use him in Suikoden 2, his name will show up as Tikdol. And the only way around that is if you use lowercase. So if you use lowercase TIR, then it actually shows up as McDole, like it should. Or yeah, just name him something with a capital M and don't care about the canon. Yeah, if you use Gugino, then he's going to be Gikdol. It's kind of an interesting bug. You know, a little bit of an oversight there. Well, anyway, we've left Almakinon, and that is going to be the end of Chris's Chapter 3, which means we are done with the first 9 chapters. Coming up next, we're going to pick our Flame Champion, and then carry on with the game. We're basically, the next step is to retreat all the way to Brass Castle. Reclaim, or I don't know, I guess Thomas lets us use Lake Castle as our new headquarters. And then we've spent all the game retreating and backtracking and chasing down leads and running errands. And finally, after we get our castle, we finally get to go on the offensive. And that's when the story kind of ramps up and really gets going at a high pace. So, what I was going to do, the way I ran this game up to now, is I left it open-ended for which Flame Champion I was going to choose. First, we have to run from that guy. And then I was going to kind of see where we're at pace-wise to really gauge how I want to go about this. Kind of let the pace dictate my Flame Champion. That's basically what I'm getting at. I will make my decision as soon as I get to this teleporter. Actually, just kidding. I'll make my decision as soon as I hit X on the chapter select screen. Because I'll compare my time to my current splits. Yes, I think the character slots in 5, well, I can tell you for a fact that if you wanted to name your castle in Suikoden 5 to Totino's Pizza Roll, that fits. That's how many character slots you have. And if you don't believe me, go check out the LCC's original speedrun of Suikoden 5, where the castle name is, in fact, Totino's Pizza Roll. Alright, throw a few Jizos on, and Flame Amulet that we robbed from Boris much earlier. Yeah, I usually name my castle Totino's, just, you know, based on that. Unfortunately, we can only fit Totino's here, not the full Totino's pizza roll. Okay, 7:38. All right, I know who I'm picking. You never had a chance to play S3? Story seems complicated. It is. Kind of overlaps and is a little bit redundant. First 9 chapters, if you can make it through that, you know, you'll be alright. Who's the fastest flame champion? Great question. It's up for debate. Geto, strongest character. Medium pace for the ending. Pretty much streamlined. Chris, fastest ending. Gets to use horse travel. Saves time in a war battle coming up. But then loses time to an extra scene when you get the water rune. And Hugo, longest ending. Pretty much streamlined, but weakest character. So they all have their ups and downs. Who you pick really isn't going to have that big of an impact on the overall time. I'm pretty confident saying they're all within a few minutes of each other, regardless of who you pick. If you force me to do it, I'd probably say Geto or maybe Hugo. I think Chris, just because she loses time with that extra scene, it's too much. And the horse travel is nice, but it's not everywhere. It's only in, you know, like world map transfer screens like Yaza Plain and Amur Plains and Kuput Forest. Not in towns or anything like that. Or dungeons. Colgan's blown away by White Castle. Makes sense. Got this long scene here. Trying to get on with my life. Come on, let's go. How about young Sana, by the way? Underrated. Oh, we'll be changing the name to Suikothon. Of course. Thanks, Reddit. Appreciate it. Most recent playthrough, you got wrecked in this dragon fight? Yeah. Jizos are the true savior here. Jizos OP in this game, and in the series in general. Yeah, I say Jizos. I'm not saying Jizo. All right. If you think I'm picking Chris, press 1 in chat. Geto, press 2 in chat. Hugo, press 3 in chat. Let's see what you guys think. Wide range of guesses. I like to see it. Gonna be Hugo today, guys. Hugo because the pace we're on is actually legit, and he's the route I'm most comfortable with. If I was behind, I would have chosen Chris. And I did think about choosing Ghetto because I'm confident I can get a better time than my current 80% Ghetto time. Current world record is my run with Hugo, so because of the pace we're on, we're just going to roll with Hugo again and see how this plays out. Actually, I just didn't pick Ghetto on purpose just to spite Zero. I see him. I see you, Zero. I see you. Which one's fastest? It's up for debate. And they're all three within a few minutes of each other. They've all got their pluses and minuses. It's insanely hard to try and give you a definitive number because of all the failed runs and randomness that can happen. I mean, you'd really have to sit here and time with a stopwatch between every encounter just to get everything correct. At the end of the day, they're all pretty close. Yeah, we don't split categories per flame champion. It's just any percent, you know. I mean, you pick your flame champion, you know, it's the same thing as changing your party in any other game, I guess. You make the choice, you live with it. Yes, the anime intro to this game is insanely good. All right, 45-second break right here. One of the last ones in the game. Alright. Yeah, anime intro, one of the best intros in gaming history. I'll say that. Not RPG history, not Suikoden history, in gaming history. It's that good. Okay, Fire Dragon. Attack with Hugo and Chris. Lightning Magic with Godot. That's it. This should be over in 4 turns. Godot's Lightning Magic does 1,000. These attacks. So you notice Hugo doing huge damage. That's the Chief's hat we bought earlier actually working and doing its job, so that's awesome. Fire Dragon's going to throw everything at me and the kitchen sink. But we've got Jizos, so we're unstoppable. Yeah, the only thing that can go wrong here is Fire Dragon does have the ability to repel your spells. Now check out this spell right here. It looks like it hits everyone, right? Nope. Godot is back there all safe and sound despite the entire board just being lit up with fire. Yeah, you fill up your party with Jizos and you're pretty much invincible. Like I said, the only thing that can go wrong here is the Fire Dragon can repel your magic. And if that happens, you lose out on 1,000 damage. So really, you can come in here if you wanted to be as fast as possible. The true YOLO attempt of just one Jizo per person and get the right attacks and not worry about it. You could do that, but if he repels even one spell, that means your run's probably over. There it is. He's done. Yeah, Wild Arms intro is also amazing. Give it up for that. And Wild Arms soundtracks in general are OP. So that's Fire Dragon. Hugo is a Flame Champion, so we're going to claim the True Fire Rune right now. Now, the reason why you don't load up with Jizos is because right after this, with no break in between, you're going to fight another battle. And it's going to be another battle that you don't have to win and is much faster to lose, which is what we're going to do. So, at this point, with this setup, you're not going to be able to win it. So you just want to lose. The problem with losing is you probably, if you stack your team with Jizos, you probably still have some Jizos on after that fight. And so it's just going to prolong this next battle because the objective is to die as quickly as possible, but you're not going to be able to do that since you have Jizos on. So what's going to happen is we're going to get bodied in this next battle very quickly, but we're also going to come back to life and just get bodied again. Maybe 2 or 3 more times before the battle's finally over. But it's quite a gamble to roll in here thinking that the Fire Dragon isn't going to repel any of your magic and things work out in a perfect manner. That's a bold 7 hours and 45 minutes of your life to waste. Because you came in here arrogant. Yeah, Godot can have his 4th level, but you gotta grind out to get it. And you don't need it, because it doesn't do that much more damage than Furious Blow. It's slow. Furious Blow is faster anyway. And the battle's gonna end in 4 turns, even optimally, so it's not gonna make that much of a difference. Not worth it to get it. Yeah, Nebridius, your comment about Boomerang's character theme, that's one of my all-time favorites, for sure. Might be my favorite, actually. It might be number 1. So go on, go somewhere, and type in Wild Arms, Warrior's Whistle. That's a great track. See, we're still alive after all that. There we go. So that took longer than it should have, but for safety reasons, that's why we did it. We just loaded up with Jizos. Yeah, Warrior's Whistle. True classic. And yeah, the Suikoden series left everyone hanging. Like that, oh, there's the Flame Champion, by the way. Flame Champion on fire. At least his spirit, anyway. Yeah, Suikoden left everyone hanging with all the unsolved mysteries. that drew everyone into the series, you know? Plenty of unanswered questions we all want to know the answers to. Anyone remember that show, Unsolved Mysteries? Could have been about Suikoden. So just when we're about to get bodied for real, the Spirit of Flame Champion steps in and says, nah. Nah, son, not today. So these guys bail. Luke is wondering why at every turn he tries to defy fate, and fate just keeps saying, nope, not today. And he says, I'll let you have that fire rune for now, but I'm coming for you later. Which is true. Yeah, doing Luke's chapter in this game, which requires you to recruit all 108 stars, pretty rewarding. You get to play through the game as Luke and his point of view. It's much shortened, you know, it takes about an hour, but definitely worth it. You get to learn a lot. You get to see that scene about what he really is. You can understand and sympathize why he's probably so angry. So he's a really great character, great villain. No one really cared about him too much in the first two games. He kind of came out of nowhere as a wild card, as the major player here. But I think they really did a good job with him. Suikoden 1 and 2 have already been run, but they'll be run again, different categories tomorrow by Seaglance and Zero, so check that out for sure. And yes, Luke is a clone, an artificial being created just to house a true rune. And once he learns that, he shares that secret with his twin brother, and then he gets sick about it. Good story. Good stuff. So this is the first time that Hugo tries to take charge. He's like, hey guys, got the fire rune, let's go. And everyone looks at him like, you kidding me, dude? Get out of here. No one's taking him seriously, and we don't have time for a debate right now because we're getting attacked. And we're going to do 3 war battles, pretty much back to back to back, where we just run away. Yeah, I'd love to see a new Suikoden game. I think they should bring it back for sure. Alright, what's interesting about this right here is if Hugo's your flame champion, you can actually skip this war battle. Unfortunately, it's slower, because this war battle ends very quickly. All you have to do is have 2 units defeated, and then you move on. If you try to bail, that means you gotta walk all the way out for Chisha Village, you gotta walk all the way through Kuput Forest, and halfway into Duck Village. Whereas the first turn is done automatically for you in this war battle. The second turn, you just attack 2 units that are way overpowered. You lose, and it immediately teleports you to Duck Village and skips the first little part there. So it is actually faster to go through this war battle, although you wouldn't think so. Yeah, Thomas's chapters are good. Fortunately, they are completely optional in a speedrun. We're not doing them today. That window already passed. You have to choose Thomas's chapters before the start of chapter 4, otherwise you're locked out forever. So like I said, we just want to attack... We want to attack the area that Uber's on, because he is their strongest unit. Things are going nicely so far. There's one. One more. Yes, that's right. No more. The real reason we're not going through Cupid Forest is because I never want to see that place ever again. Hey, my guys are putting up a fight in this one. Dude, look at these critical hits. Are you kidding me? I've never seen a performance this good. Wow. Wow, and the miss. Are you kidding? Oh my goodness, that's never happened before. Are you serious? What? No, I can't attack with Dupa. That's not going to work. Oh, and he doesn't even attack. Why? Oh, man. And what is Uber doing? What is he doing down there? Are you serious? Well, this is a first. Alright, we should have gone through Cupid Forest. My bad. And the guard? Jeez. Beecham just not refusing to go down. That was crazy. I've never seen that before. Oh, man. Well, here we are at Duck Village. Cartesian, yes, there are glitches. None of them are useful to be used in a speedrun, though, like leveling Crystal 99. A few other ones that are just obscure and don't add any help at all. There may be glitches in the future, though. I'm working on stuff. But for now, just glitchless. Yeah, you were trying to get underestimate. Just barely, though. Yeah, that might be, this might be on me for picking Hugo. Yeah, it's more of an exploit, but regardless, it takes 6 hours. Orphan, you gotta grab a new controller, man. Gotta experience these games. Alright, so while everyone's arguing, and everyone else just getting lit up in the village, you know, we're all wounded here, standing around. That lizard looks like he's dead. We're gonna take this very serious time to upgrade our fire magic skill. Even the duck there says, not the best timing. What do you want? Thanks, Vanderhevel. Appreciate it. Yes, Suikoden 3, true any percent. Save data load. Ceremonial site. GG. Yeah, Lucia's in this game. She is an all-world dodger. She is very good at avoiding attacks. There she is right there. Nice close-up. It's a great question. I think Atlas might be the correct answer there. Now everyone's, we're all coming together by default because we're all retreating of the Harmonian army. But no one can agree on anything. We're all in complete disarray. Luke and his army are going to take advantage of that. They just attacked us at Chisha, and they're coming again right now. Yes, 8-hour mark. We were actually a bit ahead of schedule today. Hugo's the Flame Champion. Very important to choose dialogue option 2 there. If you don't, you're going to go into the battle gauntlet with only Hugo and Sergeant Joe. You don't want to do that, so you cancel out, talk to Apple. Add in our good boy Fubar, Mua. That's it. Isla will now join automatically. We'll do a party rearrange. Gonna survive a few turns of this next war battle and then go straight into some real battles. So we switched that around because Hugo's going to be using True Fire, which we just upgraded his Fire Magic for. Earthquake from Isla is going to be the backup, which is why we raised her skill magic to A back in Ghetto's Chapter 3. And Sergeant Joe is the backup plan with Breath of Ice when we fight the battle with Sarah. I'll talk about that in a bit. Basically, everything should go fine, but Sarah does have the ability to cast Breath of Ice before anyone acts, which can stop chance on your characters. And all of a sudden that battle went from free to dangerous. But before we do that, we got another war battle where the strategy is going to be exactly the same as what we've already done. We advance our troops, we intercept enemy attacks, and we just retreat. Because all we have to do is survive a handful of turns here, and then the battle ends automatically. Everyone loves Sergeant Joe. What's heavily in your favor in this battle is that the enemy only gets 3 actions per turn. That puts you at a huge advantage because you've got 5 units, so there's no way they can overtake your position and push you back to the point where they're just going to shred you. It's not possible for them to do so. So this battle's free. You just got to manage it correctly. So again, advance, retreat, end the turn. We're going to retreat again. Franz is going to come in. Everyone's favorite. Franz. Here he is. But that's not going to help him because he's far away, and again, it's not going to add any turns to their capability, so still 3 turns, or 3 attacks per turn. Viewer is going to do nothing. That's awesome. That's also fine. Anytime they don't engage you is a win. And now we're at the point where we've essentially won the battle. We just need to retreat again, and that's it. Yeah, Futch. After the first 2 games where Futch is just kind of this scrawny little kid, we'll see Futch in Suikoden 3. He's just jacked. He traded in his spear for a giant claymore. Bright is all grown up. Does huge damage. It's a great question, Snowfire. So when Chris is your flame champion, so what I'm doing right now, you can see I'm retreating my troops. If Chris is your flame champion, she comes in when you retreat in this route. Now, the problem with that is if you just sit here and retreat like I'm doing right now, Chris is going to appear and she's going to be cornered by the enemy. So what you do is just never retreat. Instead of just kind of retreating like I did the last 2 turns, I keep holding my positions where I previously was. And that way, Chris, when she arrives, she has to just survive for 2 turns. And it's much easier for her to survive 2 turns if there's no enemies around her to attack her. Because she's really underpowered as well. And you can easily lose the battle. If nothing else, you're going to lose a lot of time. So just keep the enemy as far away as you possibly can, and you just end your turn twice, and then the battle is over. So that's how it plays out if Chris is your flame champion, which means you get to skip this whole segment right here. Yeah, Juan's a beast when you level him up. A lot of swings. Martial arts, you know, yeah, he's legit. Just gotta keep that yellow scarf on him, right? Alright, first 2 battles are free. You've got the True Fire rune. Blazing Wall, it's gonna hit everyone. That's it. Since you upgraded his fire magic skill, it's gonna kick off first. And it's gonna one-shot him. There's a huge boost in levels and a plethora of skill points that you get, which is the good thing about fighting these battles. When you're Chris, you get to you skip these battles, so you don't get those levels, you don't get those skill points, which is helpful. But it is faster. Again, Blazing Wall, rearrange your targeting so it hits everyone, and that's it. Yeah, it was really creepy earlier when we got the Blazing Wall with 666 damage twice in a row to all characters. That was weird. So now the third battle is the one that you actually need to kind of worry about. The chances of Sarah using Breath of Ice, not likely. The chances of her doing that and canceling Hugo's chant, also not likely. You don't have to win this battle. Well, you have to defeat all the Harmonian soldiers. You don't have to defeat Sarah. So I'm using Earthquake as the backup. Please no. Wow. Talk about jinxing yourself. Okay, that's fine. It stopped Isla's chant. You saw it can happen. It didn't stop Hugo's chant, though, so we're still gonna win. There it is. That was an amazing jinx. But that's why you do it. That's why you have the backup strats, because if she does that and it cancels Hugo's fire magic. That's going to hurt, because Earthquake is not going to kick off in time before they attack you, and Breath of Ice isn't going to do enough damage. And as usual, they run away. So we've retreated from 2 war battles. We've got 1 more to retreat from. We're going to be at Brass Castle. Hugo's going to rise up, claim the name Suikothon permanently, and then we're going to fight not the hardest war battle in the game, as long as you manage things correctly. But it's very easy to get overpowered in this one because the enemy has more units than you, and they get to act 7 times per turn. So, you know, you do the math. You got 5 enemy units on the field. They have 7. You will get crushed if you try to fight back. So this is a very careful field management battle, where you don't want to get overwhelmed and pushed back to the entry spot, because if that happens before the 5th turn, it's a game over. You're just not strong enough. You'll never be strong enough. So, really got to be careful about this one. Again, they get 7 actions per turn. You have to survive 5 full turns. And you only have 5 units. I do never, ever want to fight this war battle. There's 3 war battles in this game that I hate. Curse Chapter 2, this one, and the final war battle. The rest of them are free, I don't care about. But it's annoying when you're in a situation that you can do nothing to change the outcome of. Like, I can play this perfectly and still technically lose. Not likely that it's going to happen, but it's possible. Curse Chapter 2, probably not going to lose that battle, but you can lose 5 minutes, no problem. Final war battle, you've played a video game for 11 hours non-stop, and all of a sudden the game just says, nope, not today. Is the battle potentially winnable? I don't think winnable. I don't think so. As far as being you wiping out the entire enemy units, I don't even think that's mathematically possible. I could be wrong. They've got too many units, and you've only got 5 turns to destroy all of them. And they are very strong. So if you come in here with maxed out equipment, weapons sharpened, skills maxed out, 108 stars so you can cherry pick the best units, yeah, maybe. But I'd say highly unlikely without an insane amount of prep time. Yes, Xcodes. It is an interesting speedrun. It's, yes, interesting is the right word to describe it. Do I usually beat them when I play casually? No. I mean, I might put up a fight, but I'm not going to win. Heads up, this is probably the hardest battle in the game, assuming you wanted to fight it out. Enemy is just way too strong. Yeah, guaranteed outcomes really make you feel like you don't have your hands on the wheel, you know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what you do, it doesn't matter. I get that. Oh yeah, and yeah, if you take this all the way to the final battle with just maxed out preparation, yeah, final war battle's a joke, for sure. But this one's tough. Even casually, even with a lot of prep time, you know, unless you really have a clear idea of having an attack plan and, again, just doing hours of preparation, you might be able to beat it. I say that now, there's probably 800 YouTube videos of people beating this battle. I've just never bothered. Dang. Orphan, I know that feeling. I've probably bought 4 PS2s in my lifetime. Laser always malfunctions. It's great. Alright, Hugo's second attempt at rallying the troops goes much better this time. Helped out by the hype music in the background, I'm sure. I will take over Suikothon. Just like I'm taking over Suikothon right now with this Suikoden 3 speedrun. Let's go. Yeah, Orphan, I've had that problem too. I know exactly what you're talking about. It stinks. I'm putting Suikothon on my back right now. Classic FF12. I'm Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca. Alright. So you can choose to delay or regroup your formations or whatever, but none of that matters. Because all we're going to do is the exact same thing that we've been doing for the past few war battles. Advance, retreat. Advance, retreat. Don't believe Ondor's lies, that's right. Don't believe Luke's lies. He's playing you all for fools. Now they got 12 units on the field, but then you roll up with the True Fire Rune, they're like, oh, okay, we're gonna withdraw. But they still have 7, which is more than you. And again, we're just gonna try and hold our position up here. The bad thing that can happen is, again, you do the math. They've got more units than you. You've got more turns than you. They can go all in on either the top or the bottom line, and they can overpower you and push you back. And if that happens twice, then it's a game over for sure. It's just really unlikely that it's going to happen. I've had it happen once in testing. Yeah, I've probably done this battle 100 times. Yeah, thanks, Reddit. Appreciate the support. Alright. That's turn 2. End the turn. Now, that's annoying, because he has lightning magic, which does 33% of your health. Or sorry, 35% of your health. And he can hit anyone from 2 tiles away. Uber's gonna come up, and these guys, like I said, you can just see the damage for yourself. We're just getting absolutely bodied right now. And we're just gonna have to keep taking attacks, keep taking beatdowns. I also don't like this battle, Sieg. One of my least favorites. You gotta really be careful, because if your Flame Champion gets defeated here, it's a game over. So going back to Sasori being able to use lightning magic, if you say take a beating with Hugo when you retreat one turn, which you do have to do, you have to use Hugo or your Flame Champion to retreat, otherwise you're gonna get overpowered. You can get lightning striked, and that can end your game. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm referring to the fact that there are situations where you might lose this battle and there's nothing you can do about it. So what I really don't want to happen is for anyone to move into that empty space. Yeah, I've heard every pronunciation. Sasori, Sasari. So that's not good. It's not terrible, but it's not good. Because that just... they've taken over that position now. Luckily, they only did it with Albert's unit, so I'm going to leave Hugo up there to the right. They can't overtake the position anymore. I'm going to filter down everyone else down here. He's going to use his second lightning magic. Albert's going to move back for some reason. That's okay. That's fine with me. 6 is going to go up and do nothing. That's also fine. Uber's going to attack again. As long as they don't advance another space, I think we'll be okay. And because they're not attacking for some reason, I'm not complaining, trust me. That's rare for them to do nothing and just kind of move around. Okay. So I'm going to match up 2 units with the other 2 units. And when Apple triggers that dialogue box right there, it means you have to survive this turn and the next enemy turn, and then the battle's over. So because of the positioning I have, it means we're going to win this battle. So, crisis averted. Yeah, Alex Astor just set a new world record for Suikoden 4 108 new game, not new game plus. It's a pretty new category. I think he's the only one that's running it so far. But he crushed his old time by almost half hour, I think. It was pretty awesome. All right. Yep, that's it. Okay, so I'm gonna have to survive this turn, and that's it. So we're in there. What's up, Hio? Welcome back. Yes, I think they can, although it's super rare. Almost never see it. And I'm not even sure if there's an official death message. I think it just shows up on the tablet of stars as red. Yeah, story characters cannot die. That's it. They're going to retreat. We can move forward with the story. Going to grab our castle. Then finally go on the offensive. Yeah. Yeah, everyone's just so terrified of Thomas rolling in. Now we're excited. Alright, we all join forces. Everyone's happy. That guy's really happy. Griffin's really happy. But you know who's not happy? Lily, as usual. She's going to be so upset that you didn't tell her you were the Flame Champion that she's going to scream very loudly. Excuse me, Lee, you still owe me that $2,000 that you ran off with. Hello? Not enough bloodshed. Yeah, screamed so loud the entire castle shook. Yeah, Sergeant Joe pointing. That's great. His feathers. I agree, Hessian. I feel sorry for the guy that Lily ends up with. Man, that's gotta be rough. Yeah, no Necklord in this game. Necklord's dead until they say that he isn't. awkward moment when you let everyone know that they can crash at your place, but no one knows who you are and you've done nothing up until now. I love that duck sitting animation where his legs just stick straight out. All right. No party member changes needed. Before we go, we're going to grab everyone's favorite rune master. Throw in the free boat. Let's not talk about how it's permanently attached to the dilapidated mansion. Hello, Gene. I love option 2. Can I see your runes? Everyone's got a different choice there. Ghetto is a little more upfront. He says, show me your goods. Yeah, it's quite an increase when you see her in Suikoden 5. That's for sure. All right. Very important safety save here because I've had it happen, unfortunately, that the map can crash on you during the time where it's expanding here. So we're just going to exit and put my controller down. Not touch it. Not going to look at it. Not going to think about it. What happens is that little feather that's drawing the map lines, when the camera zooms off to the right, like right here, and it comes back to your position, it locks in this position that it's in right now. And so you're kind of wandering around with that cursor, and you can find out where you are, and you can just hit X to try and go back into the place that you just were, which is Brass Castle. But doing that does nothing. So you try and find a place on the map that you can't even see, Yaza Plain, for example, and you hit X, and that does nothing either. And so you're just stuck. There's no way out. So the ultimate safety save there, just to avoid soft locking. Nice area boss. Yeah, a lot of people have never heard of it. It's happened to me once, and then I said that was weird. There's no way this happens again. And then it happened again, and I said, okay, I'm done. I'm gonna just save right here, or never play this game ever again. And just to be on the safe side, let's heal up. I'm down for a Suikoden 6 Kickstarter. Count me in. Imagine, donate enough cash to be a Star of Destiny. Alright. First stop, Ixe. Yeah, I'll be a dog. I don't care. Just put me in. Alright, Watari. We're grabbing him. He costs 100 grand, but he's worth it for his long range attack ability, multiple swings, very easy to set up. Very, very good final battle party member for any percent. I'm going to pair him with Nash, who can also long range attack and multi-hit. And it's going to work out really well. I'm also going to grab Gordon. Grab Gordon by default. Although he is going to set up the item shop at Lake Castle, which we're going to use to buy all the Jizos we'll ever need in the late game. And the real reason for coming to this item shop, coming up soon. Talk to this little girl right here, who for some reason has the most powerful rune in the entire game, just chilling. And we're out of here. Yes, I'll be a marine cat. Hey, I'll be whatever you want. If I'm in the game, I'm taking that opportunity. You can make me one of those weird fish monsters from Suikoden Tactics. It's all good. Yeah, another great reason for Watari is the level he's at when you recruit him. One of the few dynamic characters in the game. Yeah, Marilyn, that's a common problem for most people that play this game casually. It's kind of a brick wall. You know, you're just sitting there, not really sure what to do, because you probably didn't really experiment with the skill system or anything like that, and maybe you didn't take it seriously. I know I didn't. And then you don't realize how powerful it is until the very end of the game. Oh, castle name, let's just go with this for consistency. Yeah, Suikothon. I'm such a narcissist that I just named a castle after myself. What do you think of that? Damn, you just ninja'd me with that quote. Good call. We're on the same page, at least. Alright, so the next stop is Great Hollow. And this is one of those times in Suikoden game history that the game really doesn't give you very much direction on where to go. So you kind of just left to wander the world map. You know, you're left to your own devices. Do what you want. You just kind of stumble on Great Hollow and realize that that's where you're supposed to go. Before that, though, we're going to talk to the suspenders-wearing dog. Drop everything in the warehouse. Except for that. Going to withdraw. Let's see. Got a medicine A. Yeah, that's good. Jizos. Give him 3. And the wizard hat that we bought earlier. And the rest of the stuff we can sell. Now check out this mashing. This is the only time in the game where you can mash like this. And the rest of those Jizos, yeah, withdrawal. We go on the party items. We've got medicines, we've got Jizos, we've got our wizard hat. So what happened there is when we started Chapter 4 back at the Flame Champion Hideaway, we kept Hugo's inventory because Hugo was the choice for Flame Champion. All the inventory in Gedo's inventory and in Chris's inventory, it all gets dumped into the castle vault. So all the Jizos you bought with Gedo or Chris that you may have had left over, they all get dumped there. Because Jizos is such a rare and valuable commodity, it's worth it just to take the time to go down there and grab them all. Now we're going to go on a long walk with Hugo solo. Very scary. Especially when this happens. These dragons, the name of these dragons is Troll Dragon. As you can see, it's the most appropriate name for an enemy ever. Jeez. Yeah. The 108 stars DLC package. Oh man. You know it would happen too. Yeah, you say Jizo, I say Jizo. It's all good. Maybe the arena battle DLC like Final Fantasy 13/2. Where the location exists on the map, but it's completely empty. Just trolling you into buying DLC fights. Alright, so we gotta make it through 4 screens there. Yaza Plain 1 and 2. Take a casual walk through Brass Castle. And then on to Amur Plains. And then we'll end up at Mountain Path, which is our destination right now. Yeah, the GameStop exclusive. Oh man. Pre-order now at Best Buy to receive DLC costumes for your main character. Pre-order from the Konami site to receive new weapons for this character. And pre-order everywhere else for other exclusive bonuses. Because we want you to buy 6 copies of the game to get everything. Didn't like the 108 ending. Yeah. See, we're all laughing now, but we all know it's realistic. Yeah, Yes, KF Crispy is on the right track. Grabbing our girl Vicky. Loot boxes, exclusive, Tier McDole. Oh man, the possibilities are endless. They make you play the Suikoden pachinko machine for DLC codes. Extra revenue stream for them. Yeah. Oh man, the disgraceful Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite Collector's Edition. When they came with the Infinity Stones, if you're not aware of that, you gotta Google that because it's absurd. I'm gonna charge you hundreds of dollars for a special edition with a box that literally looked like Easter eggs. It was insane. It took the internet less than 1 second to point that out as well. I don't know how that made it past QC. Yeah, the fighting game Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. If you just Google the special edition for that game, it's just so insulting. No, they couldn't spring for glass marbles. Easter eggs. That's it. Alright, here's Vicky. Everyone's favorite. Yes, and if anyone can be an authority on Marvel, it's our boy Zero. Legendary Marvel vs. Capcom fighting game player. Undefeated except to Space Coyote's insanely overpowered team of Strider, Ami, and X-23. I'm undefeated. Zero just can't beat me. It doesn't matter what he does. It'll never happen. Zero copping out using top tier characters. I just say nope. Eat some X-23 for breakfast. Oops. Yeah. Forgot one very important thing. We got to add Vicky into our party to get little Vicky. Yes, we're going to get little Vicky, and she's going to be the MVP of the next few battles. Hopefully. I don't want to jinx myself again, so I'm not going to mention it until it happens. Wow. She-Hulk, Spencer, Arthur. I thought my team was bad. It's fine, Zero. I'll see you at RPG Limit Break someday. We'll throw down. High stakes. I only play for $1,000 a match, so you better be ready. Loser pays for winner's trip. I'll consider that. Why is Vicky small now? A great question. No one knows. No one knows that there's two Vickies. Listen, if Zero keeps poking the sleeping tiger, I'll cut stream right now and load up Marvel. We'll just settle this. Don't care what kind of pace I'm on. This is important. SRD's head would explode. Heck yeah, it's more viewers than that game has gotten in a long time. I'm gonna take you for a ride, that's right. Alright, we got the blinking mirror, means we can do whatever we want now, which is awesome. So we're gonna go back to the tavern, solidify our party for the upcoming battles. Bring my boy Fred, my good trusty Griffin Fubar, Little Vicky, the real hero, and my boy Nash. Yeah, okay, Isla. And Jean. The support units in this game, you bring them with you because they have passive skills that, you know, you can't put them in your battle party, but they still increase areas of your battle in certain ways. Jean specifically increases or decreases the time it takes to cast a spell by 1 full level. So she's very useful. Now we're going to do the setup right now. Upgrade Pale Gate Magic for Little Vicky. She comes with 1,000 skill points, which is awesome because it makes this setup literally perfect. B+, and get lightning as well. Very important. Silver Hammer. It's going to allow us to upgrade our weapons to a higher level later. And Little Kid, for some reason, has a Thunder Rune. Equip that Wizard Hat to Hugo. Equip the Chief's Hat to Nash. And uses Jean's support skill on the fly, which also allows you to affix runes, which are going on Little Vicky. And Thunder. And it took 9 hours to get here. But finally, after 9 hours, we are finally going on the offensive. Been playing defensively for 9 hours. Let's go. Time to attack. Yes, Zero doing Suikoden 2 tomorrow for the finale. Fun fact, Zero threw the biggest fit, and he said, I outright demand to get the final time slot in Suikothon, or else I'm out. That's a direct quote, verbatim. And I said, hold on, dude, just chill. And he's like, no, I'm not running Suikoden 2. I'm not running Suikoden 4. I will ban you all from my Twitch channel and delete the Suikoden speedrunning Discord. It's a true story. Oh yeah, trust me, we all felt like loyal subjects in Zero's army. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you can have the time slot, please. Good question, amigo. If you didn't get Guillaume, he can appear right now, but you have to go back one screen transition to make him appear. This cutscene takes precedence over his appearance. So you'll need to turn around, go back. Like there's a half screen transition when you get out of this little three-way intersection here, but you need to go back a full screen transition and then immediately turn around. So you'd go left right there and then go left again. And then come back and he'd be here. So we are at the Sindar Ruins, which we needed to use, some sort of spell to have a giant door open for us. Which is odd because in about 5 seconds we're going to be outside again. So we probably could have just climbed over a small hill to get here. I don't get it. Yeah, and he will be poking away with his trident at a door that is already open, which is also hilarious. Now, this dungeon is famous for being a large maze, but it's also famous for being the world's worst maze, because you solve it by going right and then making a quick right turn, and that's it. Yes. I think so. Or maybe not, actually, because I think I did try that. Or it might be the same thing where you have to make a full screen transition out of that first screen or whatever. I'm going to drop the safety save here because of what happened in my D-Rust, where I got blown up and looked like a complete fool. So this is important. Does this have data loaded from S1 and 2? No. It's fresh. Alright, battle with Sarah. The reason why we wasted all that time getting little Vicky is because you recruit her and she has a static level, which means her head slot is already open for a rune attachment. Palegate can only be attached on the head. Vicky is not at a high enough level, so unfortunately we have to, spend the extra minute to get little Vicky. So Big Vicky's head slot is not open. Little Vicky's is do all the prep work, make the walk, attach Palegate, and this is the backup. Open gate, Sarah. Wow. 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 That would happen in a marathon, wouldn't it? Wow. Wow. That was awful. We still won in one move, because Hellfire is the backup. But now I don't have Hellfire for the next battle, which kind of stinks. But yes, I didn't nuke myself. What happens with Little Vicky is her magic can backfire, which is exactly what you just saw. I can't believe it happened in my last D-Rust run and today. That's ridiculous. It really is. So when Vicky casts a spell, she has a chance for it to backfire, which is exactly what happened right there. Where the spell doesn't even come out. Not only that, but it does damage to yourself too. Yeah, it's still... If that happens against the Water Dragon, which is the boss coming up here in a minute, then I will reset. So normally what happens is Open Gate goes off, the Centaurs come, they adjust their lances, and they just one-shot all the enemy units with the Combat Stifle status. You don't need to defeat Sarah to win that battle, you just need to take out her minions. And that battle's over in one move. Technically it was over in one move anyway with Hugo's Hellfire, but it is nice to have that Hellfire spell for this upcoming battle in case you need it. Yeah, the backfire is super rare, which is why, of course, it would happen in a marathon, right? Of course, I would get a battle right before the trigger to the boss, so we're gonna heal. Yeah, Fuber did go down, that's fine. Not too worried about that. Again, much like we did earlier, we're going to load up Jizos. I think I should have enough. Again, this is in case things go wrong. Okay, that's... I thought I had more, but... Nash... Yikes. Yeah, really short on Jizos today. That's disappointing. But I'm gonna have to do the best we can. That means I really, really need this Open Gate to work. Nice, dude. I appreciate that Wu-Tang reference. I'm just reading that, Lupus. That's actually interesting. I didn't know that either. Alright, let's try this again. And now we get to use Battlefield. Okay. Now please get all 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, we missed one. That's fine. But that's how you negate the threat of this battle completely. Okay, so Battlefield's going to kick off, which is going to increase our magic damage. And the rest of the fight should go smoothly. He can revive those crystals. That's fine if he wants to waste a turn doing that, or he can just use his Ice Breath. What you don't want to see is have him use his hit all giant icicle drop on you. You don't want to see that. That's a Thunder Rune. It's the upgraded one. You grab it from the little girl in the Magic Tutor shop at Duck Village. Yeah, Nash is only here for the skill points and the levels. That's the only reason he's here. He's not going to do anything. There it is. There's a Water Dragon fight. That's a good fight, considering the route I'm using. I do have a strategy that's much faster. It finishes the battle in 2.5 turns, but it requires bringing both Vickies, preparing both Vickies, and then, you know, increasing your chances of a complete disaster, which is what happened in my D-Rust run that I did last week. But yeah, going back to what Zero said, there's a few tells that you know that's going to happen with the backfire. One is the defense animation that Fred takes. The other is the sound effect that happens when you initiate the rune summon, I guess. It's like, if it's played in reverse, that means it's a backfire. You can tell if you go back and watch the tape and you listen to that little startup sound that happens before you cast a spell, and listen to how it sounds when Vicky casts that spell that backfired. It's like played in reverse. So I knew it was going to happen. I just was sitting here with my jaw open like an idiot, not believing it was actually going to happen in a marathon, of course. So True Water Rune kind of going out of control right now. Let me go see what's up. And we're going to get the True Water Rune. And we're into Chapter 5, last chapter of the game. Yeah, there's a few things wrong with this reveal. The one, of course, being if this was your first game, you're like, what's the big deal? Who cares? Who is this guy? And two, if you had played the first 2 games, yeah, I mentioned this before, but his identity is spoiled for you in the instruction manual. So that was a nice oversight. Yeah, he kind of came out of nowhere as the main character. Just some angry kid in the first few games. There's this very small hint of dialogue between him and his brother in Suikoden 2, right? One of the war battles, I think. Yes, Suikoden 6, 108 Vickies. So we're going to remove these Jizos because we are short on Jizos, and I do need a handful for Godot's subchapter coming up. That'll do it. Here's our boy Jimba. And yes, this is the actual big reveal where you find out that the masked bishop is Luke. And also that Jimba is Chris's dad. And again, if your flame champion is Chris, you get a whole scene that you've never seen before, where she kind of goes into the rune, and Yoon makes another appearance. You find out Jim is your dad, and he had to leave you because what is it? He's being chased by the Howling Voice Guild. But there's a good trivia question, actually. The Howling Voice Guild was not translated as the Howling Voice Guild in this game. What was it translated as? That's a good trivia question. Yeah, that's the one that Clive's a part of. Roaring Brotherhood. There you go. Howling Voice, much better name. He also spelled Sindar differently. It's C-Y-N-D-A-R in this game, not S-I-N. Is Clive in 3? No, he's not. Only in 2. Yeah, no one knows what happened to Flick or Victor. My favorite mistranslation, though, is just the complete gibberish that you get in Suikoden 2 if you use the Matilda glitch, push the gate, access it early, recruit Futch and Humphrey, and then bring Futch as a member to Green Hill, which, you know, you shouldn't have him at that point yet. And he does qualify as a kid or student. And you put him in a position where he gets dialogue and it's just random symbols. That's my favorite. Well, the Lorelei is legit. That's an episode for Suikoden version of Unsolved Mysteries. She certainly is obsessed with it, though, isn't she? Yeah, it's got his name in there somewhere, I think. I don't know. I don't have it on me right now. Yeah, true water rune symbols, kind of lame. Bunch of circles. Well, I don't know how else they would have depicted water, to be honest. You know, classic teardrop, maybe. Yeah, same, cooler. Same. Definitely thought Wakaba was a boy. Definitely. I also thought Sheena was a girl based on the portrait in Suikoden 1. Marco's an old woman. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of weird things. I mean, I always knew Gremio was a boy, but I think I legit saw someone refer to him as a girl. I don't know. There's some other examples as well. Thought Zero was a girl. Yeah, I get that. Long ponytail. Yeah, Tuda, the classic. Definitely thought Tuda was a girl until he showed up in this game. All right, chapter 5. Suikoden 5 here as a woman. Yeah, maybe because of that outfit. Yeah, Chris pretty salty about that whole thing. Anyway, here's the scene at Harmonia, Circle Palace. Nash leaves. He just disappears, comes back here. Luke's just chilling, hiding behind this little pillar over here. And we get the shortened version of the scene right now. You gotta play Luke's chapter to see the full version of that scene where he really explains everything. Fire magic rings off the treasure boss. Not to my knowledge. KF Crispy or Wily Bird, probably the best people to answer that question. Listen, I just wish Muto would stop peeing on my nice rug in my room. That's all. Yeah, save and reload is probably the best option there. Alright, now unfortunately I'm going to run into a wall for no reason. Also unfortunately, we're at Labuk. Why are we here? Well, we're gonna look at the options to buy runes, and that is gonna unlock those runes to be bought at Jean's Rune Sage in our castle town. Now, we're gonna be coming here again shortly, very shortly, in fact, when we start Ghetto's subchapter here. But when you get here, the town is deserted, including the rune shop. And this is unfortunately the only place you can go where you get double strikes and violence runes. So you have to teleport here, open the menu at the shop to gain access to buy those runes in the future, exit the town, teleport back to the castle, start the Ghetto Chapter 5 mission, and then walk all the way back here to Labuk because we can no longer teleport. I think talking with the Rune Sage is enough. I just do it just because I'm paranoid about it. Oh, I know it was Muto. Saw those dirty paw prints. I saw them. Yeah, it's really annoying that you can't teleport and that you have to do it this way. There's just no way around it. You know, and Ghetto's chapter ends with him deserting the townspeople, and then it automatically cuts to Chris's subchapter. So you can't even walk back to Labuk. You know. And even in 108 Star, when you save the town people and you walk back to Labuk, a cutscene automatically triggers when you get into the village entrance. The same thing happens, and you leave and it just cuts. So this is just, unfortunately, the way it has to be. We have to heal Franz. I wish we didn't. Franz is top 5 in this game as far as annoying characters. Lulu, of course, number 1. Franz is up there. Yes, the town's back eventually, like right before the final war battle. But again, it's like you're going to have to teleport there. So I do it now instead of later. Is this the game where you get to play as a dog? Yes, it is. Kuroku's got his own chapter. He can run around the castle and talk to people. Oof. There's a triple threat. Franz, Lulu, and Snow. Watch out. Am I keeping track of my splits? Yes, I am. But one of the rules of speedrunning Suikoden 3 is it's a waste of time to even look over and see how you're doing. Because nothing matters until the final war battle. Doesn't matter if I'm 10 minutes ahead. Can lose it all. And there's nothing you can do about it. So you're just gonna kind of, punch yourself in the face 1,000 times until you get it into your head that just don't get excited. Just don't get excited about the pace you're on, because it doesn't matter until that final war battle is over. Is that what Mike says to Kuroku? Well, that would make sense since Mike is a complete jerk. Creator of the most crooked card game in Suikoden history. Sorry, let me rephrase that. The most crooked gambling game. I still say Mike is way worse than Tai-Ho. You lose 10 minutes to playing Kabu and you'll agree with me too. And yeah, Apple always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Poor Apple. You couldn't remember this game, but you remember the dog chapter? Well, the dog chapter's fun. Do I have world record? Yes, I do. Apple's like the HR department. That's really accurate, actually. She takes all the phone calls, does all the paperwork, breaks the news to people that they aren't going to be in the main battle party, deals with their grievances, refers them to social services, all that stuff. Is that for real? Lupus, do you play the racetrack as the dog? Dude, I did not know that. Dang, Amigo Lupus dropping the hot facts today. I I did not know that. That's awesome. I'm going to do that later. Nice, dude. Dang, that might be the reroute to Kuroko's chapter. You gotta go play the horse racing minigame. That's awesome. Alright, we're gonna make a quick stop at the tutor again, just to get maxed out here. And time to bump up Eyelash Shield Magic, finally. Because we'll be fighting our boy Twin Snake again. We fought him 9 hours ago, but he's ready for a rematch. What he didn't consider is that I'm even more ready for a rematch. There is no Tier Chris or PSP games in this Suikothon. We had a pretty stacked schedule as it is. It's really difficult to get everyone in, showcase a variety of games and different categories as well. Tier Chris was going to be ran by Seaglance, but Alex Astor did a Suikoden 4 108 new game run instead. Exit fake character portraits gave you nightmares last night. Same here. Yeah, I think it was the right call. I mean, Alex Astor put on a good show, set a new world record, so that's legit. Yeah, 12 hours just for this game. Second longest 80% run in the Suikoden series, only behind 5. I will run 5 in the future, but the local legend Close to War will be doing 5. You may have heard of him. He's quite popular. Yeah, Suikoden 80% speedruns take the cake. And if you think this is long, you gotta try a 108 run. And if you think that's long, then you gotta do an all chapters run. So there goes 17 hours of your day right there. And here it is, guys, the tree that we can't run away from. The tree with glasses. The tree with glasses who also has the ability to cast Earthquake for some reason. Suikoden games are great. My personal favorite series. I highly recommend them. If you're new to the series or new to gaming, you might want to start with 5. 2 is widely considered the best overall, but you know, you gotta be ready for the PS1 style graphics, sprites, and all that. Suikoden 1 is great as well. This one's a bit divisive, and 4 is generally not liked that much, but if you like the series, it's worth playing. Yeah, that's right, Wells. No big deal. Who needs to sleep anyway? Apparently me, because I can't not run into a stationary rock. Yeah, I agree. I think Suikoden 2 in particular still looks great. But yeah, you really should play 1 first if you're going to do that. Really make you appreciate it even more. Imagine being unable to run from a tree. Well, we just saw it happen. We're lucky it didn't use Earthquake. Also, nice anti-gravity waterfalls right there. You tell me how that water flow is possible. It's amazing. Look at that. The reverse arc. I would do 1, 2 first. Alright, our boy Twin Snake again. And just like the first time around, he's going to be standing right in front of us. But when we engage in battle, he's going to run around to the back of that mountain. Let's see here. We good? Yeah, we good. Make this grand entrance right here. Dang. I'm frightened. I'm ready for this guy, though. He's nothing. Okay, everything's going well, so this battle should be pretty much free. My favorite spell, Earthquake. Ah, stop chant on Isla. Okay, fine. Heads are down, which means this guy can no longer do anything except stick his tongue out at anyone directly in front of him. This should do it. Got him. As far as, yeah, what order should you play him in? I think everyone will probably give you a different opinion. I'd probably just go in release order. That way you end with 5, end on a high note. I'm gonna grab some equipment here. Flame Cask, Dragon Scale, Mirror Tunic, Earth Shield, and Medicine for good luck. Alright. Yeah, giant laser. The laser's so powerful it pushes him back off the screen too. Yeah, friendly fire was new. It was new to this series. That made me very quickly dislike fire magic. And even Breath of Ice can sometimes hit your own party members. So when I was doing this casually, I pretty much just stuck to thunder magic. No chance of hitting your own party members. Huge damage. Widely available. Nice, dude. Dreamy with the raid. If you have any questions about the Suikoden pachinko machine, he's your man. He's the owner of one. Pretty awesome. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, friendly fire on the true fire rune is no bueno. Final flame, the single target attack is good though. Use that all day. Oh, were you just playing it online? Dude, that's awesome. I'm gonna check that out later. Yeah, Twin Snake is an anomaly. He's got some super powerful laser attack. Yet he can't move. And although he does have the ability to make the grandest entrance of all time. You go up, you say hi. He says, hold up 1 second. Runs around to the entire back of that mountain and then just jumps over it like a boss. Alright, so when I was talking earlier about going to Labuk by walking here, this is what I was talking to, and there will be nobody in this town, including the Rune Sage. Otherwise, this would have been awesome to just combine the rune shopping, or unlocking the rune shopping here. So, unfortunately, that's the way it's got to be. Nice, dude. Talk about RNG manipulation. Directly to the source. Free jackpots for everyone. Let's go. Pretty disproportionate little sub-chapters here. Ghetto's takes about an hour. Chris's takes 10 minutes. And Hugo's takes 5. Kind of get the idea that there was some cut content along the way. Yeah, I mean, the order's not that important. You'll just miss out on the awesome bonus of loading a full save into Suikoden 2. It's definitely a great bonus. You get to use the hero from Suikoden 1 as a character in Suikoden 2 with his true rune. And he's an absolute beast. Yeah. The only annoying thing is you have to go do a little mini side quest every time you want to put him in your party. And Suikoden games in general have many opportunities during the main story where it auto sets your party for you. So you can go put him in your party real quick as soon as you can get him, but then you'll have to do it again shortly afterwards. Because he's not an actual Star of Destiny, he's just kind of like a guest character. Alright. We were here 8 hours ago, and now we're here again. Classic Suikoden 3. And we're going to do the same thing we did last time, go to the very end of this cave, where we're going to lose a battle, and then lose our true rune. Because Luke ain't playing around anymore. He's done. He's like, I got a plan to go, I got stuff to do. And I'm taking this rune, and I'm taking your rune, and I'm taking your rune. And then I'm going to try to blow up the entire part of this continent, along with myself. You just joined, what did you miss? Honestly, nothing. You missed maybe the last 48 minutes. That's when things start really kicking into gear. But the first 9 hours, don't worry about it. Yeah, Suikoden 5 Gene is, oh, you'll see that tomorrow. You know who you're also going to see tomorrow, though? Miyakees. Let's go. Alright, you made it here. Again, the next battle is one we're going to lose, so you do the standard procedure of removing all your Jizos. So you want to make this as quick as possible. There we go. Yeah, there is a gym coach in this game, Kenji, who makes you do jumping jacks and sit-ups. And he's wearing legitimately, not even joking, Adidas warm-up gear. The most out-of-place character in this universe. That's right. The only thing you need to say about Miyakees is her name. That speaks for itself. You said Japan, your mom just walked away. Hey, Japan's awesome. Miyake's best in the entire series. I'll one-up you. Miyake is best ever. Any series. Just don't listen to whatever nonsense SOD is saying. It's blasphemy right there. Oh yeah. Jacques ain't playing around with that gigantic crossbow. Unfortunately, we won't get to see him use it, because we're just going to get shredded right here. Unless Sarah does this, which is a huge waste of time. Yeah, did you guys see that? The ultra rare physical attack. You never see it. So that's a battle that you can win. I think, what do you get if you win that battle? Like a ring or something? I don't know, it's been so long since I've won it. But it doesn't matter whether you win or lose, the outcome are the same. Your true rune's jacked right now. And yes, you do need to replay 5 right now. Great game. There's also another crossbow user in this game, Yuri. Total babe from Almakinon. Check her out. No Tonfa user in this game, unfortunately. And yeah, a lot of these battles that we lose on purpose are actually winnable. They just take an excessive amount of grinding to be able to beat. You know, that's casual. Forget about a speedrun. This one's not bad because you still have your true rune and all your high level magic before you come here. But now that you don't have your true rune anymore, you're very severely hampered. Luke's angry. Luke's angry that he found out the purpose of his existence. I can sympathize with that. Alright, very important. Don't make the same mistake that I made one time. Heal your party. Because even though the objective of the next battle is to lose as quickly as possible, you can get into encounters in this tiny hallway. And if you get into an encounter with a single ghost armor and you fail a run with everyone at HP, and he does this hit all attack, yeah, it's a game over right there. That's the worst one I've ever had. Yeah, the 10-hour game over that's a, you need to take a break from the game after that one. That's rough. No pressure. Clone to House of Magic Rune, speedrunning this game, essentially the same hell. Truest statement that's ever been said in the last 10 hours. Alright. Now you're going to be real savage right now. Leave the townspeople behind. Leave the townspeople behind. Leave the townspeople behind. And leave the townspeople behind. The game really, really, really doesn't want you to leave the townspeople behind. You gotta pick it 4 times. But I'm a complete boss like that, and I'm just sacrificing all these guys back there, including Franz. Sorry, Franz, it's over for you. Yeah, what's interesting is the town of Labouk is actually repopulated. Don't know how that worked, but whatever. Yeah, so if you finish that little arc there, that obviously takes more time, but you get Franz, Iku, Ruby, and Duke and his team. They all join up right there. Well, Franz joins like right afterwards back at the village. But that's how you pick up a bunch of Stars of Destinies right there. Doesn't make a difference story-wise. It's just more stars to recruit, and that's your one of the last groups of stars that you can recruit. So the game makes it really obvious there to say, hey, you should probably save the townspeople if you want to get these characters, because there's no going back once you do that. They're gone for good. So you can't go back there and recruit them or anything like that. It's a one-shot deal. Yeah, Lucia. You check out Lucia from Suikoden 2. Long, flowing hair. Looks good. Yeah, walkthrough would be helpful for this game. Characters like Landis you may never encounter. Yeah, Chris's design is great. Really, they really did her well as a knight. Yes, so the overarching theme in all Suikoden games, all the main series games anyway, is that there are 108 recruitable Stars of Destiny. Most of them join you by default. Like, for example, in this game, you get over 50 by default, but that means there's 50-something optional ones that you can go out and recruit. And in every game, if you do get all 108 characters before a certain point, then you get special bonuses that are different depending on the game. Yeah, it is a lot, but it gives you a lot to do. And you know, not all of those are battle characters. Some are just castle support characters. Some are for battle support only. You know, it's kind of split out widely, so you don't feel like you've got 100 characters to use. Probably more like half that you can actually use in battle. Yeah, purple eyes, that's legit. Yeah, it's a lot of information to take in. Once you actually play a game, though, it'll make sense to you. Well, if you're about the kitchen, then definitely play Suikoden 2. It's got the best mini-game in gaming history. Cooking mini-game. Which is amazing. Everyone's favorite, hands down. If there's ever Suikoden 6... Cooking minigame DLC. Buy recipes for 49 cents. Last chance to recruit Kathy. Press 1 now. We didn't get enough votes, guys. I'm sorry. No Kathy. No, it's actually good. It's surprisingly addictive. And when you lose, you don't even want to carry on with your game. You have to reset, and you have to safety save before each cook-off, because you have to win. It's very addictive. It's very good. Alright, will we get Landis? Probably not. Unless he shows up right now. No Landis. We are going to remove everyone's equipment. Because again, this is another battle that we were going to try and lose as quickly as possible. Yeah, Gengen as a judge. I love that a dog is a is a judge in a cooking contest. I mean, everything's going to be 5 stars, right? Dang. Talking trash about me dropping frames. That ain't cool. You can run away from the plant with glasses. It's just embarrassing when you fail a run, that's all. Like, why can't I run away from a tree? Nice, double miss, lightning magic. This should be over pretty quickly. Man, come on. Got like 1 HP left. It's a good question. Is there a category of this run where you don't lose any battles that you can win? Not currently, but we're always looking for more runners, so if you want to take on that project, by all means. Though it's going to be difficult. Some of the battles early on, especially, that you can win, are going to require a lot of grinding to do so. Yes, rooted in place. It's just embarrassing though. It's like there's a tree with glasses, no less. And I can't run. Come on, let's be real here. Yeah, I mean, even going back to the very first battle that you really do against fake Chris, which is actually Sarah right here. She opens with Breath of Ice, it's not going to end well for you. We've lost about 10 battles that we could have won, and about half of those would have been insanely difficult to win. That one wouldn't have been too bad. But we're on to Hugo's subchapter, which is surprisingly very short. All we do is go to Brass Castle and fight 3 battles. Again, very disproportionate time in regards to Ghetto's little submission. And yeah, SRD is right. The robot can actually also be a judge in the cooking contest. Tell me how that works. Yeah, and Chrono really puts it correctly. Nobody ever wins when you're speedrunning Suikoden 3. I mean, you can win some battles, but at the end of the day, you're still the loser. So what we have to do here is leave and then immediately come back in. That's all you need to do. That is a duck. Sergeant Joe. Not only is he a duck, he's a sergeant. Is it worth playing Suikoden if you never have? Absolutely. All joking aside, this is my favorite series. Though I would push you more towards 1, 2, or 5. 2 is critically acclaimed. 1 is a good opener that will make your experience with 2 a little better. And 5 is a lot more, up to date with graphics and stuff like that. Very good game. Very similar to 2 in a lot of instances. Yeah, Cecile can be very strong. She's one of the armor classes, gets a shield and all that. So, like Mua, she can turn out to be a really good tank. And yeah, the ducks are very strong fighters, believe it or not. And if you see a copy of 5 for $10, you should buy it. And even if you don't like it, you should still, play through to the end and then just sell it for profit. How far are we from the choke point? About 45 minutes. Yeah, 2 is a great soundtrack. And what is Hugo writing? Great question. The game literally refers to it as a horse at the beginning of his chapters. Does that look like a horse to you, though? Sure as heck doesn't to me. Anyway, real quick, gonna equip Fred with some damage boosting gear and a little bit better defense. He's going to be a point man in the upcoming battles and also part of our final party. To me, it looks like a zebra / antelope with disjointed rear legs. Zebralope. There you go. Top 5 most powerful characters in this game. I think there's actually a YouTube video for that. One of the Suikosource members posted it up. He did all the math, calculated all the possible max damage, and did a video of it. You got Mel. Mel's up there. Who else is up there? I mean, you want to say like Augustine, Chabon, Emily, Juan. If you're counting unite attacks, then Landis and IMA's Condemnation is definitely up there, but this is usually for single players only. Yeah, the video SRD is linking. I I'm not going to click on it, but I'm assuming it's the right one. Alright, because inventory space is at a premium, we got to stop here real quick, sell some stuff we do not need. That'll work. Notice we got max cash. We're going to spend pretty much all of that. Yeah, the RPG DL link is probably worth reading too if you're interested in that kind of stuff. Alright, enough losing battles, time to win some. Got 3 in a row right here. These are huge boosts to levels and skill points. Explosion is going to be good enough here. These guys are just going to reap the rewards. It's the only reason we brought them along. See ya. That's this game's ninja, Watari. We're going to repeat that. Explosion again. That's going to do it. Yeah, Blazing Wall will not kill these guys. They do actually have a decent high HP. Yeah, what Wily Bird said is correct. Suikoden is a series where it's very easy to make a lot of people really overpowered. Really what you want to do is say, well, how much time do I want to spend grinding skill points for this character over this one, you know? Arguably the strongest character is one that does thousands of damage without much prep work. You can make that argument too. Yes, Watari has a sword, but he throws kunai instead. Because why not? If you want to see him use his sword, you can take on the duel with Ayame, where if he counterattacks or uses Death Blow, he will use his sword. He also has a Unite attack with Ayame, where he kind of takes out his sword, but you never actually see him swing it. So, you know, that makes sense. Yeah, and there's the whole underflowing game mechanics that you'll see a lot of that tomorrow afternoon, actually. Make sure to tune in for that. Yeah, True Rune's just not putting up any fight at all. Luke says, mine, mine, mine. And that was the last one. He grabbed Sasori's off screen at Circle Palace. He's got the wind. He grabbed Ghetto's lightning, Chris's water, and Hugo's fire. So he's caught all the Pokemon. No, the armor you equip isn't going to affect swing, but Suikosource, actually, Cave Crispy, you should link that swing mechanics guide, because it's legit. I'll tell you everything you need to know about swings. Weapon weights. Throw a little holy dash in the mix. Good stuff. Yeah, I wish there were Ruin Unites in this game. I wish there was bribing in this game. No dice. For some reason they removed those things in Suikoden 3. Only to put them back in the next game. Oh, okay. Well, you know, check out Suikosource, the in-depth guides for Suikoden 3, in the sidebar there. You'll learn all you ever need to know about this game. What's up, Alex Astor? I assume you went to bed 10 hours ago. Welcome back. Congrats again on world record for your run. You haven't slept? Yikes. Oof. You're a better man than I am. I'm passing out and hit the power button as soon as this is over. Yeah, thanks Cave Crispy. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Again, we all appreciate the hard work and content that goes over at Suikosource. Yeah, went to sleep, missed him. Dang. There's Yuri. Super babe with a crossbow. Alright, we're gonna go right into a war battle here. This war battle has a interesting mechanic to it. I'll explain it here when we get set up. Cross Bay, exactly. Alright, if you remember this formation, we've seen it before. The beginning of chapter 4. Now what we need to do is strategically place our units here. I'm kind of scrolling through, see who has what. Advance Chris, so that way we can advance 2 spaces. Lucia. I'm gonna bring Lily down here. Hugo up there. And Dupa down here. Now what's gonna happen, I can guarantee you, because it always happens. One of these guys is going to do that. Uber is going to move right up there, which is exactly where we want him. He does that every single time. Now we've got the lightning rune magic available. I'm going to use it on Uber one time. And yeah, we're going to end the turn. Lightning magic does 35% of a unit's health. So if you hit a unit with 3 lightning magics, they're toast. Now here's the thing about this battle. You cannot kill Uber before Sasarai shows up. You can't do it. So what we need to do is basically do nothing and stall until Sakurai shows up. He's going to show up with lightning magic, and we're going to kill him that very next turn by using the other lightning magic that we have available and the one that he comes with. The reason why we don't use 2 lightning magics on him right now is because we don't want to scare him off. We want him to stay exactly in the same spot that he's at, so we can end this battle immediately. Because Sakurai is going to appear exactly 2 spaces away from where Yuber is now. Lightning magic has a range of 2. It's all going to work out perfectly. Yes, these are the war battles in this game. And yes, your actual stats are reflected in the war battles. So we're just going to sit here and retreat and hold our position for the next few turns. Godot's going to come here. He's going to say, I want their leader. Too bad, Godot. You're staying down there in the corner. Have fun. And Thomas has got a Quicken attached to him, used for emergency purposes. So the biggest time variance in this game, you actually want this to happen. They have fire magic, so that's a quick turn. And you don't want this. You'd rather be attacked by all bone soldiers in case, unless you get a successful retreat like we just did. That's awesome. I'll take that all day. And they move and do nothing. That's fine too. This guy arrives. He's still technically an enemy unit, but he will change his mind next turn. Move Hugo back up here. End the turn. Gonna hope we get attacked by groups of bone soldiers because they're much faster. Unfortunately, not the case this time. These ones aren't too bad. It's the 3 chimeras and the ghost armor that actually takes some time. Their attacks just take so long. Yeah, every Suikoden game is a little bit different with how they do war battles. And I agree, I love the duels. This is what I didn't want to see. So, this sucks. I have to just eat it. Because you can only retreat if you have a space to retreat to that isn't adjacent to an enemy unit. So Godot cannot move anywhere, so he just has to eat this set of attacks. And there's nothing we can do about it. So, some good time loss right here. Enemies scale to what we're at? No, they do not. And yeah, the fire magic and lightning magic, you're right, it would have killed Thomas if they used it on him, but the damage done is a percentage of damage, not a fixed rate. Does the enemy and ally position have any effect in this game? Yes. See, look how slow this battle is. It matters if you are on... It's your turn and you're on offense, right? And if you're attacking an enemy unit and you have another unit that's not on the same square as you but also adjacent to the enemy unit, then you'll get what's called cover support. And that will increase the damage done when you're attacking. Fortunately, it works both ways, so the enemy can do the same to you. So that was really slow because we had to wait it out till Godot was actually defeated fully. It's fine. Now we're going to get some dialogue here. He's going to switch sides, and this battle's over. It's lightning number 2. This will be lightning number 3. Take him out. And that's it. If you're talking about the position when during the actual battle when people are fighting each other, no, it doesn't. Though sometimes movement does or is a factor. You got to walk around a big obstacle or your team's in the way and you've got a holy dash skill and it gets complicated from there, but generally speaking, no. Alright, for the past 10.5 hours I've done no menuing, no preparation, no real sharpening, none of that, none of it at all, because I've deferred it all to right now. So we're going to watch some dialogue here, and then we're going to go into excessive preparation mode, and then it's all going to come down to the final war battle, and we'll see how it goes. Boy Nash back from Harmonia just in time. Also, if you saw that, he lies about his last name right there for some reason. Says his name is Nash Clovis. You know that's not true. And because we're doing all of our prep work now, enjoy this hype music for the next 10 plus minutes. It's a lot of prep work. First step, rearrange our units. Put everyone into reserves so we can organize this appropriately. Yuri with our main character. Got Gene with Chris for lightning. Thomas, Joker, Ghetto with Apple. We're going to make 2 units here, one defensive, one offensive. Lucia's unit is the defensive unit. Dupa's unit is the offensive unit. I'm going to bring in our heavy hitters, Fred, Fubar, and Shiba. Defensive group is going to be, I'm going to put our big shield up front, Mua, huge guy for taking damage. Sergeant Joe, because why not? Babsa, high HP character. Lily gets Anne for the quickening. Sasarai gets, oh yeah, that's wrong. Salome goes to Sasarai. Caesar goes to Dupa. And for the emergency, pull the emergency lever with Vicky. That'll do it. Hold on 1 second while I spend the next 10 minutes doing stuff. Yeah, his last name is however you pronounce that. Lachki? I don't know. Is there a 101 stars category? No way. So those runes that we unlocked earlier, first stop is going to be the Rune Sage. Jean, of course. Pick up our double strikes. Double your damage dealt and taken. We're also going to grab some violence runes. Hopefully they activate. Good thing about the castle shops is you can hit circle in that menu right there and have access to your entire army, which is nice. We're going to attach all these runes that we just bought. Fred, double strike. Rico, double strike. Violence. Fubar. Another double strike on Watari. Throw a violence on him as well. You never know when that's going to activate and you're going to do huge damage. And of course, Nash. And violence as well. Thank you for the luck ward. We're going to need it. What is Godot doing in this chat? Sorry, no dice. You're not the flame champion today. Next stop is the item shop, which is why we got Gordon earlier, where we load up on the greatest item ever made and just completely overpower everyone to prepare for the worst possible case scenario. Jizo overload. Is the route different based on the flame champion choice? Yes. Yes, it is. Not insanely different, but different. Dang, dude. Super dude, thank you. RPG Limit Break appreciates it. Yes, we are at the end game. Okay. Yeah. Let's make sure we got enough in our inventory, because we didn't buy enough already. Clear up any inventory space I have. Get rid of this stuff. And gauntlet. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. You can never have enough Jizos. That'll work. Overkill, but, you know, really don't want this to blow up in my face, so why not? Alright, next stop, Blacksmith. Yes, Jizo is basically an auto-revive. Should have equipped Lulu with the Jizo? No way. Alright, so the way damage is calculated here when you're attacking enemies, you gotta overcome their defense. To do that, you gotta sharpen your weapon. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you have a high-level character. You will just not do a whole lot of damage unless your weapon is upgraded. So we got the silver hammer, which means we can upgrade to level 15 out of a possible 16, which is more than enough. So what we're going to do here is watch all this cash just dwindle away. We were almost at max when we started, right? We're already halfway gone. We're going to upgrade Fred's weapon to max, upgrade Rico's weapon to max, because their unite attack is going to be the main source of damage in the battle with Sarah and the final battle. And it does really solid damage. Hopefully we'll be able to use it every turn. Yes, equipment does matter. Like, I did put some damage boosting equipment on Fred. It's going to help out a bit, but sharpening your weapons is the best thing you can do. Now, we've only got 375,000 left, so we got to kind of space it out between who we have left over. Watari is going to be in the final battle party. So is Nash. So we're going to upgrade their weapons a bit. Who is my favorite character? Who is the strongest character? Strongest character in this game, one-on-one, fully upgraded and prepped, is Mel, the psycho girl with the ventriloquist dog doll in her hand. My favorite character in this game, probably Nash. Nash is cool. Dupa, you can upgrade his weapon, and then we're just going to finish it out with Shiba, because they are part of the war battle party, which is going to be important here. And dang, look at that money management. 464 left. Flawless. Totally planned that. Last stop is Juan's dojo, where we upgrade everyone's skills as well. So we do need to forget skills to make room for others. We're going to do that here. Basically, I'm going to roll in here overpowered. This is a little excessive right now, but it's fine. First things first, the most important skill in this game is accuracy. Because there's nothing more infuriating when you're at the end of this game and you go up against an all-world dodger like Sarah, and she just says, nope, nope, nope. Just spot dodges everything you do. So, accuracy, very important, especially when you're using a unite attack with Fred and Rico, which can miss. So you really want to make sure that you don't waste an entire turn on your most damaging attack and have it miss. That would be embarrassing. Use what we have left over to bump up Fred's damage even more. Damage skill, it doesn't add a whole lot. It's a small percentage, kind of incremental. But it does make a difference. Yeah, that's right. Better overpowered than underpowered, especially in a marathon setting. Plus, the time is actually, well, you know, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not saying anything about the time. Great question. Some characters will never get more than one swing. Rico is one of those characters. Fred's on the cusp, so it doesn't matter if she has swing or not. I'd rather forsake it for the skill points. Fred is on the cusp, where he may get 1 swing, he may get 2. That may have been unnecessary to upgrade his swing, but I don't want to assume that he's going to get 2 and have him only get 1, because that brings the damage down considerably by him. So it's a better safe than sorry kind of thing. The classic super dude guy whiffed Eason. The immediate rage burst followed by the instant Eason attempt that we all saw coming a mile away. That's 1:15 where you're at. Well, if you can make it another hour, I'm not even going to say another hour. If you're going to make another hour and 15 minutes, pretty good chance this will be over by then. Yeah, I will shut my mouth because I've already jinxed myself twice, and even talking about that is just gonna make it worse. So back to the skill menu. Forget everything I just said. Watari, he does get a lot of extra attacks if you bump up his swing. Also bump up his damage as well. Our boy Nash. Now, if you remember in the battle with the Fire Dragon, you saw Hugo go off in the first round and land some serious critical hits. That's because Hugo has a natural heavy damage skill, and he was wearing the Chief's hat, which bumps it up at the time. I took that Chief's hat off, and I gave it to Nash. Nash also has a natural heavy damage skill, which is rare. Not everyone has this. Upgrading this allows him the chance to double and even triple damage on his attacks. So if you combine that with the Violence rune and the double strike rune that he's got on, he can do some serious damage. It's not guaranteed, but the possibility is there. Yeah, Violence rune is sick. Watari is unique to this game, thinking of either a Kage or a Cage, however you want to pronounce it. Okay, so there's the war battle prep. You know, what was that, like 13 minutes of hype music? Alright, Caesar, we're ready. Okay, so this is it. If you haven't played a Suikoden game in years, now is the perfect chance to start. Yeah, Watari's not in one. I think, or did he ask, is that the ninja from one? It's not. Watari's unique to this game. I'm going to drop a save here because this next battle can be a complete disaster. Does anyone in this game stand up to Luca in terms of being a villain and a boss? Nah. Not in this game. Yeah, you should stream your Suikoden playthroughs. It's a pretty small community, but everyone supports each other. Yeah, it's probably okay to do a screenshot as long as one of the mods approves it. Well, as long as you don't mind SRD coming in your chat and just talking trash the entire time. Okay, they faked you out with that fade to black. Now we get another cutscene. Hype music to the war battle marching music. Man, I didn't even notice. I gave SRD the layout and didn't even use it. I knew he was just messing with me. Okay. $10:53. Let's see how it goes. The objective of this battle is to kill Uber's unit. That's it. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things in your way. You got two options. You can go left, you can go right. Uber does what he wants. He may go right, he may go left, he may stand there and do nothing, leaving you to make a harsh decision. I always go right. Path of least resistance, less enemy units, easier enemy units. These guys are gonna come right down. Okay. That's fine. That's a weird choice, but alright. That's awesome. Luke will never do anything. No, Huber, why? Oh, that's the exact opposite of what you want to see. But look at this damage we're dealing out. All that prep work that we just did was for this. Unless you miss like that. Again, accuracy, very important. But that group is toast. No effort at all. Do I have a go left strat? I really don't. My go left strat is to continue to go right and hope Uber changes his mind. At least we're not stuck in the pincer yet. Okay, these guys are all coming down. Luke will not do anything. Uber stays there. Alright. We march forward to the right. See ya. Rock Golem, no problem. Do Jizos work in war battles? Yes, they do, with one exception. If Sarah uses her lightning magic against me, and my characters have low health... Yeah, look at this damage. Look at this huge damage. Yeah, so if Sarah uses her lightning magic on an enemy unit, or my unit, that's severely weakened, the Jizos do not activate on the world map. So if that makes sense. So if she does a magic attack and I have 35% or less health, then that unit will get wiped out. Doesn't matter how many Jizos it has on it. This is a weird formation. Uber staying put, okay. Well, we gotta make a decision, and we're going this way. And of course, as soon as I mention Sarah's name, she decides to start moving as well. You want to keep her as far away from you as possible. She can heal and use lightning magic. Just completely deadly. I don't mind that, but it's also not ideal. Because I'd rather just counterattack and defeat the enemy unit. We're going to attack with Thomas. 16 HP, we got this. Just kidding. He's dead. So Thomas is a sacrifice unit in this battle. No big deal. It's fine. It's fine unless I need that quicken later, and then it's not fine. Yes, there it is. We changed his mind, guys. We changed his mind. He's coming back. I'm going to drop a heal. Full defense, come on. That was a terrible opener. Jeez, come on, guys. All right. So we've cleared this path. And there's no one else left in front of us, so we're going to make our way up. We're going to use our bring our lightning magic users up front, because we want them to get in range of Uber as quickly as possible. And Lily is very important because she's got the quicken support unit, which can make a unit act two times in one turn, so you can eliminate Uber in one turn. Now, we've never used the defensive unit until just now. Here it is. 5 damage on Mua. Awesome. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that high magic defense, so this battle, they're going to kind of do some damage to him. This battle is also very slow. Because they just sit here and do these attacks with long animations. But we have a place to retreat to, so it's fine. It's kind of like free movement in a way. Nice. The successful retreat is huge. You really want to see this in this battle more than any other. And I think we're at the point where they can't catch up to me. Okay, that's very good. Okay. So he can sit there. We just need to... He just needs to sit there. Just don't do anything. Just sit there, because he's going to be within range next turn. So if he moves back a space, I will be very upset. And the enemy can't reach me at all, so we're good. They're just gonna move and do nothing. This, okay, we win. All right. Oh. Oh, man. Okay, so here's the deal, guys. In my current PB, which is the current world record, the time that that battle ends is 11 hours and 3 minutes flat. Now, the rule of Suikoden 3 speedruns is you do not talk about the pace you're on until right now. But we can say that this has a potential to world record, if you can believe it. It's not free. There's still some bad things that can happen. But I will probably not read chat too much from here on out, because now it's time to take this seriously. It's gonna be really close though. Okay, Godot's party. We got Yumi for Earthquake. Shiva up front to tank hits. Isla out back for Battlefield and then Earthquake. Dupa again to tank hits. And our girl, Little Vicky. No support necessary. Please don't fail any runs here. Please, game. These runs are horrible to fail. Oh my goodness, why did I even say anything? Jeez. Alright, my favorite dialogue in the entire game, right here. So appropriate to a speedrun. Uber, you're late. Sorry, Uber, it only took me 11 hours and 6 minutes. Alright, need a good battle here. Earthquake. Battlefield. Soaring Bolt on Uber. Skeleton's not casting fire magic, that's good. Earthquake, best spell in the game. Here's the rare Uber using his True Ruin attack. Should do it. Okay, 11-10. We're still ahead. We'll see how the fight with Sarah goes. Uber will never be defeated. We all know that. Interestingly enough, if you have Gedo as your flame champion, Hugo takes this route. Hugo kind of does the same thing where he slices at Uber, except Uber reappears in the back there and starts talking trash before leaving again. You wouldn't dare talk trash to Gedo though. He'll just knock you out. Yeah, I think, well, once the Sarah fight is over, I'll have a really good idea of where we're at. Still, it's going to be close, though, regardless of what happens. Yeah, Uber can dodge and deflect like no one else. Sarah just dodges like no one else. Yeah, the strat there is to attack Uber with a magic party and to come at Sarah with a physical party. Party here this time, very similar to the final battle party. Got Fred and Rico, Atari and Nash, and Gene. The only difference is Fubar is going to be swapped out for Hugo. That'll be the final party. Swap that. Chris needs to be in the back. Ooh, wrong way. Alright. The battle that stonewalled most players in a casual setting. Make sure we're good to go here. We are. I think everyone got bodied by Sarah the first time around. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, maybe even 10th time around. There's one very easy secret to exploit in this fight. If Sarah can't cast magic, it's over. So all we need to do is cast the anti-magic spell, Silent Like. Okay. We will win this battle. The only question is how many times are we going to miss Sarah? Yeah, see that big damage from Nash right there? That's huge. That is also huge. 3k, I'll take him out one shot. All that prep work that we did beforehand, this is what it's all about. I'm gonna take out that horror beast. Take out the other Azidus as well. Should just leave Sarah. Oh, there's a dodge. There's another dodge. Nice crit. All she can do is physically attack with her staff. Use the Unite attack again. Another almost 3k. It's solid. Dodge. Guard. Nice. Big damage from Nash. $1,000. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, there it is. That's a clean Sarah fight. That's clean. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe about a minute ahead. Yep. Let's see. Probably checking on it correctly. 40 seconds. The fake death blow right here. We killed Lulu. But we're just gonna, you know, psych her out so much she faints. Someone called Sarah from one. That was a wash. I like it. Very clever. Well played. Well played, Zappaslave. Lulu was more evil than Sarah. Agreed. Now, if you want to see what happens here, you recruit all 108 characters and you play the endgame special chapter as Luke. Where the real final battle of this game is Luke versus his brother. Where you just throw Hadoukens at each other and see who outlasts who. To be extra safe here, against my better judgment, based on the time, I have to fill my party here. No more FRs. I'm not even gonna say what FR stands for. Let's go, come on. Whew. Okay. No battles. There is still a small window where you can get encounters, though, from here to the final door. Would have been cool to fight Albert right here, even though he's a strategist, and historically you do not fight the strategists in Suikoden, but, you know, feels like kind of an empty walk here, no boss at the end. That's right. Albert did it all for the swag. All for his resume. He's bailing at the last minute. His plan was to orchestrate this entire sequence of events and then bail, so he can have it on his resume as the world's greatest strategist going forward and get a promotion back in Harmonia. Nice dude, thank you for that subscription. Oh, come on. Don't you dare. Oh my god. The last possible spot to get an encounter, really, you can do me like that. Now I'm agitated. Jeez. If I would have failed that run, okay. So we've got a little black and white anti-world view here. Battles are free. Just mash text. Alternate world where everything's dead. Luke is taking you here to show you one of the I guess, predicted futures that the rune has shown him or something like that. But not before we fight some weird looking eyeballs. Eyeballs still not as big as the ones on Lewis's head. Time to pull out the teeth mashing skills. Let's go. Okay. Don't pick the wrong choice. All right, we did it. Go straight into the final battle. I don't know exactly, but I need a... Gonna need a good battle here. I can't believe it would all come down to this. Unfortunately, I do know one thing. The final battle in my PB was near flawless. Gonna need a repeat. We need Silent Lake to kick off and work. If the Earth Crystal negates Silent Lake, it's probably over. We might be able to withstand one rune animation. Silent Lake, unite, attack. Okay. That's really low. Come on, guys. No. Oh. Aw, come on. Jeez. We lost it in the final battle because we had to watch 8 rune animations. We still have to mash text through the ending. So we'll see. We'll see what the final time is, but it'll probably be within a minute. Yeah, so the thing about that battle is Silent Lake works until it doesn't. And you think, you know, it's weird that the enemy can react kind of dynamically to what you're doing. Because there's no reason for the Earth Crystal to negate all field magic at the start of round 1, right? So you cast Silent Lake, which does actually work. If you see runes casting spells, you know, they got those little orbs glowing around them. It does work. It's just unfortunate that the Earth Crystal has a spell that negates all field magic, including Silent Lake. Which is weird because the Earth Crystal is using a magic spell to negate magic. But whatever, we'll not worry about that. So once that happens, then it opens up the gauntlet. And it's also really lame because the runes can kind of hold back and wait for their turn to act whenever they want. You know, the Earth Crystal rune, whatever you want to call it. It casts that, and then you see the other spells kick off after that. That's normally not the case. Turn order is suspect. Then we did low damage with Fred and Rico on the Unite attack. Nash and his heavy damage skill did not come through today. did normal damage all the way through. And then turn 2, we did get violence activated for Rico, which is why you saw that damage over 6k on their second hit. Unfortunately, Fred and Rico always go basically at the end of every turn, so I had to watch an entire turn of rune animations before they get the chance to act. And that's it. It's still a 2-turn battle. It's still good. It can go longer than that. You know, if violence doesn't activate, you get a couple low hits, stuff like that. What was FS back in Hugo's Corridor? You mean FR? Failed runs. Didn't want to jinx myself by saying, let's not fail any more runs, only to immediately fail another run. Yeah, reset and go again. Let's go. Run it back. Yeah, I mean, it's still... I mean, you're not going to lose that battle, but the time loss, the time variance, you know, we're talking about a minute or two at the absolute worst case scenario instead of 15 minutes, which the final war battle could have been. This is the ending sequence. The timer stops at the last dialogue, which is Fubar making his trademark noise, coming up here in a couple minutes, I think. But on the plus side, we're way ahead of estimate, obviously. Way ahead of schedule. You can kill the earth crystals, but they have got a lot of health. And probably not going to one-shot them. It's just faster just to go for it and hope you don't eat too many rune animations, which was unfortunately the case today. And if I had played just a little bit better, we would have a new world record today, but I mean, I definitely made some mistakes. So at the end of the day, it's on me. We'll let the credits play out. But SRD, you know, you get about 20 minutes, so get ready. Yeah, it's going to be the second fastest time ever, so it's not like I can complain about it. It's just kind of salty about missing world record by less than a minute, I'm assuming. Current world record 1141 something. I closed everything. I don't have it in front of me. Yeah, 1141.15. 10, 9, 8. And it's gone. Wow. 11:42 flat. 45 seconds off a world record. Can you believe it? Less than a minute. Again, second fastest time ever, so second only to myself. So I'll take it. Thank you, everyone. The GGs. Everyone who stuck around. Over 800 people watching. That's legit. Man. Well, yeah, I'm glad. I really appreciate everyone coming out. Again, thanks for coming out, not only for my run, but for Suikothon in general. Glad I'm able to showcase this game. You know, Suikoden, a very small community, very small market, so it was very nice. Thanks for RPG Limit Break for hosting this event and letting us run. Very nice of them to offer up a weekend of their schedule. Pulse FGC, what's up, dude? Hello and welcome. I see you. I see you there. Sugar Bear, welcome back. Yeah, so my whole theory is, you know, I'm not going out like that. I'm definitely not going out like that. So I will do more S3 80% runs because I'm not going out like that. Where I miss world record by 45 seconds. Nice, dude. Just in time for the ending. Welcome, Sugar Bear and Pulse. Yeah, man, welcome. Thanks for stopping by with the raid. Appreciate it. This is a great channel. Do a lot of events. Yeah, Scarlet Dragoon, actually, you're right. I did a few safety saves. That would have saved it. What's up, Tao? Dude, Tao's here too. What's up, dude? Oh, Samurai Showdown crew. What's up, guys? Yeah, thanks again. I know everyone who stuck it out for the entire 12 hours, basically. That's legit. It's not easy. It's definitely not easy playing this game for 12 hours. Watching it, I know, is not the most exciting thing at certain times. There's long periods where nothing happens. But hopefully it was at least entertaining. I tried to, you know, give you guys good commentary, a little background info on how the game works, the story, Suikoden in general. It's a good ending track too. I like this theme. Yeah, check out to see what happens to the stars that we actually recruited. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. It's not easy. It's not free to just come in here and talk about Suikoden 3 for 12 hours. You definitely got to get creative at some points. But what makes it really so much easier is when chat is engaging with you. Like, that makes running this game especially so much easier. Because again, there's long periods of time where you're just kind of chilling, grinding it out, going through the same map area 5 times in a row, and it's easy to get distracted and zone out and make dumb mistakes. But when people are, you know, keeping you awake, keeping you on edge, that makes it a lot easier. So yeah, I definitely came prepared with commentary today. Glad you guys enjoyed it. Been here for 2 minutes. That's fine. That's fine. You're welcome for introducing you to this series. Again, Suikoden is my favorite series. It's great. I recommend everyone at least give it a shot. You know, it's not for everyone, but when you get into games like 2 that are critically acclaimed, it's very rare to find someone who plays that game and comes away with, you know, a sour taste in their mouth. Thank you again. Appreciate all the compliments. Is this world record? No, so close. Missed it by 45 seconds. Beating my own time, of course. So it's all good. It's unfortunate that it came down to the final battle with some bad luck there, but that's the way it goes. Thank you for the GGs, everyone, again. Yeah. I really did try to stick to the script. You know, we kind of went off script there in Chris Chapter 3, I think, where I got off tangent on my internet service provider, but thanks for Wells JC for reminding me to kind of keep it on track there. I appreciate it. It was the right move. But yeah, if anyone ever wants any help speedrunning this game, you know, it's one thing to play this casually. It's a whole nother monster to speedrun it. But even playing it casually, if anyone has any questions about anything, you can always ask. I don't stream very often because when I do, it's usually this game, and because it takes up such a large portion of your day, it's hard to find time to, you know, get a stream into this. But yeah, the link for the Suikoden Discord, the speedrunning Discord, is available for everyone. Come in there, say hi, ask questions. Trust me, you don't have to run 3. you don't have to run 3. You can choose a better, shorter game. How much longer is 108? About 2 hours. There's categories in games that are only a few hours long. Much more interesting, you know, with glitches and stuff like that. Manipulation. But Suikothon's going to carry on. SRD is up next with the very obscure, never released, and only available with an English patch on the ROM, Suikoden Card Stories. So that's up next. But tomorrow, that's really when you want to tune in. Because we got Suikoden 5 with Close to War. World famous speedrunner Close to War. We got Suikoden 1, a classic. Everyone loves that game with Siglance. And then we got Zero bringing it home with Suikoden 2. He's going to finish out the marathon, and that's the right choice to finish it off. Suikoden 3 does have missables. You can miss Stars of Destiny. Most noticeably, Franz, Iku, and Ruby, along with Duke and his group. If you continuously reject the pleas to go back and save the villagers, that is a one-shot only thing. Zero, you thought he was an Octopath streamer? Yes. Yes, he is. There's Uber. There's Sarah. There's Luke. Very unique thing about this game where the villains are Stars of Destiny. Thank you, thank you, thank you again. So we are way ahead of schedule. Thanks to me. No, just kidding. Partially thanks to me, also partially thanks to Alex Astor's run before me. Now, because we are 40 minutes ahead, we're going to let these credits roll out. SRD is up next. He's going to be getting ready. To the dog race. If I had a save where I was lined up where I could get in on that real quick, I guess I would. Yeah, Alex Astor set the bar pretty high with that 30-minute PB. Gugino, you're still playing Suikoden 1? Are you streaming it, by the way? I can't see right now, but are you streaming? Or are you just playing it? No, this is gonna go through Sunday evening, US time, generally. Ah, you're just playing it. Alright, that's cool. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. Again, we got card stories up next. Then Close to War. Sea Glance and Zero. Oh, Desta just got smoked. Dang, dude. Huge turning point of the story, actually. Yeah, Suikoden 5 is another very long speedrun, but it has one huge advantage over this run. And that's voice-acted cutscenes that aren't skippable. So, no text smashing. No need to be right next to your controller. You can take plenty of breaks in Suikoden 5. Yeah. In case anyone missed this run, the longest break you get in this 12-hour run is 1.5 minutes, about 5 hours in. That's it. So use it wisely. Yeah, this is a good marathon to catch, honestly. All the runs are... They all have something interesting to offer. Some more so than others. Nice, dude. Yeah, S5, you can put a lot of time into S5. Suikoden 5 also got Miyake's, of course. Top tier. Fun fact, no sleep today. Oof. Well, like I said, you're a better person than I am. Because when I sign off, I'm crashing. Suikoden 6 win? Well, we talked about this earlier. The Suikoden 6 either Kickstarter project or DLC package intensive. Like an Arxis fighting game, basically, where you have to pay $5 for some costumes. Do I have a save for the Neckler play? Definitely not. SRD, I don't really have anything planned, or I don't know. I definitely don't have a save file with plays or anything like that. I'll tell you what I will do though. For those of you who missed it or haven't heard of it, speaking of Kickstarter, there was a Kickstarter project a year or two ago, for a fully orchestrated Suikoden 2 soundtrack. So like an actual symphony redid the best tracks from Suikoden 2, and it's really good. It's really good. So I got my hands on a copy of that, of course. what I'll do is I'll just play that because it's more entertaining and better to listen to than any dumb mini game. That's actually a really good idea. So I'll do that until SRD is ready to go. And Glance, tell you how to set up the stream key. Are you using Streamlabs as well? Yeah, I'll commentate the Suikoden 2 orchestrated soundtrack. It's really good. Okay, yeah, I'll message you on Discord as soon as this is over. Yeah, that'll be much more entertaining than anything else I can offer you, honestly. I doubt it. If anyone earned the right, it's me. I dropped some coin on that project. Yeah, that's the ending screen right there.